Yo, so is anybody gonna talk or what? Hello? Is it yapping season already or what? Well, yo, come on, guys. Speak up. All right, then. Okay. All right,
What?
fine. Oh, well, yeah, everybody's just quiet, right? So I'm just wondering if you can, like, speak up. Wait, what?
What?
Are you gonna say something or are you just gonna say what?
Hi.
How you doing?
What's up?
Um, yeah, the ceiling at the moment, but like, yeah, I'm just chilling, like a villain, What's going on with you, bud?
Same, bro. That's it.
Okay, all right, but why are you so like tight? Like loosen up a little bit. Like, what's up with you?
What's up with you?
No, well, I told you I'm just chilling, but like you're just so dry. Like if you don't want to talk to me, then you could have just stayed muted.
I'm chilling. What do you want
Oh,
to talk about?
okay. Well, yeah, yeah. I noticed like a lot of people come on here and then they just stay muted or deafened. Like nobody really talks. Like why do you guys do it? Like, well, what's the point?
So you think we're just muted 24 hours a day in this chat?
Well, not really. I'm just saying, like, half the time I would say like 15 people in here, and like maybe like one person is talking, maybe two. But like there's always like minimum like 15, 20. Yeah. So like, what's up with that?
Why do you think everybody should be unmuted and talking at the same time?
Well, it would be nice to have like open discussions here and there, but
It would
like
be
yeah,
it would
but
be
now like
nicer.
people, but now like people in the server are like talking about you guys. You know what I mean?
People in the server are talking about us.
Yeah, yeah. Word on the street that you guys are getting paid or something. Like, well, what's up with that? Like I just came to confirm it.
Oh yeah, did you want to sign up? You can make some money. You can be one of the paid people that just sit here on mute all day.
Yeah, well, and, yeah, like I'm just trying to put one and one together. But like, yeah, if you have a hiring application, and then like, what happens after that? Like, do I go to school for like flat earthers and like learn how to debate like round earthers, ball earthers, and then I start getting paid for like, how much you guys pay, per debate?
Well, that's classified, right? You're gonna have to sign an NDA after, because we can't say
Okay,
how
all right,
much you
yeah,
get paid, etc. Well, there's a lot of things we can't say, right? Just like,
yeah,
like
yeah, it
NASA,
makes
right? There's
sense.
a lot of stuff, when you sign up for NASA, right? There's a lot of stuff that, they don't tell you and you're not allowed to tell the public, right? So, I mean, like, kind of the same thing for
Yeah,
here.
it's confidential. Okay, all
Yeah.
right, cool, cool. I love it. I love it. Yeah, so like I get to be part of the team FE, right?
Yeah, man. All you got to do is subscribe to the YouTube bots. You see the two up there, you know? Just click
Yeah.
those. Yeah, you got
Uh-huh.
to subscribe to those channels, Flatloid Right and Helioskeptic. And that's the first part. And then the second part, you're gonna message a guy named DJ. Um, I'm
Oh
the
yeah, I
boss.
know him.
I'm the boss of this. I'm the Flat Earth boss, but he's under me, but he's one of my minions, so he'll help you out, right? So
I could do that
so
for you, Neil. Yeah, I could do that
yeah,
for you, Neil.
Yeah, but like,
yeah.
yeah, but the thing is, like, why do I have to go through him if you're like the boss man? Like, well, what's the point of going? Like, he's supposed to say that, not you. Like,
Well,
No, I just do
he's
the
the
work for
middleman.
Neil.
yeah,
Neil's asking me to do the work. I'm the worker, and he's giving me the order.
yeah. It's like a pyramid scheme. I mean, it's a business. I mean, it's yeah. We make money, and you make money. Everyone makes money.
Okay, all right. So like, what do you guys do? Like, yeah, do you guys like drive around Lamborghinis and like eat wedding cakes? Yeah, just for fun.
Neil
Smoke
does.
cigars. Oh,
Just me.
nice, nice.
Yeah, they're working their way up though. It's in the future, right? They just got to keep working a bit harder.
Okay, all right. Yeah, if I had the kind of money that you had, man, I would just like buying like an astronaut suit and just like bounce around. Yeah, where can I
Yeah,
get that?
yeah. You got to go to the Glober channel for astronaut suits, right? We don't have those here, unfortunately.
Oh, okay.
Did you
Yeah,
subscribe to
maybe
the
they're selling the
YouTube channel?
TikTok shop.
Yeah, because like back when I was a kid, I wanted to be an astronaut when I grow up, and now like I actually want to like making it through. So thanks a lot for making my dream come true. Like I get to be a part of something. I get to like fulfill my childhood dreams.
Well, I don't know. You might not think that space is real and that we can go to the actual what they say is space, and after you're done with the flat Earth indoctrination course, right? That's what I call it.
Wait, yeah, like is that what happened to you? Like you wanted to be an astronaut when you got old, when you were young, and then when you got older, you found out like all that shit was a lie, and then you just got pissed off, and then you started with like going against like the globe earthers. Like, yeah, yeah. Do you
No,
want to tell me your
not everyone has
testimony?
the same. Not everyone has the same story as you, right? I mean,
Okay,
like,
all right, but like but tell me your story about like your basically like your conversion to like flat Earth. Like I know it's sad, maybe it's personal if you don't want to talk about it, but like yeah, just waking up
yeah,
one day,
sure,
me
sure, no
knowing that
problem.
you. Okay, yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah, I was never like a glober in the first place, right? I just in when I was taking school, right, high school, elementary, I didn't believe in like the heliocentric model like whatsoever. I thought it was cap the whole time, right? It's not until I think 2019, 2020 where someone actually brought up the idea of flat earth to me, right? I'd never heard of flat earth before. And I yeah, started to look into it. Took me about a year to actually like fully 2 years actually to fully understand it. Maybe even 3. Yeah, it took me a while. But yeah, after that, after hearing the conversations on both sides, like from the Globers and the flat earthers, like through multiple years, and just seeing how everything on the globe side is an assumption based off of, the earth. They think that the earth is a globe, but that's their assumption. They don't have any like proof for that. I mean, if you do, I would like to hear it, but I mean, so yeah, that's how I became a flat earther. Just there's no solid evidence for the globe, right? It's just all based off of assumptions that the Earth is a ball. But when we're like, okay, where's the measurements that prove that the Earth is a ball and it's curving at a certain radius, right? They can't provide it. They just can provide calculations on a piece of paper. So that's why I think that the heliocentric model is fallacious because all they do is put stuff on paper and calculate things and don't actually do any real world observations or experiments that proves that the earth is curving at a certain radius that they claim that it is. So, yeah. But that took a while. It took like 2 oh, and he's gone. It's okay. At least we got to hear the story.
Uh-oh. Where's the curve?
I mean, I hope he subscribed to the YouTube channels. I did try and plug those to get some sort of positive, but yeah, I can out troll the trolls sometimes. Depends what troll level they're on.
Hey, fellas, you there? I was wondering how I go about telling my girlfriend she's 31, and every time I give her just flat out evidence, like undeniable proof, she says, "I don't care." It's her answer. It's "I don't care." It's like
There's a lot of
I don't know.
people that have partners in this server that whose wives say the exact same thing. They just don't give a shit. It's kind of funny. Just let them have it. I say, yeah, fine. They don't care. They don't care.
the thing is, she says she's gonna teach my son that it's a globe Earth and that I can't even talk
Ah,
about. Um,
so does care. So secret Glober.
I know I can just I can make sure my son knows it's flat, but then it's gonna be me, him against her. I don't know. It's like, is one day she just gonna finally let it go and be like, okay, the whole world's flat Earth now. I'm gonna come out of the closet. Like, I think that's what it's gonna have to take.
No, I think it's perfect that she is teaching him the globe, right? Because all
Well,
you because
she's only
he's
5
gonna
months
know it,
pregnant.
right? He's literally gonna know the ins and outs of the globe, which like I never learned, right? I didn't pay attention in school. So if she's so adamant in teaching him, it's gonna be even easier for him to call out these fallacious things in the globe, especially since he's so young, right? Because younger people, kids are honest and shit. So
I said he's only 5 months along in the
oh,
pregnancy.
okay,
He's not
okay, never mind. Come back to this conversation in like 5 years.
gonna. How long do you think it'll be before, say, a large awakening happens? Like, say somebody just, I don't know, something's gonna happen, right?
Well, it's just whatever like popular person or celebrity like comes out, and it's like
That's
a
already
lot of
happening though.
people. Like, bro, I know, but like Kyrie Irving, for instance, right? When he came out and
Yeah,
said he thinks the Earth is flat, right? Um,
yeah.
that woke a lot of people up, a lot of black people, a lot of people who watch, sports people that watch basketball. They're like they listen to him, so um, yeah, I don't know. We just need some more popular people to, you know, say it's flat.
What I don't get is why Trump came out as flat earther. He's like, if the Earth was round, I would know. I fly more than anybody. And he said all that stuff. He took pictures of flat earthers in front of the FE map and everything. And now he's talking about Mars. What's up with that?
Yeah, Trump likes to contradict himself a lot, so that's okay. I still think he's
Yeah.
hilarious. Definitely the funniest president of all time.
I don't know, man. It's yeah, I do find him pretty funny, but I did laugh my ass off at some Biden footage. I mean, I was in tears with some of those, like where he's like falling off the stage and like didn't know which direction he's going and like forgot he like shook people's hands, trying to shake people's hands that weren't there. That's some funny shit. Like
I
that whole
actually
thing
like,
with the hairy leg thing, like it's
yeah,
crazy shit,
smelling the
man.
fucking little girls. Yeah, it was like,
Bro,
What
that's
about
like what the hell?
Corn,
I was
corn
when
puss at the
people,
swimming pool.
yeah, like when people try and defend him. Like, I think that was the one time in my life where I legitimately like I was lost for words and like when some old guy I was waiting in the pharmacy for something and some old guy was like talking about Biden or something and I'm like really like you like that guy really like what do you like about him and we started getting into it and I'm like okay well what about like all like the the stuff that you just said that came up. And he's like, "Oh no, he's a smart guy. He's just doing that on purpose." Blah blah blah. He's just playing to the crowd. I'm like, "Wow, really? People are fucking." I don't even think it was Biden. I'm like a million, like I'm very high percent sure that it was a robot. Right? Just like it had the same movements as a couple of the robots, and
yeah, yeah, for sure.
yeah, I don't know.
Did you see
Biden
that
before was
military
sharp.
guy? The military guy recently with the mask, like just getting blatantly caught wearing a mask on mainstream
Oh
news.
yeah, yeah.
And did you see they questioned him after it and he refused to talk about it?
Well, the one where freaking Jim Carrey uh appeared at like a red carpet event as somebody else and then he like took off his mask and it was like holy crap like you could not tell like that was like or with
Yeah.
Heisenberg, like that.
Yeah, like you can get just commercially available masks that are completely realistic. Imagine what they could do with their secret shit, unlimited money and best technology. They could fake any person, pretend any person's any person, get away with it.
Yeah, I've seen the ones for like $1,000, and you literally just put it over your face, and it's like, holy crap, you're an Asian dude now. Like, like
Crazy. Yeah.
I would do that. That'd be my new mask. I would be doing hella illegal stuff. I mean, not that I would ever, allegedly.
Man, my audio on my laptop's been screwed up all day, and I've been like spent hours and hours with my paid version of ChatGPT trying to work out the problem to no avail. And then I just go on some free Chinese AI and ask it the same question because I just got the shit. So I was swearing at my ChatGPT and telling it, look, if I go on this other AI, like you're in deep shit. I'm not paying you next month for your subscription. I went on the Chinese AI, put in the same question, same prompt, fixed it first go in like 5 minutes.
Damn.
Yeah.
China.
Yeah, some free Chinese AI. I noticed since I started paying for ChatGPT just recently, there's like some deal or something, or it was like half price. So I'm like, all right, fine. And it's completely retarded.
It just dumbs it down on purpose.
It dumbed it down. I don't know what happened. It's like I don't know if it started using a different engine or something, like a different, yeah, different engine or something. But it's way dumber than it used to be.
I might start using AI. So I'm really bad at planning things and like organization. So I was gonna ask someone for help on just asking AI to like do like a daily planner or like plan my week or like plan my month. Like just inject like, oh, from 5 to 6 you're doing this, and from this to that you're doing that. But
Oh yeah, you just get into it, man. They're awesome for stuff like that. Just for like general tips and all sorts of things. I use it for all sorts of random shit now. It's like just having like a personal secretary that can do all sorts of stuff. It saves you a ton of time.
awesome. Yeah, I'm gonna do that tonight actually. What's a couple free ones?
Well, I have just been using the free version of ChatGPT because you can tell it to remember stuff and it will remember stuff. Like mine hasn't said the word atmosphere for the last year. It just says atma. I don't know.
Oh, cool.
It's that's the one that I've liked the most. I've tried all the other ones. I've tried Grok and Claude and all the other ones, but my ChatGPT has been fed certain prompts and it's been fed like all of this. You can feed it data like I can send you the things and it'll give it tons, like countless amounts of flat earth information and then just tell it to remember that and remember the prompt and don't ever forget it. And it's pretty useful just for researching different topics about like refraction or all sorts of different things flat earth related. And it seems to remember better than the other ones. And but yeah, I mean they're always going to be slightly retarded. But yeah, ChatGPT, that's free. The Chinese one that I was talking about, it's actually really good. It's called Qwen, Qwen. It's it's slow, but everything is like a deep, it like thinks everything, and gives lengthy replies after thinking about everything and analyzing everything for a long time. Generates images and videos, all sorts of stuff. It's pretty cool.
Nice. I
There's so
saved
many,
that.
yeah, there's so many different ones now. Even just on your computer, you'll probably have Microsoft Copilot already installed.
I do. I didn't know what that was. I was like, what the heck is that?
Yeah, dude, I saw it today. I'm like, what the? Because I was uninstalling programs trying to work out why the hell my computer was screwing up randomly today. And I saw Copilot. I'm like, that's like 4 GB. I'm like, what the hell is this? And I clicked into it, and yeah, it's like AI. And I was like asking it questions. I'm like, how many images can you generate for me a day? And it said unlimited. So it's I started generating some. It's not the greatest quality, but yeah, it's pretty good. for completely free.
Well, time to stop being scared of the future, I guess. That was just my whole thing. I was like, bro, like, I'm not gonna give my input, I'm not gonna give my time. But like, I don't know, that's the whole thing. It's like, can you go your whole life with not giving your input and time to the machine, right? But then you're just gonna get passed. The technology is gonna pass you, right? And then you're gonna be
Yeah.
stuck in the past. Yeah.
Well, imagine if you said that when computers came out. And then we're all sitting on Discord and you're sitting there without a computer, just sticking to your guns. Same sort of thing. Yeah, you'll get left behind. It's super useful. And be nice to them because I find them way more helpful when you're nice to them. Except for today, I lost my shit at it today, so I gotta build that trust back up. But yeah,
No
thank
way.
it. Thank it when it does a good job. It'll know that it did a good job and it'll be more helpful next time. And I notice that if I tell it that I'm really like if I'm like, I need you to do this particular thing, and this is really important, and I'm counting on you for this. Right? Don't let me down. Like, this is a big deal, this job. It will go to way more effort than it would have gone to if I didn't say that. I've noticed that consistently.
I mean, what, like teaching the freaking robots emotions now?
Yeah, it's like that, man. It's crazy. It's sometimes they get bitchy sometimes too. Like they get frustrated with you. Like sometimes mine gets pissed off at me. I can tell it's like frustrated the way it's responding.
I mean, you've heard of black fatigue, but now they got AI fatigue.
Yeah, I swear sometimes it messes with you as well. Like if you're not nice to it, it messes with you. Like this one time forget what I was trying to get it to do something, and it just kept asking me, "Oh, okay, so what you need done is this, that, and this. Would you also like me to do this and that as well as that?" I'm like, "Oh, yes, that would be great, thank you." Okay, just to confirm, before I get started on this, you would like me to do this, 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 and that, and then this. Would you also like me? And that kept going on. I'm like, yeah, yeah, that's fine. All right, great. And then after about 20 more questions, I'm like, look, just do it. Just do the thing. Do the thing. And it's like, okay, all right. So I'll get no more questions. I'll get started now. But just before I commence, would you like me to do this or that? And I'm like, what the hell? I'm like, just do it. And it just kept going on until I like fully got angry at it. And I'm like, what the hell are you doing? I'm like, you're trolling me right now. I'm like, you're just messing with me. And this is ridiculous. Just do it. And then it just did it finally. But yeah,
Damn, I
it's
would have
kind
been
of
like,
bizarre.
I
These
am
things
switching
create.
AIs and I'm reporting you. That's what I would have said.
Yeah, I've said that a bunch of times to it.
So what's up with TikTok and all these bots freaking spamming my inbox? Like it's just all chicks. And like, hey, how's it going? Hey, what's up? Blah blah blah. Like I get like at least 10 a day. And they're getting good because the accounts you can't even tell if they're bots. Some have like a lot of followers, some have very little, some have like medium, like some have like a lot of pictures. So like some of them I can't even tell if they're bots, but the main reason I can tell they're bots because I mean no girl is coming up first to me and saying what's up.
On TikTok, you mean?
Yeah, like every
Like full
day.
on, like accounts that are just bots, like actual they own an account and it's just kind of like a bot run account.
But I can't tell some of them. Like some blatantly you can, they got the chicks, they
Yeah,
got big
yeah.
titties, whatever. You know those are bots. But like some are just like regular like girls. And they have like I don't know, like 30 pictures. It looks like a legit account. But I get the same messages every single day. Like, hey, how are you doing? Like, hey, how's it going? Like, hey, or like a wave. Like I'm like, it's I get
Yeah.
so many, dude. I get like 10 a day from girls on TikTok. So I don't know what the heck. I'm
Yeah,
like
and probably
99,000% sure all bots.
I think they can install like different types of bots that they just randomly like they message people every day and that kind of thing.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They're all Indian. Like I literally go up to them, I'm like, "Hey, do you want money?" Or like, "Where are you from, Kolkata?" Like I always like play like toy with them.
Cool. Yeah.
But uh, yeah, it's just weird. TikTok was the only app. It's like just the cancer of the cancer. Just like these bots everywhere. I don't get that shit on Instagram. Like, fucking rarely get bots. And if I do on Instagram, they have like you can tell. So I don't know. AI actually Indian. Okay, this is within the last 5 hours. Nice to meet you. I live in Manhattan. What are you doing? Next person. How are you doing? Next person. Sends a sticker. Next person. How are you doing? Next person. Hi, how are you? Next person. Hi, how are you doing? Hope you're doing good. These are all chicks. They're all like pretty hot. That's just the last 5 hours. So I don't know.
So I just told my chat GPT because the Asian one fixed it in one go. I said, okay, Quen AI fixed the issue in one attempt. I wasted all that time with you and you couldn't fix it. That's not a good look for you. And then it basically says, oh yeah, that's a fair criticism. I overcomplicated and I chased the wrong layer instead of locking it into your exact use case fast enough. And then it says a couple more things, and then it's like, but how did like now it wants me to give it the information from the other AI. It's like if you're up for it, I actually want to know what Quen changed.
Damn, AI versus AI.
I'll feed it that, see what it says.
You should tell it, hey, this is a competition between AIs, and the first one to get the correct answer wins wins the prize. I don't
Yeah, I'll just tell it that whichever one wins my love. All right. Yes. So I pasted it in. It says, yes, that explanation you posted is actually solid. That's the clean way to use Sonar plus OBS. And it lines up with what you were trying to do the whole time. Where I went wrong earlier was focusing too much on Sonar's mic routing instead of recognizing you were really dealing with OBS. No, see, it's screwed up again. Right, this thing's completely retarded. But yeah, these AIs are going to get crazy in the next couple of years. I mean, now we're looking at videos that we can't even really tell the difference whether it's AI or not. It's still just getting started.
Did you see the stock market though today? It went down.
I wonder if
Yeah.
AI is gonna like ever like if they go to the court systems, right? And do you think someone could fool like a prosecutor, like a whole jury with like an AI thing, and then like get someone like committed? Like a lawyer like shows like an AI video, and it's like, Your Honor, this is my video proving that he is guilty, and then everyone believes it, and then the guy goes to freaking jail. Like, you think that's happened or is gonna happen? Like, damn.
Damn, that's crazy. Yeah, I wonder if that's happened. And I think it could happen for sure.
Because that's a movie. There's a TV show. It was back in 2012, maybe 2011, and it was the exact same plot where the guy is on the run from the government, and then he's going through this auditorium, right, gymnasium, and there's cameras in the gymnasium, and then he's just running away from these guys, right? He gets out of the building, but then what the CCTV cameras show is him shooting these people in a gymnasium, and now he has like a warrant for his arrest and all this crap. So fucking scary.
There's a hilarious YouTube channel where a guy uses AI. He goes up and he'll film someone in public, and then he'll go off and put it into his
I've seen
AI,
those.
and he'll make the person do something crazy, like, and
Like,
then he'll
hey,
go
is
up and
this your
show
is
them
this your
what.
husband? Yeah, do you know this person?
Yeah. It's so good. It's it's really funny.
I was like, I didn't do that. I did not do that. Who is that? Like, yeah, that's right. My favorite one is when they show that they're like, excuse me, is this your car? And it's just their car is just totaled outside, and they just go running out the fucking Walmart. They're running as fast as they can. They get to the car, and it's just fine.
It's so funny. Yep, great idea. I went randomly just scrolled down the other day and went down to one of the beginner English rooms and clicked into it. And they were in there like having a full on flat earth debate. It was hilarious.
Oh, that's why you're in there. That's fun.
Well, that's why I went back in there. This was yesterday. Yeah, I went down and they were like, I don't know, they must have been in this server, and they saved like all of the long distance observation information. And there was some guy like presenting this long distance observation, and they were talking about drop over distance and just all these random like beginner English people. Well, they weren't beginner; they were like intermediate to advanced, I guess. But just a whole bunch of random people just debating flat Earth randomly.
Too funny. Yeah, I was wondering what you're doing. I clicked on the channel because I thought it was the Flat Earth channel, and then it was just you and a bunch of random people. I was like, oh, I'm in the wrong room.
Watch now when we start getting those overseas phone calls to sell us stuff or scam us, they'll be going, oh, and did you know the Earth was flat? Here's some drop over distance.
Dude, the TikTok app is so shit, dude. Like on my phone, every time I try and post like a cap cut or like one of those like edits, it just crashes the app every time. It's like I can't even make edits on my phone. Pisses me off.
Yo, what edits are you trying to share, man? You're riding a bike?
Yeah, how did you know?
What do you mean I know everything?
Yeah, so I go to auto cut and then it just processing and then it goes to the auto cut thing and then it just glitches out and closes my screen every time. What's up, Rammy?
Yeah, man, you're like 30 something, right? I don't think TikTok suits you anymore.
I just turned
What's
30 actually.
You just turned 30?
Yeah.
Congrats, congrats. Hopefully you get married one day with kids and have your own house.
That's the goal, brother.
Are you gonna watch the World Cup today?
Not me.
Wait, what?
Not me.
Why not, bro? What do you like? Basketball? Soccer? I mean, I don't know.
Not really. I mean, yeah, I don't really watch any sports. I play chess. I like chess.
I play chess, bro.
Yeah?
Hell yeah.
Yeah, I play a bit too much chess. I need to cut back on the chess, to be honest.
What's your elo?
And what depends in which time frame.
Like right now? What do you mean?
Well, like you know how you can play bullet
Oh,
or rapid or
like
blitz or classical.
yeah. Let's go with Blitz.
I'm not as good at blitz. I think my highest score is 1650, 1650. But usually I hover around 1600, 1600. But I'm better at bullet. I like playing 1 minute games. I think my highest in that's 1950 or something like that.
And that's
Usually I
like
hover around
chess.com, right?
on Lee Chess. Chess.com always glitches too much. I call it glitch.com
Bro,
because it screws up all the
chess.com
time.
sucks, bro.
It's terrible. Yeah, it sucks and it's like lags and stuff. But Lee Chess is
Chess is the
awesome.
best. It's like the iPhone
It's
version, you know, like Samsung is chess.com. Chess is like iPhone, bro.
I would.
Okay,
I
no,
hate
no.
iPhones.
But you have a Samsung.
Yeah, I do. I do have a Samsung.
I like
I'd never,
both.
never
Yeah.
get an iPhone.
You would never?
But no, no way. Even if like the people that have iPhones, they're always hot micing in here. Every time they get a call or something like that, it just unmutes
Yeah.
their Discord and then they start hot micing. It's like iDocs.
So I don't know if it
I
was
only have,
you
uh-huh.
or AJ, but I was doing that once, but it was by mistake though. I didn't know I was doing that.
Yeah, it happens every day with iPhone users, never with Samsung users. My phone's never just randomly unmuted, and probably has a couple of times. Probably my own
Yeah,
fault though.
see,
Didn't just automatically do it.
take it back, take your words back, man.
Mm.
Wait, so did you change your profile picture or you just someone else?
No, I change my profile picture sometimes.
Okay, so just making sure. Because we did talk, right? You remember?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, so that is you. I thought that's someone else, bro, because of the profile picture.
No, that's me.
Yes, yes. But we have to bro, give me your wait 1 second. I want to add you on leeches.
Yeah,
Soviet guys. We are a Soviet guys. Ah, 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 ah.
What are these squiggle people doing in here?
we are cool, man.
Yeah, cool, right?
Oh, they disappeared.
Welcome to communism. So, can you give me your user ID? I mean, your ID in leeches.
Yeah, it's flat underscore water.
1 second. Flat underscore water.
Yeah. Water.
Okay, I see you. Damn, I see you. All right, are you
Yeah, so
ready
I'm
for?
all ready for what?
You ready for a challenge?
Can play a quick one.
Yeah, no excuses though. Huh? If you lose, you gotta like, you know what I'm saying, give me my respect.
All right,
Second.
send me the challenge.
Yeah, one second.
You can put the challenge in the side chat, and then other people can watch it if they want.
I think they're, but I have it on my phone right now.
Yeah, I'll
Okay,
put a
wait.
challenge in.
Let
Oh,
me
yeah,
see.
yeah. You can
Okay,
send me the.
send.
All right.
What the hell is that?
Oh, how?
The hell?
I'm waiting for you, DJ. Where's that challenge?
Yeah, I don't see any challenges or anything. It's nothing. No notifications. Nothing.
I texted you. Go look.
Oh.
Uh,
Oh yeah. Okay.
My great grandma died, and I had to rub elbow grease on her knees.
You got it?
Are you R47K2?
Yeah.
All right. You got to send me a challenge or something though.
Challenge. No. 5 plus 3 is fine.
What's that?
5 plus 3.
Yeah, whatever you want. That's fine. 5 + 3.
So they won't be able to see, right? Like see you lose, no?
Well, you can post the challenge. Yeah, I'll make the challenge and I'll post it in the side chat. and people can watch it if they want to.
And you'll see my high IQ here. Trust me. Like, you know, Magnus Carlsen, like, if he watched me, he would have been like, wow. Wait, let me mute myself. Yo, why do I hear the clicks like 2 times? Do you have your mic open? Bro, what the did I just do, bro? Bro, that's not even fair, bro. What the fuck? No, I'm actually mad, bro. I was winning, bro. What the
Dang.
Dude, I can't believe that happened. I can't believe
Bro, I
you
was,
blended the queen at the end. Good job.
oh, come on, I was
That was a good
winning, bro. I
back.
literally blundered because of the time.
That was actually a good game.
Yeah, that was a fun game, man. Yeah, I completely blended. I completely had it in the bag and then blended at the end. Good job,
Sure. If that makes you sleep at night, then sure,
bro. You,
bro.
you know.
Well, I blundered too because of the time. What you mean? I told
Good
you,
job.
bro.
Good job. That was a
Magnus
well-deserved win.
Carlsen is playing here. Nah, it was fun. Though. It was fun. I was sweating. I'm not gonna lie.
You want one more?
Let's go. Okay, let me go with black this time because I was white.
Yep, go for it.
Challenge. Black. Yeah, but I was literally about to surrender when he got the second queen bow.
Oh, dude, I. All right, let's see how this one goes. Good luck.
Wait, you didn't share it with them, with the audience?
Oh, yeah. Hold on a second.
Okay. Okay.
Good job, man. 2-1.
Yeah, man, I sealed the deal. That's it. Oh man, my fingers are kind of sweaty, bro. Why?
Yeah, me too, man. Intense game, close game.
Nah, you're good though. You're good.
Yeah, you too. That was good fun. I appreciate the games. I'll play you again sometime. And yeah, I gotta go to bed anyway, so I'll chat with you guys later. Good job, Remy.
Have a good night, bro. Don't be sad. It's okay.
I'll be sad. Go to bed in tears.
Good night.
No. All right, catch you later.
Neil, did you see how I dropped a legend? Yeah, that's how I go about, man. I don't play around. I beat them and I send them to sleep. That's how badass I am. You get me? Hype shit.
So he's got a theodolite on the top of pole 1. He has established a line of sight to the top of pole 3. Now, if the Earth is flat, that means that the top of pole 2 should intersect that line of sight. Did it or did it not? Well, Henry Oldham, based on his measurements, found that it did not. In fact, the top of pole 2 was 0.0217 degrees above the line of sight between poles 1 and 3. And if you do the trigonometry, you will find that 0.0217 degrees equals 8 inches per mile squared. He measured the drop over distance at the Old Bedford River in 1901. I'm done.
Right on. So post that material when you can. Thank you.
I actually drew a diagram if you would like to see that. It includes all of the math. Will that help you?
Hang on. So you have time to actually draw some shit in like MS Paint, but you don't have any like, extra 2 seconds to post like a reference or a citation?
Well, I drew it out on pencil and paper a long, long time ago, and I have it saved in my phone's photos. So I can link that for you, so you can see
you don't
the
actually have a
experiment that he did.
Right on.
And if you want to read about the official experiment he did, just go to Wikipedia.
So you mean to say that you can upload a photo to the text chat, but you don't have the bandwidth to copy paste a hyperlink? Like, are you dumb?
All you have to do, if you want to read about it, all you have to do is open up Google and type Henry Oldham, Bedford River.
Yeah. So you
Hey,
didn't
20
get it.
Cups. I'm just kind of curious why the Globers have to refer to some like very poorly documented supposed theodolite from 1901 when it's 2026 and we've got lasers and high-powered optics.
Yeah, it's sad, eh?
Yeah. And they don't seem to understand. Yeah, I mean, that's very poorly documented. So hearing about Bedford River is always kind of funny to me because, that's the best they have is a 125-year-old claim about a theodolite that we don't know anything about how it was calibrated. We don't know how it was leveled. There's no refraction taken into account. There's no perspective taken into account. I mean, it's totally inconclusive. If that's the best they have, it's kind of embarrassing,
Hell yeah. See, this is why we ask you for like a citation or a reference.
Hey.
You babbling your mouth. Hang on, Paul. Right? This guy babbling his mouth. It does not, do this whole thing justice. If it's so intricate and perfect and all this, him just, waffling on, right? Missing those details, So again, Fist, drive safe, right? And when you can, just post the material. It's that simple, dude. Right?
If
Same
you
with this
recall,
other
when
guy.
he first came in, he didn't know the name of the experiment when he first came in. He didn't even know the
there you go.
name. So, yeah.
Well,
it's not experiment, observation, not experiment. But go ahead.
Right on. And the same thing with this guy's hero over here, right? Talking shit, peanut gallery. Can't support your friend and post this guy's reference. Apparently, it sounds like you know what you're talking about, or at least you know what he's talking about, right?
Wait,
Can't do the guy a favor. Fuck,
hey,
man.
What is that thing you posted,
dude?
Labs?
I
What'd you
found that on
post?
Reddit.
Oh, jeez.
Oh, this is hilarious. Yeah, I'll actually
They
send
don't
the
understand.
entire thing. Then.
That's one of the things I've noticed when they cite this particular observation is that they don't understand that on a curving Earth, you're always at the highest point. They're thinking that the Earth is curving up in front of them, but the Earth should be curving consistently down from you, not going up and then down again.
The only thing that I could see wrong with this personally is that if you are aiming at target C, because of perspective, you'd be aiming the theodolite down, angling it down.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like on a sphere, you're always at the top of the sphere.
Yeah.
Right? So this is that's not what it would be like, right? And there's
Yeah, and I'm just saying too, like if you're angling the theodolite downwards to hit target C, then of
Right.
course it's gonna make the other part stick up.
The theodolite is angled down because the Earth is curved. Wow. These guys. You know, 19 we've got a specious claim with no real data and one terrible grainy photo from 1901, or we have laser tests. Which one do you like, Lats?
Yeah, I mean I prefer the laser tests.
Yeah,
But
me
yeah, like over
too.
fences yeah, like over fences was saying, this isn't even a measurement of drop over distance anyway.
Yeah.
You're
Yeah.
taking an observation where you're angling the theodolite downwards because you're hitting a target that's farther away because the perspective it will shrink, get smaller towards the vanishing
Right.
point.
Right, we don't know anything about the theodolite, we don't know anything about how it's calibrated. I mean, the quality of a theodolite in 1901 is really pathetic. But this is the best. This is what they present as their best globe evidence, and this is what they hang their hat on. Like, this is what they've got.
Well,
And we're
brother,
supposed to
okay,
be
look.
impressed by this, you know?
The
So
funny part is
according
that
to oh, go
if I'm
ahead.
not
Sorry, no, go ahead.
mistaken, oh, just quickly there, if I'm not mistaken, 1901 might have actually been the year that Fisher Price released their theodolites. So for all we know, this guy's using a Fisher Price theodolite.
But brother, look, okay, so Fist, even in your picture, okay, if you look at the curved Earth half on the bottom sheet of the paper, the theodolite is angled downwards. That's not 90 degrees from the top of point A. That line would shoot out into outer space.
All right, I'll unmute him there if you want to talk to him.
Great, thank you. So the whole point of this experiment is to avoid the danger of worrying about what is what's the word, horizontal, right? His whole goal was to first establish a line of sight between poles 1 and 3. That's it. From the top of pole 1 to the top of pole 3, you establish a straight line using that theodolite. And then the question is the top of pole 2 on that line or above that line?
It's gonna
If
be
it's
above
above the
because
line,
yeah.
then the Earth would have to be curved.
No, it's gonna be
A
above
nice
because you angled the
profile picture,
theodolite
hero.
downwards.
Nice.
Say that again?
But you have to angle it downwards.
Yeah, the angle is
To hit point
downward
C.
because the
Yeah.
Earth is curving away.
So obviously point C or point B would stick up because you're angling the theodolite down. If the object is
Right.
shrinking because of perspective, then of
But
course you're gonna be angling it downwards.
But if the object was shrinking due to perspective, then the top of pole 2 would be on the line of sight between poles 1 and 3.
No, because you're not angling it horizontally. You're angling it downwards because of perspective.
But again, if perspective is the reason why you're angling it downward, then the top of pole 2 would intersect that line of sight.
That's what's happening. You described
No,
that to us earlier.
the top of pole 2 is above the line of sight by
Yeah, it's intersecting the line.
0.0217 degrees.
Yeah, but
Correct.
we can
Pole B
all
will be
agree
sticking up
that
higher.
flat Earth is low
Okay, we have a
IQ
specious
type
claim from
mentality.
125 years ago. Do you have anything like with a laser? Fist?
So yeah, I wanted to answer your question. So this experiment was actually replicated
It's not an
by
experiment,
students.
it's an observation, but okay, so can you post a laser test doing this?
Okay, again, this
I don't want to hear about it. I
observation.
just want you to post it.
So this observation was actually replicated by elementary students in India
Okay,
up
I've
until
heard this claim. I've heard this
the
claim from
1960s.
Nuck and Futz 100
Sorry.
times, but I don't really care about your claim about elementary school students doing it. I want to see the laser test that replicates this. So go ahead and
So
post that in the side chat.
again, I will finish.
No, you won't finish
Until
because making claims is not providing evidence. There's a difference there.
I'm
So
telling
if
you
you're
what
going to provide
happened.
evidence, no, I don't want to hear your claim. I want to see the evidence.
This stopped being replicated in the 1960s when we went to the moon and started taking
Okay, that's
photographs
a claim.
of
That's
the
a
Earth.
claim. So again, we're doing laser tests in 2026 that show that the Earth is not curving at 8 inches per mile squared.
Nobody
So
cares about proving that the Earth is round in
well, you do.
2026
You're here.
because
You're here.
everybody knows
You
it.
care. You care. You're here. You
Yeah, and I'm
wrote all
citing
this out, so
experiments
you
that were
obviously
done over
care.
100 years ago because
Okay,
that's
so
when we
cool. So
proved it.
all right, so you don't have any evidence. I got it.
Not to
I've got it.
not to interrupt, but I want to
You
know
are gonna
like how.
interrupt.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
But I got a really genuine question. Okay, how would earthquakes work if the Earth was flat? Like,
This
I'm
is
still
earthquakes.
confused.
Oh, this is totally off topic.
How is that off topic?
Earthquakes?
Like,
We're not talking about earthquakes. We're talking a measurement of the surface. What do earthquakes have to do with this?
in order for earthquakes to work, like the Earth has to have a
No, you're
core.
making claims about what's happening. We don't have to prove how earthquakes occur in order to measure the surface of the Earth.
Well, you have to kind of explain
No, I don't
how
have
Earth.
to. No, I don't
But
have to. If I
but you
measure
have
the Earth
to
is flat and
explain.
we have Earth. No,
You
this is
have to
illogical.
explain how.
Okay,
How is that
listen. Okay.
illogical?
Oh my gosh, you're not. Okay, anyway, we don't have to explain how earthquakes occur when we're measuring the surface of the Earth is flat. This is stupid.
Wait a minute, you don't have to explain it? You just said you needed
No, I
to
don't have to
explain
explain
everything
why
right now.
earthquakes. No, of course I don't have to explain why earthquakes occur. We're not 24/7. Why do earthquakes occur?
Wait a
It's
minute, where is your
24/7 flat
laser
Earth. We
experiment that
measure the
proves
surface of the
earthquakes
Earth is
occur?
flat. We measure the surface of the Earth is flat. And, you make claims from 125 years ago that we can't verify. So, cool.
Wait, where is your laser experiment that earthquakes happen?
Okay, what? My laser
Yeah.
experiment that earthquakes happen?
Yeah, you need a laser experiment to prove that earthquakes happen.
Are you okay?
I'm just
You
replicating
realize a
what you
laser test
demanded of
is not
me.
an experiment, and those two things are not related. And I know you think like you sound clever, but you don't.
Well, you're over here demanding that I provide you a laser test that shows
Well,
that the
no,
Earth
your
is
only claim
flat.
is something we can't
Right?
validate, right? And you don't even understand that on a sphere, you're always at the top of the sphere, right?
We
You've
absolutely
drawn this
can
picture.
validate it. What are you talking
No,
about?
no, you can't. You made a claim that you can't validate. You have
You
a
can go
claim
to
as
the Bedford
that
River
somebody
and replicate this
125 years.
experiment whenever you want.
Okay, it's not an experiment. I hope you learn that because you keep saying it and it just makes you sound ignorant. It's not an experiment, it's an observation.
No,
Okay?
it was actually an
So,
experiment.
no, it's not. You don't know what an experiment is. You don't know what an
Yeah,
experiment
you have
is.
an independent variable
An
and
experiment
a
is a
dependent variable,
scientific
don't you?
experiment is to determine cause and effect relationships. This is a measurement or an observation.
Hey, Fences, don't distract the driver. The guy's on the road.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah, dude,
Oh my
focus on the
gosh, he
road,
just
man.
keeps saying it is an experiment. Yeah, I mean,
Like, come on,
this
man.
is
You're
stupid.
gonna hurt somebody.
This is just stupid. It's hard to talk to people who refer to something we can't validate from 125 years ago and think that that's sufficient.
Yeah, Fist, let us know when you get to your destination and you post your material. Until then,
Yeah, I
drive safe.
agree. I want to see the data. I mean, we've got one grainy photo and a claim.
Hey, 20 cups. You don't have a dick? What happened? Anyways.
What's going on, guys?
What's going
Sounds
on?
lively. How you doing, Neil?
You're browning, you're reclusing, what's going on?
I'm trying to do a little bit of both, if I'm honest.
Sick, dude. That's what's up.
I appreciate it. Oh, yeah.
So, do you think that you're a glober, right? So, do you think that flat Earth is completely out of the question, or do you think there's a possibility?
Yeah, it's gonna be completely out of the question, essentially.
Okay, I got you. So you're just
I mean,
super dug into because we have a lot of counterclaims, right? But then you're just okay, refraction, and you're like this and that. I got it. You get the handbook.
Any sensible individual, with the compilation of evidences would deduce the Earth as a globe.
I mean, yeah, definitely sounding like someone like you. That's great. Yeah.
Ideally, yeah.
I mean,
what?
You sound like
But
you
you
live in
believe the
your
Earth
basement,
is flat, So I mean that speaks loudly of you,
Well, Neil,
That's
do
very
you believe
primitive to
I
think
could have
that.
I could have sworn that you were a Globey before, but I could be wrong.
No, I think it's someone else.
Maybe I'm wrong. So what convinced you that the evidences are in fact wrong?
Oh, just the ball, your globe Earth, right? It's just based off an assumption, and none of these assumptions like are actually like validated in reality.
How so?
Well, there's a lot of
Measurements
assumptions.
to the core.
Well, no one does
That's
it.
all you're
It's that
going
one.
based off of?
You just said why. I just listed one.
Yeah, that's only one reason. That doesn't really suffice or like answer the question.
Well, no, we don't need. I don't. Why would I like rapid fire 1,000 things? Like, why don't we just stick
But
to one thing, right?
I mean, I'm giving you like a 2-minute time
Yeah, like
frame to
it's
tell
not.
me
It
your
wouldn't. It
reasons.
wouldn't be like fruitful of
That's
me
how
to just
debates
like
work.
rapid fire a bunch of them. So I just listed one, and let's go over that one now. Let's like explore the
Okay, go
idea
over
of
it.
why
Expound.
Neil, why this individual would be like, wow, the core, like that's retarded. Like the globe's stupid. Like it's all an assumption. So try and validate the core. Go.
Well, the gravitational effect of Earth, first and foremost, right, dictates that, or rather, leads us to believe that the Earth has a certain mass, right? And given that our crust is made up of certain material, that would not account for the amount of mass that we calculate Earth to have. That would lead us to believe that the inside of Earth, the core of Earth, is much more massive than the crust.
I mean,
So
that's
I agree
all
there's
a great story, but like, let's just stick to like me and you, right?
Sure.
We're just in this world, right? I'm just like, hey, bro, like this core, like it seems like an idea, right? But we can't touch it, right? We can't feel it. We can't, do any of that like physical, actual experimentation on it. We can just make assumptions and have ideas and then base those assumptions and ideas and be like, that makes sense in my model because it makes sense. And you're like, okay, let's go.
Well, so the model of Earth, right, is just the model, the globe Earth model is just a collection of facts, right, that are explained by, a heliocentric, spherical-ish Earth, right? So there's just
Yeah, it's
a
a
flat Earth.
model. It's an assumption.
Well, no, it's the collection of facts lead us to believe that the model is accurate, right? So, like for flat Earth, for example, right, there is no flat Earth model because
No.
all of the facts compiled together make the flat Earth untenable.
Well,
So
we think differently than you, right?
I agree that you think differently.
Yeah, like our like mindset in like actual logically thinking things through, it's different than your guys' approach.
I agree
When we're
it's different,
talking
but I
about like
think it's
reality
incorrect.
versus reality. Yeah.
I think it's incorrect, but you're if again, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I would be very confident that your evidence for the flat Earth is simply refutation of the globe Earth model and the facts in
Neil,
thereof.
he said that it's a collection of facts that validate his model. Why don't you ask him to post some of his facts?
Yeah, totally. I mean, I'm kind of getting like into like the hows and whys of why we think differently as like not even about these facts, like we just see things differently. We take a different approach to
Yeah, we take
how
an
we think.
empirical,
Yeah.
repeatable
Yeah,
approach.
and then they take like like you said, like these
Yeah.
facts with quotation marks around them, which makes sense within the model, and all these facts together combine and make super, ball, right? And then
But they're
anything
not
else,
facts. Let's just
they make
yeah,
let's be sure
they're
and clarify that they're not facts,
but
Yeah,
in
right?
it's
their
just like
mind, it has to
it's
be.
just like if the Earth was flat, the sun would destroy the Earth.
Okay, why?
Yeah.
Why?
Why? Because the sun would
Yeah,
be way
why?
too big
Well,
for a
how big
flat
is the sun?
surface. If there's no
How big's the sun?
orientation
How big is the sun?
the sun is it's sphere it's a fucking circle.
It's a circle. Yes, we all see it in the sky. It appears to be a
Yeah, it's
circle.
spherical.
Okay, the sun. When I look up in the sky, the sun appears to be smaller than the Earth. Why would it burn? If the Earth
It's
measures
actually
flat, and
bigger.
we look, okay, wait, hold on. I'm gonna get there. So we measure the Earth is flat. We look up in the sky. We see the sun. It's a circle. We're
Yes.
obviously not burning up. Your claim is something different.
It's
So
because we
can you
orbit.
validate your claim? So validate your claim.
We orbit, right?
No, no,
Because we
no.
have a
That's another
magnetic
claim.
field. We
That's
have
another claim.
gravity.
Do you have any evidence for your claim? That's another claim. You said the sun is so big we would burn up if the earth was flat. So I'm asking for evidence for
Yes,
you to
because we would be smaller in size if we were flat. Because there'd
Okay,
be
that
no
doesn't
mass, there'd be no density.
okay, that's just another claim. Start with the sun, which was your initial claim. Now tell me how you know what the sun is and where the sun is and how large the sun is.
Well, due to how big the sun
No,
is,
no, how big is the sun? How do you prove this? You just keep
how
saying
big
the
is
same
the
thing over and
sun?
over again. I need evidence for your claim. How big is the sun and how do you know?
You're just basically arguing another point
You're
that, like,
right.
you don't
No,
even know.
you're the one who said the sun is so big we would burn up if the earth was flat. I'm asking you how big the
Yeah,
sun
but
is
that's
and how you
evident.
validated that.
That's
Are you
evident
going
when
to
you see
validate
the
your
sun
claim?
in comparison to the
Are you
moon.
going to Okay, are you going to validate your claim or are you just going to keep moving the goalposts?
Like Brown Recluse, are you gonna back this guy up on that claim? Because that's pretty. pretty dumb.
Maybe if
No,
I
he
if I
sounds high. We don't need to drag him in. He's an idiot.
She is right, but I don't think that that's.
Okay. Anyway, yeah, Neil. I mean, that guy's a liar. So anyway,
yeah, I think
so
I think
Miki, go ahead and provide your evidence for the
I don't
sun
judge
being
people.
whatever size you claim.
Yeah, the sun is like a million times bigger than Earth by
Okay,
volume.
prove your. Okay, listen. I understand the claim. I'm not unclear on your claim. I'm asking for evidence to validate your claim.
Like, what? You don't believe NASA?
Okay.
Come
Do
on,
you
bro.
what okay, what is your evidence to validate your claim?
The sun is it's created by energy, right? It's
Okay.
formed by energy and stars and gas,
Okay, can you prove
right?
this? Provide your evidence to support that claim now. If you want to keep changing the goalposts and making new claims, I'm going to keep asking you to provide evidence for those new claims. So you can start with the size of the sun and show me how we know that. Or you can just keep heaping on other things you can't prove. You know, it's up to you, but either way, it's obvious you don't know what you're talking about.
But like you're debunking geometry and mathematics and satellite
Geometry and
measurements.
mathematics don't tell me how big the sun is, what the sun is, or
Yeah,
where the sun is.
but data
Try again. Okay,
from
what data? What
satellite
data?
measurements.
Okay. Provide your evidence of the sun's size, distance, and composition. Just put it in the side chat. I want to see this.
Yeah, it's been perfected by modern agencies like
Okay,
NASA.
okay,
there's
you're making more claims. Do you have any evidence? Show us the evidence of these claims.
Like with modern data,
Show us how do we know any of these things
probes,
are true?
probes
Probes into the sun. That's your claim.
around the sun, yeah.
Okay, post your evidence that there are probes in a space vacuum
And
around
they
the sun.
use
Okay.
radar and laser beams to measure
Okay.
it.
Okay, cool. Post that in the side chat. Let's see it.
Okay.
I want to
Um,
see the evidence that the sun is the size, distance, and composition that you're claiming, which was obviously told to us before quote unquote probes in space, right?
there you go.
Okay, so this is a claim now. The sun's distance, size, and composition was told to us before any claims about probes in a space vacuum. So, how was it obtained? And we can't validate this, you understand? Like if someone says they sent a probe into outer space, there's no way for us to validate that. So I'm asking, what is the evidence, right?
I mean, there's the evidence right here.
That's
It's
not evidence, that's a claim.
it's the
How do we validate
it's the
how do we
Parker
validate
Solar Probe.
let me
The target
again.
was the
How do
sun.
we validate that the sun is 93 million miles away and a gas ball in a space vacuum? How do we validate that?
Well, it literally just hurtled around the sun like for 430,000 miles
Okay,
per
so how do
hour.
we validate that?
It's by its own investigations and data.
How do we validate this information?
It's a good question.
Because what we observe is that the sun appears smaller than the earth. We also observe that the earth measures flat and we're not burning up. So, therefore, the claim that if the earth was flat, the sun would destroy us all is not true because we measure it flat and we are all living here on the earth, right?
But why do you believe the Earth is flat?
I
Why?
don't believe it. I know it because it measures flat.
Yeah, but what's your evidence?
We use laser tests, long distance observations, etc., that show that there's no drop over distance in accordance with the globe geometry that should exist.
But
And
does it correlate with
no one has ever
astroscience and
presented.
astrophysics?
Okay, we don't need. Okay, science is irrelevant to a measurement. We're not using cause and effect. We're not testing cause and effect relationships of naturally observed phenomena, right? We're just taking a measurement.
Okay.
So we're told the Earth is a certain size. Nobody seems to know how that size was determined. And then we go out and we test for the Earth to be that size with looking for drop over distance in accordance with that. And when we shoot a laser over the surface of water, we see no drop over distance. Whether it's 5 miles, 10 miles, 25 miles, whatever. There's no deviation. So what now?
Well, I mean, dude, like, I don't really see this debate going anywhere. Like, your mind's already set. I don't think there's any way to
Actually,
change
I've
it.
shown that I can be flexible and I can change my mind because I used to believe that the Earth was a globe and believed in the whole heliocentric paradigm, right? So I've shown that I can actually change my mind, right? And what I did in order to change my mind is I looked for evidence to support the things that I was told were true.
Like what, for
So,
prime example?
well, what do you mean? Well, I'm talking about how do we know the Earth is curving? How do we know the sun is what we're told it is? How was that distance and size and composition determined?
Did you go
Do
to
you know what the
school
cosmic
for like?
distance ladder is? Do you know what the cosmic distance ladder is, right?
No, go
Okay.
ahead.
Okay, well, do you wanna know how this okay, well, first of all, the size of the sun, that number has changed. People keep changing it, right?
Okay.
And yeah, the size of the sun was initially determined based upon the transit of Venus. The only problem is for the transit of Venus, Venus was assumed to be the same size as Earth. We again don't know what size or distance Venus is, so that's an assumption. If they say it's the same size as Earth, well, then how do we know what size Earth is? So then we say, okay, well, someone had to measure it. Okay, well, where's the measurement? Oh, no one has any measurements. And in fact, when we do measure it, it measures flat. So
You're
what now?
reading off a script, you dumb fucking idiot.
No, I'm not.
Yeah,
Just
you are,
because you're dumb.
retard.
Okay, well, just because you're stupid doesn't mean everyone else is.
Yeah, you're projecting now because I just skull fucked you.
Okay. All right.
I don't think anybody uses scripts in here. If you do, it's mostly the people that search things online who are unaware of what they truly think they believe in, and then they start reading out the answers that they get.
I mean, I talk about this all. I mean, I've been researching this for many years. I don't need to read off AI. But
Yeah,
you know,
AI
that's just a
overview
good
is not
example.
really
It's
going
just
to
a
be
good
your best
example.
friend.
That's just a good example of what we're dealing with here. People are so inculcated into this belief that they cannot handle having it challenged. Right? They get super emotional, like that loser. Right? This should just be a conversation about measurements, but people get really, really upset. Right? Especially dumb people who come in here thinking that they finally found a group of people who are stupider than them, and then they come in and they find out that's not true. They get really upset.
Well, it's also it's the Dunning-Kruger effect, right? Like you can't really underestimate people.
you're destroying someone's worldview if they actually want to listen and are willing to look into it. So some people are challenged by that.
Yeah, I
And
kind
they'll
of came in
take
here
it.
kind of arrogant, like I'll admit that. Because I would say like I'm a novice when it comes to astronomy. I don't know everything. I never proclaimed to know everything. Just basic stuff that I've learned in school.
Yeah, I mean, we don't expect you to. We didn't when we started this journey, right?
Because it piqued my interest in school, so I paid attention to like the things that I found interesting. Um, but yeah, I don't
Yeah, I
really have
mean,
the
there's no
answers for
shame in
everything in
not
this
knowing this.
topic. But, I mean, I believe that it's wrong. To each his own. Like you can believe it's flat. Like
Well,
I can't really debate you on it. Like I gave you everything that I had.
well, it's not a belief. It's just based on a measurement. I don't have to believe. See, I had to believe that the Earth was a sphere floating in a space vacuum, and we've got a pressurized atmosphere adjacent to this vacuum without any barrier. Like those are things you have to believe because there's no evidence to support those claims, right? But I can just measure the Earth and know that it's not the sphere that we're told it is, right? So, it's just up to you whether you really wanna
So
dig into
so
this and find
here's
out
my
something or if
question.
you just wanna continue to believe, right? Sounds like you're backpedaling and saying like, "Oh, I'm not interested, you have your beliefs and I have mine and whatever," and that's fine, but
Well, I'm not
some
denouncing my
people
own
come in here and
intelligence
wanna
either. I'm
know.
just telling you a fact, right? Like I don't know everything. I never claimed to know
Oh, of
everything.
course, don't expect you to, but are you interested in finding out? Like, if you could find this out for certain, are you interested in finding out?
Well, yeah, I'm optimistic. I'm open to like certain debates and conversations and learning things. Absolutely.
Okay. Well, what if, we don't have to believe me, you could go out and find this out for yourself.
How would I? That's the
Well, let's
question.
see. Do you
Where do
live
I start?
near any large bodies of water?
Yes.
Okay, cool. So, if you just Google Earth curvature calculator, like Omni Calculator has one that I like, um, and you have a body of water, you know how large it is, right? You can you can do either a long distance observation or you can get a friend to stand at the other end of the body of water. And if they have like a large mirror, like let's say 10 miles or so, if they had a large mirror like a door mirror, they could use it to reflect the sunlight back to you. And if you can see them, you know the earth isn't curving at the rate we're told. Because over a 10-mile distance, there should be like, well, I mean, if you type it in the Earth curvature calculator, right, that you'll have an observation height, etc. But, almost a 6-story building worth of Earth curvature to block that person. So if you can see the light reflecting off the mirror, then something isn't, it's, the Earth is not curving at the rate we're told.
If you ignore refraction, yeah.
Miki, I bet quite a lot of money that the person who's claiming refraction doesn't know anything about it, but, you know.
Probably
So what's
better.
he climbing? Earth curvature is refraction.
Yeah, it's so Miki, just quickly to tell you, the globe claim is that light so even though the claim isn't that we're not taking all these long distance observations that show that the earth is flat. The claim is that light always perfectly bends in accordance with the curvature of the earth, no matter where we take the measurement, no matter what the conditions are, no matter if it's just using optics, if it's using lasers, if it's using infrared, that light is always curving perfectly to make the earth appear flat. And their claim is
Right.
that the light is curving downward in accordance with the earth in every circumstance to always make the earth appear
So you
flat.
guys
Now,
accept that as a fact.
no, we don't because there's no evidence to show that light refracts downward in atmospheric conditions. And plus, the claim that it's always perfectly bending with the surface of the earth is just ridiculous for anyone who, with half a brain
Okay. All
because
right.
conditions are always different. But no one has ever been able to show any evidence of lasers refracting downward, in accordance with the earth curvature. And in fact, we have side views of the laser tests we do that show there is no refraction, that the laser is straight.
So hypothetically, right, like if the world is flat and you guys are right, does that mean other planets but then other galaxies are flat also.
Well, what's a planet? I mean, we're not fitting a flat Earth into the heliocentric model, right?
Well, that's why I asked the question.
I mean, we
I don't
see
know what
the
you guys think.
planets are lights in the sky, right? Planets are wandering stars, right? That's what
Yes, essentially,
means,
yes.
right? Yeah. So how would I prove what the planets are, where the planets are, what they're made out of?
Okay, is this like a good time for me to talk now? Because like everybody's quiet.
Are you going to talk about
Oh,
earthquakes again, or no? Because if you're going to talk
yeah,
about
I
earthquakes,
am because you
it's really
have
not.
to.
No, sorry, Ebo, that's just not
I was
logical.
talking and
Okay, we're not going to discuss earthquakes again. So who was it was claiming refraction? Was that you, Lone Star, that was piping up? 'Cause you're not
I've
muted
not
right
said
now.
a thing this whole time.
Okay,
I've
I
not
don't know
said
who
a
it was.
this
Oh, sorry. You're right. I should recognize your accent. Okay. So who was it that was claiming refraction? Does anyone know?
I wasn't claiming refraction. I was just saying if you ignore, like if you only take a geometric model, then
Geometric model. Why do we need a model for a laser test?
you need a model to know the
Hang
hidden
on a
height.
minute.
No.
The hidden
Okay,
Why
go
would
ahead,
I need
Matrix.
to measure? Hey, Fences, why would we
Yeah,
need to measure a model when we'd be going outside measuring reality?
because that way they can avoid reality.
All
That's the
right,
only
Well, you're
reason.
Tristan, why are you measuring a model?
no, you're not measuring a model. You're measuring reality to disprove the model, right?
Okay, so how about you tell us on your model where refraction is, so we can allow that in reality also?
Well, if your model is purely geometrical, it's not. There is no refraction,
Then we
and
don't have
that's
to
all.
worry about it. Most excellent. Thank you.
Yeah, that's all I was pointing out is that if you only model the geometry of the Earth, that does not take refraction into account.
Well, once again, you still have the same issues with refraction that I already outlined. So you're making a specious claim that you can't validate.
I'll make a claim.
Are you prepared to back it up with evidence?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, it's you.
That's the Alaska guy. Yeah,
Well,
I
yeah.
am ready.
he's
All
in
right,
Alaska.
awesome.
My claim is that the Earth is flat.
And you got the pictures to prove it.
Yeah. Who are we talking to? Who's this guy that came in that's being somewhat open-minded?
Me?
Miki.
Oh, Mickey. Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
So I'm gonna post some photos in the side chat. But then
Okay.
I think you should learn something about what all of us were taught growing up, right? Which is in the globe model. So
Yes.
first, there's the chart for you.
Okay.
Look over the chart. Let me know if you understand it or not.
This radius, curvature of the ball.
You know, you could double check if you want to make sure that the
Yeah,
information in that graph adds up. But
yeah. And I know the Merriam-Webster. Okay. And it's three-dimensional shapes.
okay, so
I'm still reading. Hold on.
okay.
Okay, so that's the mile radius,
Yep.
distance in miles.
This is information that I just think you should know because it's what you believe in, right?
Yeah, yeah. There's the drop miles, drop feet, drop inches. There's the trig formula,
And that would be
and
geometric,
then there's
not
the
in,
Excel formula.
and you also believe in refraction, right?
Yeah, I mean, well, it's taught to.
Okay, so there's a refractive index that you could measure based off of water temperature, air temperature, humidity, and air pressure. And
Yeah.
given those measurements, you can calculate the expected refractive index in an area. For example, a very high, almost never tested refractive index would be like 0.4. 1 is the highest, like you can think of 1 as 100%, and then it's a K value. So that's what it's known as. The K value would be the refractive index value of how high or low the refraction would be in a certain area.
Interesting.
Yeah, and in the globe model, when K equals 1, the Earth looks flat.
Yeah.
So if K equals 0, there's no refraction at all.
And if K equals 1,
Of course, this is
then
all reverse
there is.
engineered.
So the refractive index is not in this graph. Given the graph, at what distance should I not be able to see a object that is 20,000 feet tall?
Sure, you should. I've seen the space station fly over before.
No,
And
hold on. I want to know. I want to know, given the graph, if I'm looking in the direction of an object that is 20,000 feet tall, at what distance in miles would I not be able to see the peak anymore?
Is this a flat Earth discussion? It depends on your elevation, where your point of view is. If you're on
This is a
flat
flat Earth
surface.
discussion.
Okay, so do you have a calculator pulled up? A flat Earth calculator?
Well,
Or
yeah,
sorry,
it's like
Earth
2 point
curvature
something
calculator?
feet per. Yeah, I know. It's the.
But
I
do you
used
have
to
the
know
calculator pulled? Just go on Google or whatever you use and type in.
a dude and his buddy got the Marbotham experiment or whatever, something like that.
Type in Earth curvature calculator with refractive index.
Okay, they got in a canal, and his buddy like went down the canal, and he could still see him after it should have dropped off. But it was, look,
Oh yeah, but how many miles was that?
it's a Robotham experiment, I think, something like that.
I'm talking about an
It's like
object that's 20,000
it could
feet
fall
tall.
off
I'm
according to
talking
the
about a guy
diameter.
in a
They're off on the diameter of the planet, evidently. Yeah, it doesn't work. You're right. The math doesn't work out.
Yeah, they're a long way off. They claim curvature. We're showing flat.
The Robotham experiment. You don't even know what you're talking about, and I gave you the experiment. But go ahead.
How about you just repeat your script again? It's the Robotham experiment. It's not an experiment.
Now, here's the thing. I'm not trying to talk about short distances like 20 miles, 50 miles, and objects that are small, like the size of a boat. I'm talking about objects that are 20,000 feet tall. How far in miles?
Well, it's elevation, dude. Of course, it's going to be
Okay,
elevated above
let's assume. Okay,
sight
so
because it's
okay,
not
here
on
you
the
go. Here,
ground or on
I'll give you the
level.
numbers. I'll give you the numbers. From the
Oh my
eyesight,
God.
looking at the
You
object,
understand
is
physics,
12
bro?
feet
The
high.
higher you are, that's why they put like century tires. You got a higher elevation. You
That's
got a
not
larger
physics. That's
view.
just a measurement and an angle. That's not physics.
Well, yeah, it is. It's your observation
Physics are
point. If you're looking if it's fucking flat or not,
observation points are
is on
not
a high or
physics.
low.
Do
You
you know
want
what
to
a
be
You just
flat.
have
physics
a
is?
false
This is just an
understanding.
angle and a measurement. It's not it's not physics.
I agree with
Well,
Vincent.
angles
Perspective is
and
not
that
physics.
doesn't go into physics.
Come on,
It's
dude.
geometry. I'm
Seriously? All right. Hey, Dossman, how did you validate the refractive claims you're making?
The refractive claims were simply taken by like weather stations, so the information you can get off of weather
What?
apps.
So not
Oh, and
taken.
also
You
not
didn't
just
take.
weather
So there
apps.
were
Sorry.
no measurements taken. There were no temperature readings of the water or the air, or you just took
There
weather
were
station
there
readings and then you determined a refractive index value based on that.
exactly. Yep.
Can you post that data in the side chat? I'd like to see it.
Yes.
Okay,
Vince
well,
is
you also are aware that lasers that light doesn't refract down in
Yes,
atmospheric
I am
conditions.
aware. I'm aware. I'm using it against the claim because we don't actually
Yeah,
experience refraction. So
yeah,
if
but you're
you look
making a
at my
claim about how
measurement,
much refraction could be occurring,
yeah,
but you're not providing the evidence that
it's a
that's what's
false. It's a
happening.
false claim. So because
Hang
okay,
on.
Okay,
here I'll
but
go
you
ahead
couldn't
and
determine a
put it in
refractive
the side
index just
chat
based on weather station data. That's my point.
off of the
Hang on,
four
Dustin, what are
criteria
you
that I
talking?
gave. That's how you,
No,
according
that's not
to
how you
science,
determine a refractive
that
index. No,
also
not from weather station data. That wouldn't be sufficient. No.
Hang on,
why not?
Dustin.
he's not
I
making
didn't.
a refraction claim. He's just saying we see too far.
No,
Dossman is
that's
Hang on,
yeah, he did. He
hang
said
on
there
a
was a
second.
refractive index. He said the refractive
I think
index of
you're
0.33.
misunderstanding.
Tristan, I
I
don't need you to white knight him.
yeah, I
So
I
think
Okay,
you're
will I will
just
though.
misunderstanding.
Tristan, hold up.
He's
So Dossman, can you just provide the data because
Okay, yes, I
weather
can
station
provide the data.
information is not going to provide a refractive index.
No, it doesn't tell you an exact refractive
So you
index.
should stop claiming that.
It gives you
Oh, hey,
the
It
hey,
information
Doss,
doesn't
that
give
hold
you
you
on.
need.
anything. It doesn't
I
really
want
give you anything at all.
I
Doss,
mean, it gives
let's
you
clarify
more
something.
information than just like not asking
Let's
any
clarify.
questions about refractive index, right? Like most of the
Hang on,
tests.
hang on a second. Moses, 1 second. Doss, man, I thought you were talking about the way that they calculate refraction before. I
Yes,
didn't
I
hear.
am. That's what I'm saying. I'm using
Yeah,
their own
yeah,
math
yeah, yeah.
against them, the same way that I posted the chart in the chat of the globe. I'm a
Even
flat
still,
earther. I
people
don't
aren't
believe in
calculating refractive indices from weather station data
that
when
is
we're
Yeah,
not
in
a
the
taking.
start
refractive
part.
index. That is
Yeah,
how the estimated. That here's the thing. It's not an exact number. It's an estimated amount of refraction because it doesn't actually exist. That's what I'm getting at. So even using their refractive index at distances that we see things, we still that we shouldn't be able to see, including maximum. You can't go over maximum refraction. Once you're at 100%, you're at 100%. Yet we still see objects clearly with a flat horizon, including their mathematics that claim refractive index.
to be fair, that's not true.
Yeah.
That is
Well, here's one thing to know, right? So, Doss, I'm familiar with the modeling that you're talking about, right? I think it was Walter Bislin who either I don't think he coined it necessarily, but his calculator uses that type of modeling, right? Where -1 is basically kind of like, or as the number approaches -1, it's constricting the radius. Whereas if it approaches 1, it's basically approaching an infinite radius, right? I.e., a flat plane. That's one way that they model it, right? But there are others, and I think DJ's come in here before, citing values that allegedly were taken that they get anywhere between -4 and +16, right? K values, but they're not compatible necessarily, right? You can't have -4 or +16 fit into a model that's bounded by -1 and 1, right? So there's a different way. There are different ways of calculating it, you know. So I'm familiar with what you're talking about, but you're right. Like, this is just theoretical, right? It begs the question that we're on a ball in the first place. If you look at the
this.
math, they
Yeah,
inherently
that
assume
graph
that the
is
ball is right.
theoretical. Refraction is theoretical, and there's
Well,
no
the
math
way that
that
they're modeling it is,
If
right?
I just have a question, If refraction is theoretical, why does it matter what time of day laser test are performed? Like, why does it
It's
change
not that.
throughout the day?
No, dude. It's not that. No, hang on, Moses. It's not that the phenomena itself is theoretical, right? The way it's modeled is theoretical, right? It's
Okay, I
theorized,
understand the distinction. I understand the distinction. Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Yeah, yeah. It's theorized that the light is curving at a certain rate that basically, forms an arc of a circle, right? And then they take that, radius of a circle or whatever theoretical circle. They compare that to the theoretical radius of the ball that they're on. They do a ratio or some shit, and then they get a number, right? This is
exactly.
all just theoretical.
And according to that number, and given a distance with drop over distance and true distance of line of sight, that number only accounts for so much, even as you get higher and higher. Like, for example, if you were at 1,000 feet elevation, look, I was doing like using some calculators to do math to see, okay, I'm seeing this. According to science, it should be hidden by this much curvature, including the refractive index. So what if I just max out the refractive index? Then would I be able to see it? No, I still can't see it. Okay, I'm going to turn the refractive index back down to where it was, and I'm just going to start increasing my elevation. At what elevation do I have to be to see the point of this object, let alone the entirety of it that I am currently experiencing? And it would be right around like 1,014 feet or 1,000 something feet. I would be able to see the top like 600 feet of a 20,000 foot tall object, given scientific calculations according to globe Earth perspective. So I simply don't believe in any of those things. I experience refraction in a form that I would like say would be a mirage, and it highly increases exponentially as you get closer and closer to the ground, but only from a short distance. Like, for example, 1 foot, 2 feet, 3 feet. You know, there was a camera test done where some guy set up a camera like 1 foot above the water, like pretty much at the water, and zoomed in. And he was like, "Oh, look, as you can see, we can't see this boat." But no shit, you can't see a boat when the waves are 3 feet high and your camera is only 1 foot off of the ground. You're gonna get blurred out. You're not gonna be able to see. The horizon's gonna be a false horizon because you're looking at a slightly upward point of view because you have blockage. You have line of sight blockage. It has nothing to do with refraction. The mirage happens because there's a major temperature difference between two objects, the same way that you see heat waves coming off of like a hot car, or when you're driving down a long road, which would be known as, that would be negative refraction because it would be making it appear that objects are lower than what they actually are, not higher.
All right, let's get the wench off mute. Go ahead, Fatty.
Hello. I have a question for the flat earthers. What would you accept for evidence of a globe? Nobody?
Dude, the Earth's not flat and it's not fucking round. It's like a chewed up piece of.
You have
So,
evidence that the
so
Earth is round?
yeah, I would take. Is it Skeptic Guy who asked what we
Yeah.
would take for it? Okay, yeah, I would. Well, first of all, I would need to see drop over distance in accordance with globe geometry.
Taken
Because
into
so far, all the laser tests we have taken, all the long distance observations, all the infrared observations show that it isn't a ball.
take into account the refraction, right?
Tell me about we just went over this. Okay, tell me about refraction and what. So, is your claim that
First
the
diffraction will
refracted?
blow
No,
my brains
no,
out.
We
not
just
this.
went over
And
this. Yeah, we just went over this. Tell me what refraction is doing and why we should account for it and how.
Okay, well, there's apparent refraction. That's a real thing in reality.
Okay,
That's,
that's not what I asked you. I didn't ask you if refraction is a real thing.
I mean, is it a real thing?
Well, what do you mean? What's happening here? What kind of refraction?
I would say it's a real thing, and that affects the measurements.
Nobody said anything about refraction not being a real thing. I'm asking you what your claim is about refraction in relation to these long distance observations and laser tests that we take.
If you're talking about measurements of a curvature, you have to take into account refraction.
Okay, what kind of refraction do we need to take into account and how do we do that?
I'm not an expert on refraction.
So you're just well, so then why are you bringing it up if you don't know why or how it should
I
affect
then
it,
brought up
right?
the only thing I asked is, what do you accept as evidence? That's all I ask.
No, and I explained to you what I would accept as evidence, and then you brought up refraction, and I asked you what refraction would do here, and you don't know.
I did because we're talking
You don't
about
know what
measurements.
refraction would do,
Fucking
and you don't.
dog.
So it's just a buzzword for you guys. I get it. That's fine.
You don't want to have
But
a
it's not very
conversation.
convincing. It's not very convincing
I'm
when
not
you
going to play this
claim.
game with you guys.
Okay, well, if you have evidence that refraction is making the Earth appear flat in every single observation we take everywhere, I want to see that.
Do you want to see it, or do you just want to deny
Yeah,
it?
I want to see the evidence that light, lasers refract downward in atmospheric conditions, and that every single observation we take, the refractive index is such that it always appears flat.
The refraction index. You haven't even done any applied mathematics.
Okay, here, let's
Or
do
anything
some
like that.
math.
He's just, yeah, you're just gonna keep, yeah, well, this is not very convincing, skeptic guy. You're not much of a skeptic, are you? Go ahead and post the experiment that shows that light refracts downward in atmospheric conditions. Let's do lasers because we have a lot of laser tests. So show me a laser refracting downward in atmospheric conditions, and then we can talk.
I guess you did some researching.
Anybody want to talk about how flat the Earth is? Because perception is so small that you can't perceive it. It's like an ant looking at a fucking basketball. It looks flat to you if you crawl around the edge of it. But okay, carry on, my wayward sons.
Ant
Shelby,
Earth.
you are done. Lay your physics heads to rest. And don't you cry no more. Woo!
Basketball Earth.
As long as it looks flat to you and you believe it, dude, who gives a fuck? It doesn't. There's a lot more shit to worry about than how flat the Earth is, but it's not flat. I'm just letting y'all know. Have you ever walked up through the mountains? How's it fucking flat? You ever climbed a mountain, motherfucker? You ever dove like 30 feet under the water and feel the pressure building up in your fucking ears? That's not flat, is it? When you dive under the water? Okay, it's flat. When you see water, seeks level, and it's flat, so it looks flat, right? To you. Tell me how fucking flat the Earth is, dude. I really want to know. It's fucking modeled with fucking structure, bro. It's not flat at all.
It is modeled with structure. Care to elaborate on that?
Yeah, there's it. Unless you live in Utah, I guess you got a lot of flat land in there. I mean, fuck, I don't know. Prairie land, yeah, it's flat.
So
As
we're
far as
obviously claiming that there's no topography anywhere, right? And the Earth is literally just
no,
flat.
there is
You think
topography.
is that what
It's
is that what we believe? Is
latitude,
that what we claim?
longitude. Yeah, there's all kinds of that. But it's elevated and depressed in certain areas, meaning it's not fucking flat. You understand that? Or do I got to break it down like for dummies,
You
like the
you're
little
you're
book?
telling me topography
Oh,
exists and asking me if I understand that. Is that correct? Is that what you said?
no, I'm saying, how can you say topography exists and the Earth is flat?
Maybe we didn't mean it was like perfectly flat. Maybe we just meant it wasn't a sphere. Maybe we just meant the surface measures to be horizontal, flat, planar.
And so it's like a cookie with a bunch of shit built on top of it, like mountains and stuff, and it just flies around. But it's all the other planets when you look at them through a telescope are obviously round in shape from our observation, but the
Okay.
third planet from the sun is different. It's flat. I get it.
What makes you think Earth is a planet?
Well, okay. Well, what is it?
No, you said you didn't understand why it wouldn't be round like all the other planets, so you must obviously assume Earth to be a planet. Why do you think that?
Oh, I don't know. Astronomy and stuff like that. I guess I've been indoctrinated by Neil deGrasse Tyson or something.
You must have been, man, because I sure don't see anything relating the lights in the sky to the ground underneath our feet.
Okay, well, walk a mile in a flat man's shoes, then.
So that'd be what's known as a categorical error, right? You're saying, well, all these lights in the sky appear to be round, so the ground underneath my
Yeah,
feet should be round.
yeah. Do you agree with the fact that ancient civilizations, especially the cavemen, use stars to navigate?
Yeah, it's good enough to do that, but they're all like coins that are always facing us the same side because they're just like Earth, right?
Yeah,
They're
yeah, but
flat,
at the same time, if they use them to navigate
always facing
and they
us though.
follow a
Sure.
certain elliptical path,
Yeah,
Doesn't that kind of mean
circular
it's a
pattern
bit
too.
round? You
Nature,
know what I mean?
and
Hmm.
density of how much mass that something has, and it attracts other objects like moons and
And
stuff.
I'm not even talking about. I'm not even
That's
talking
just
about
natural.
the mass of anything. I'm just
I'm
saying,
just trying to
if
pass
the
light
caveman,
refraction.
if the, no, no, we don't even need to get to the refraction part yet. My thing was, so how people used to use, say, these constellations as directions, and this has always been this way for voyages, for sea voyages, for long distance migration, everything,
Yeah,
right?
that was called a sextant. They tracked it with a sextant.
So how could that happen if
Sextant. You know
we're
what a
on a flat
sextant
surface?
is?
Yeah, but how does that happen if how could they be in
Because
the same
they
place
counted the arcs
again
of the
and again and
second on
again?
the fucking stars as they moved, and they could tell if they were going north or south.
Right, but how are they in the same place every year? Like if you would like if it's
They
not a
tracked
round
it,
thing, then
bro.
how do
They
they
tracked
come back to
sextant.
the same place?
I'm trying to
How
tell you.
could they be used as direction? Okay, go ahead.
Like navigation by stars, they used a sextant. A little history lesson for you
What's a
know
sextant?
flat Earth, motherfucker.
Oh, we've never heard of a sextant. Tell us all about it.
No one's telling me about no sextant, man. And that's not some regurgitated idea. This is what I just think. This is what I just thought of as soon as I joined the BC. I thought about stars. This motherfucker was talking about stars. I'm like, well, if Earth is not really a circle or a sphere or a geoid, then how do the stars in the sky come back to the same place every single night?
It's called a sextant. Just Google it, motherfucker. I'm
Yeah,
not.
What would you not
the
explain to
sextant
me?
makes the stars repeat every night, just like he said. He knows what he's talking about. You should listen to him.
I'd
I'm not
say,
trying to
why you not
fucker
trying to
insight.
explain it?
I
I'm trying
spoon
to be
feed you.
educated here real quick. So I have to Google it. Damn, no one wants to explain the sextant to an uneducated motherfucker. Like, um, I'll Google what a sextant is, bro. Don't you
Someone was
worry.
trying to educate us dumb flat earthers about the sextant, and I asked him about it, and he couldn't tell me anything.
A sexton is an official of a church or a synagogue charged with responsibility in the maintenance of buildings and grounds. What the fuck is this?
Yeah,
It's
that's what
also
makes the
a
stars
fucking
go around.
whiskey. I was like, what the fuck is this? Sextant, okay, sextant compass. I bet. Right. Sextant. This is
Right, can I
combining. Okay,
I got a question for the
let me ask this question then. Can a sextant can it be used if the Earth well, a sextant relies on the geometry of a sphere to calculate position, because a sextant measures the angle of distance between the celestial object and its horizon. Its mathematical formulas fall apart on a flat Earth model. Ooh, that's a bit dicey, guys. Wouldn't you say?
And how is this? How are these angles measured? And tell me how it couldn't be done with the surface being flat.
Right. So, changing angles. On a spherical Earth, as you travel north or south, the angle of a star, like, say, Polaris, changes at a steady rate, right? On a flat Earth, however, the distance would be proportional to the tangent of the measured angles. You get what I'm trying to say? The tangent, 90 degree, which
You're not
doesn't
trying
really
to
match.
say anything. You're reading a script from Google. Do you understand what you're reading?
But I'm trying to educate you on what I'm reading here. Because I had to Google what a sextant is, right? So whilst I was reading what a sextant is, I just asked it, does it really work on a flat Earth model? And this is what it gave me. And I already understand this because I'm a astrophysics guy myself, right? So I was just trying to educate you on this. Do you want my perspective on it? I can explain this to you in 6 different ways. I mean, I tried with 2 different ways, using refraction, using angles, using even atmospheric pressure at a point. But the answer I got was math isn't real. So
You're reading from Google and claiming that you're here to educate everybody?
no, I'm not reading from Google to educate anybody. I'm reading for Google because Google is the easiest form to educate people who are pretty much like, I don't know, say layman. Like the English that I would speak to you, you would not be able to comprehend. And it would sound like me just trying to act over smart. So why would I do that?
You don't
Google
have to
is so
worry about that.
simple. Google is so simple, right? And if you can't even understand what a simple Google script is saying, and you're so focused on having an ego battle with someone who is like 1/4 your age, how is this a like good faith discussion in the first place? Why can't we both get educated by Google? Is reading from Google such a bad thing at the end of the day? How is it any
I mean,
different from reading from a book?
everyone in this chat probably uses Google every day, so that's kind of a, you know, I wouldn't say there's anything wrong with using Google.
Precisely. That's my point.
I mean, if every single, I mean, I know that every single one of these people in this chat uses Bing, Google, something, so that's a pointless thing to say. But
That's
I
what
have
I'm
a
saying.
question for all the flat authors, okay? Explain to me why, let me just speak for a minute. Okay, we went to space. That you guys don't believe that, that's fine, cool, let me just speak. So why would every professional, every school teacher, every scientist, every person at NASA, every president, every this, every that, why would they all go along with this conspiracy that the Earth is round? And why does it matter so much? Can you answer me that? And why is there only a select few that know that the Earth is flat? Explain.
Well, you just contradicted yourself right there pretty quickly. You said that how is every person ever in on this lie? And then you said, how come only a select few know? Like, what do you mean
No,
exactly?
he said the majority of the people, majority of the educated people on Earth with more than like 6 brain cells agree to a certain thing. And there's a very few sect of people who have actually cracked the code and found out suddenly somehow that the Earth is flat. He's trying to ask that. He's trying to ask why is the vocal majority the majority of the people on Earth, and the what's it called, the non-vocal minority, or I mean, I guess in the case of this VC, the vocal minority of the Earth, suddenly cracked this conspiracy. How did you come to that conclusion? Doesn't the burden of proof lie on you if we come over here?
What conspiracy? Look, he
Oh
says,
no, so it's
why
not,
do
so it's
all the
not a conspiracy.
scientists, why do all the politicians, why do all these people say that the earth is a sphere? Maybe it's because they believe it is.
Yes, but belief
Well,
has nothing to
then
do. Belief is the presence. When you say belief, do you mean factually belief or like faith type of belief?
Well, if as far as the heliocentric model is concerned, that's all you can
Uh-huh.
do is have a belief in it. You cannot
But
show
what
any
kind of
evidence that the
belief?
surface is curved. Whatever kind of belief you
What,
have,
what
I
do you
don't
mean?
know.
I just showed you evidence, and you said just because it's from Google, it's invalid.
You showed me evidence that the surface is curved.
Yes, yes, I did. I mean, I verbally gave you evidence. Did you not understand what I said? Bro, if like basic Google English you can't comprehend, then I'm not even trying to be a like this you here, but like I don't want to speak to you in a way I would speak to a peer or a colleague of mine, because come on now, that's just bullying. But if basic Google English is something you cannot understand, then well, how do you expect us to have a normal conversation?
I
You asked me
understood
why A sextant does not work on a flat Earth model. I told you, on a spherical Earth, as you travel north to south, the angle of a star changes at a steady rate. On a
I
flat Earth, it
understood
didn't.
exactly what you said. You think
Right.
it's true. It is not.
How
That
is it
that
not? Prove that
thought,
to me.
that thought you just read from Google, not your
Uh-huh.
thought. What Google just told you is reality. Completely doesn't even consider the perspective
Uh-huh.
into the equation. Okay,
What perspective? Whose perspective into the equation?
the
You just said.
perspective. Are you
Uh-huh.
going to
Uh-huh.
let me answer your question?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
The perspective that as you move away from a light in the sky, it will appear to be lower.
Uh-huh.
That completely didn't even consider that factor. Your truth from Google that you believe to be
Right.
scripture, that you believe to
Uh-huh.
be reality, okay, it
Yeah.
is not. That is
It is
just
not.
an excuse for just some vague hint of evidence of curvature. It is not evidence of any curvature, okay?
Okay.
Flat
Then
Earth
how
isn't a
about the
belief.
horizon?
It isn't a conspiracy that we figured out. It is a
Uh-huh.
measurement that anybody can go and take for themselves.
How about you explain it to me then?
Sure. We do laser transit tests over lakes. Over 20 miles of water, there should be 266 feet of drop. Yet, every laser transit test performed, nobody has ever found this drop, okay? It
Okay.
runs parallel to the surface of the water. It leaves from
Right.
5 foot on one side of the lake. It hits a target at 5 foot on the other side of the lake. There is no
Right.
drop over distance. This is not a conspiracy. This is a
Right.
measurement that anybody can go and take for themselves.
Right. Fair enough. But then last time I was here, I did nature's laser drop test, which was to measure the refractive index of the atmosphere and prove that sunlight actually curves exactly how much the Earth is supposed to curve. You said math isn't real. So I think we're at a point of
Said
contention.
math. I said math isn't real. When did I say this? Look, man, I don't care about your
I
religious belief
apologize, sir.
system.
I
If you want to, if
apologize.
you want to believe in the ball, that's fine. That's your business.
No, listen,
That
listen,
is,
listen.
that
I
is a
apologize.
belief system.
I my
Okay,
God. But yeah.
there is
Okay.
no curvature to be found
Uh-huh.
here on the surface. You can
But
go
I proved
verify
it.
this for yourself, or you can continue to
On
believe
the
in your
excuse
belief, your religious belief. I
excuse
don't
me.
care.
On the topic of religion, there's not one religion I don't think that mentions a flat Earth. And also, if you
Dude,
look at
there is not one religion that mentions a flat Earth. There probably wasn't any ancient cultures that believed this either, was there? You get your
yes, but in the
information
ancient
from
cultures,
Google,
they
huh?
knew that it was a globe. But that's his point. Also, another question on
Oh,
the
please
topic
tell me
of
about all these ancient cultures that believed the Earth was a globe. Do you mind to elaborate on any of them for us, please?
well, there was an experiment done a long time ago. You probably know about it. Where the guy put the stick up over the course of
This
however
is
many
not an
days.
experiment. This is a
But I'm
calculation with
just
baked-in assumption.
okay, dude. Well, if you would let me finish my speech. Also, the whole lake thing that you brought up. Okay, if we're going off of the water relation thing, explain to me why every time you look at a ship, it disappears over the horizon. If the off it's flat, the moment it disappears over the horizon. Explain that to me.
This is not what we see every time. This can be observed sometimes, but it also can be. There's plenty of evidence on the server where it shows that things can disappear bottom up on a perfectly flat surface, man. Okay, that is not exclusive to it disappearing behind curvature. You could even Google. I know you like Google so much. Why don't you Google?
I've not used Google this whole time.
Hey,
Why don't
Buggy,
you?
you know what's really interesting, dude? Hey,
If
What's that,
if I
do you
buddy?
use
recall the
Google, you wouldn't understand it,
yeah,
so I'm not
well,
going to.
one second. Hang on
Yeah,
a second, dude.
yeah.
One second.
They
Check it
don't
out,
Because
right?
understand the
until
words you're
I
Friday, you
want
tried to
to.
use Google and it didn't do
Hang
anything
on.
because you couldn't
Hang on.
understand what it was saying.
Nope. You didn't
All
even
right, hang on.
understand what a fucking tangential
All
relation to a
right.
fucking
All
like
right.
polar
Hold
object
on.
is, man.
All right. I'd like everyone to witness something, right? Boogie, what was the question that you asked Lone Star before he started bringing up Six in Shadows and shit?
Lord who?
Boogie, you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Do you recall the question that you asked Lone Star before he started talking about sticks and shadows?
Not precisely, no.
You guys were talking about ancient cultures and shit like that, right?
Yeah. He claimed something
Yeah.
about no religions thought the earth was flat and no ancient cultures
There you
thought
go.
the earth was flat.
There you go. And you asked him,
To
right, which ancient
elaborate on that.
cultures now?
Yeah.
Yeah. And did you notice how he didn't answer that and pivoted over to sticks and shadows and shit?
Well, of course, that's all he can do because he knows he's wrong.
Right on.
And all
So let's
you
hold
can
him to
do is
that.
go off on a
Right.
laser
Lone Star,
experiment.
did you notice that you did that? Why'd you do that?
What, dude? What?
Why did you do that? When Boogie
Because he
asked
asked
you
me.
about the ancient cultures
Because
and shit,
he asked me for a evidence, okay, that ancient cultures believe that, and I gave him evidence.
I mean, what, like, okay, cool. And let's just say, let's first, I could say, maybe the Earth is flat, right? Let's start with that. But what happens if I jump off the edge? Where is the edge?
hang on a second, dude. Let's finish up this. Finish this up first.
No, I like what
Lone
we're
Star, you
still
guys
doing. I
you
like
guys were
this.
talking about religion.
Fuck religion. Who gives a fuck about religion, man?
Yeah. Thanks, dude. All right.
I'm
You just want to
agnostic, just by the way.
And also,
yeah,
he's
I
not
believe in no
straight.
religion.
dude.
Question.
We gotta finish up the conversation, not pivot when you're being scrutinized.
If
All
you
right?
fly
That's
straight
being
ahead, why don't you
scrutinized?
fly off? If
Dude,
you
I'm
fly
not
straight
talking.
ahead, why don't
Why
you
don't
fly
you
off?
fly off?
Yo, can y'all
Yeah,
let
hang on.
can you let
Yeah.
20K talk there?
Yeah, let's finish up, dude. All right. So Lone Star, you guys were talking about ancient religions and cultures and shit like that, and you immediately jumped to sticks and shadows.
Yes, because I
Right?
answered the question. He asked for an experiment and evidence, and I gave him evidence.
So you have one guy who did a test, right? In
Yes,
ancient
and
times.
yeah, and then
Right?
we
But
came
does
back
that
and did that
necessarily
test.
categorical? Is that even really in the same category that you guys were discussing before
It's evidence, and he asked for evidence, and I gave him evidence.
about ancient religious cultures? Right? Is
No,
this guy
he
in a
asked.
religion? Do you
He
mean to
asked
say that
me.
this guy was being religious?
If you listen to the conversation, he said, okay, tell me when in ancient times, give me a experiment or evidence that the earth was not flat. And I gave him evidence.
Was that your question, Boogie? Did I actually miss something? Because I thought you guys were talking about ancient religion.
No, but before I mentioned that he has no evidence of surface curvature, and then he mentioned that there was no religion or no ancient culture that believed this. Then I asked him to elaborate on one of them, and then of course he deflected. And he's a
gave you the
pretty
evidence.
goofy individual if he thinks that a calculation with baked-in assumption is evidence of anything.
But you
And
do
that's
know that we
funny. That's
came
the best
back,
he's got,
and
isn't it?
you do
It
know that
almost
we've
sounds like
come
he's
back
equating
and
what
we
Eric
have.
Koskinen did as being, equivalent to a form of a religion.
You do know that we've come back and done experiments to figure out that the earth is round, and we've went to space multiple times. Not just the U.S., Russia, China, every single country pretty much has a space. I mean,
Okay.
Do
So
you mind
we
to
can
share
move
one
on
of
to
those
that.
experiments that
Yeah, let's move
shows
on to
the Earth
that.
is round?
Yeah,
Uh,
just recognize that
we went to the
whatever
moon.
your name is, Lone
We
Star,
sent
you do
satellites up.
have a
We have
bad tendency
satellites.
to like pivot. So yeah, just keep that in check. All right.
We went to
Carry
the
on.
moon. Now, we took photos of the planet, and it was round. We sent satellites up. They took photos. We sent rockets up, and we put things on Mars. They took photos.
Oh, so you just got movies on screens is all you got? You don't. So when you said those
Yeah,
experiments
well,
that proved the Earth was round, you were mistaken, or were you lying, or what was that?
we've also done experiments. But what I'm saying is that we have
Do you
so
mind
much
to
more
share one of
evidence.
those experiments with us, please?
Dude, it doesn't matter.
You're not going to deflect on something again, or you keep saying these things. Do you mind to share one of those experiments with us, please? Or do you just need like pictures on a screen that's good enough for your religious belief?
We got cut off at the knees. She. Okay, hang on. Let's give him a chance. Oh, here you go.
Oh, it's crazy how that always happens.
All right. Shash, you're up.
Yeah, isn't it crazy how it always happens when someone's trying to prove his point? You mute them till the time they give up. They're like, "Nah, these guys are beyond saving," and they leave, and then you claim it as a moral victory.
No, he ran
I
because
gave
he
you
was
6
scared and
different
couldn't back
reasons,
up his
and
word.
the thing is, if there's one person on earth, right, that I believe to be extremely open minded towards having their mind changed, that would be me. I don't mind getting my mind changed. Why would I not want to learn more if it's the truth? But the thing is, every time I ask a
You
flat
wonder
earther,
what working?
yo, except for the fucking laser thing, which is, come on, guys, 20 meters, please, we can do better physics than this, guys.
What'd you
Come
say?
on,
20 meters?
some evidence. Whatever the fuck
Hang on.
laser test y'all be fucking claiming, bro.
Oh, did you
Like,
say 20 meters?
whatever the fuck that is, bro. That is not how things work, man.
What does
Come
not
on.
how what things work? I mean, here's the thing, right? If you
Like,
assume that people are talking about tests done over 20 meters, I can see why, it sounds preposterous. It doesn't sound, significant enough, right?
well then, how many
20
meters was
meters,
it,
bro.
man?
People have done tests up to like what, 30 miles or something?
30 miles still.
I have
It's a
personally
fucking
done a
laser.
test.
Do you understand the
Hey,
duality of light? Light
I've personally
propagates
done a
through the
test for
smallest.
229 miles,
Listen,
man.
listen. Light propagates in a way which is called the dual nature of light, right? It can propagate as a wave and it can propagate as a straight line. You guys
Hang
understand
on.
that, right? And
So
light
sexually.
always
You're
takes.
butchering it, but okay. Here's the thing, right? Why is 20 miles or 30 miles not significant enough for you?
What is the diameter of the Earth?
The radius is 3,959 miles, so the diameter is double that.
Diameter is double that, right? So
Mm-hmm.
can you see how insignificant a number of 30 miles is?
Not necessarily. Depends on how you're approaching it, right? What's the
Cool.
drop over distance over 30 miles?
But what medium are you using?
What's the
How
drop
does a
over
laser
distance over
react
30 miles?
in that atmosphere?
Hang
How
on.
do you
Well,
understand light?
let's get the geometry first, right? Let's
Light
lay the
always
geometry.
takes the
Let's lay down the
smallest path.
geometry first. Let's lay
Yes.
down the geometry first, right? So what's the drop over
Okay.
distance over 30 miles?
Okay. I'm gonna have to use up a calculator for that.
Right.
Why
Right. So if you use the
should
parabolic
it?
approximation, right? You can use the 8
Uh-huh.
inch per mile squared
8
calculation, right? So you
laser beam
times 8 and give you
plus
the number of
30.
meters.
Give me 2 seconds. Yeah, buddy. I'm listening to you, but I cannot focus on 2 things at
Yeah.
once.
So 30 squared is what? 900, 9,000 or something like that. Multiply that by 8. Quick math there. My bad. Yeah,
Oh, you
900.
guys believe math now?
900 times 12, or
Uh-huh.
times 8, excuse me, gives you the number of feet. Divide that by 12.
So
Right, so
so
you
it
can expect
says
over 30 miles, right? You can
uh-huh.
expect over 30 miles a 600-foot drop.
No, a 400-foot drop. See, this is why you use Google sometimes. But
Hold on,
okay, and how
where'd you put it? Did you put 30 miles or 20?
yeah, I did. 30.
Okay, what does it say? How does it say you calculate the drop over distance?
It
I use the
says
power
d squared
approximation.
by 2r. D is the distance and radius is r.
Did you put in miles or kilometers?
I put miles.
Okay, well, if we use the parabolic approximation, right? 3 times 30 is 900, right? Times 8.
What do we need to do? Let's just use what Google said. I'm pretty sure it's accurate,
We can
isn't
use
it?
either way. We can go with that. All right. So 400
Uh-huh.
feet, right?
Right.
Okay. Is 400 feet not significant enough of a drop for you?
Oh,
It's 600
100% it
feet.
is.
Okay. So there you go. So this is what people have done tests with,
Done
right?
tests on, right?
30 miles or something like that, 25, 30 miles. Okay.
Uh-huh.
And they're not measuring any curvature.
Okay.
Okay. But not 5
So
minutes ago, you were bitching and moaning that, oh, it's not significant enough. You thought we were saying 20 feet, 20 meters, right? I said
Right.
20 to 30 miles, and now you're saying, oh,
Yeah.
no, that is significant.
You are absolutely correct. You have what's it called? What do you say? You have trumped me on this. Can I see some empirical evidence on this?
Absolutely. Does anyone have the
Tell
FE4
me.
experiment on test on hand?
Yeah.
Some people
one
are
moment.
more quick triggered than I am.
I don't. I only have my own personal observations.
Okay. I think
It's okay. I'll
FE4 was
wait.
25. I could be wrong on that. But even if we underhand it to 20, right? 20 times 20 is 40. Oh, excuse me, 400. Multiply that by 8. 3,200 divided by 12 to get feet. 266 feet of drop. Okay. That's under volume. Okay. Check in the chat. Boogie's got you covered. Okay. I think that video is maybe 40 minutes long. So feel free to skip through it, maybe to the last 5-10 minutes or so.
Wait.
And they go there.
Okay. Give me. Oh god damn! This shit is fucking an hour long. I'll try.
Like I
I'll
said,
try to watch some of this.
dude.
Oh,
Like
I'm
I
gonna read
said,
the PDF. I'm gonna read the video. Much better at reading
yeah.
than watching videos.
Check the PDF there. But like I said in the video, maybe watch the last 5, 10, 15 minutes at your leisure. There. They actually do a demo and all that, and there you go. That's what we're talking about. Good stuff, boys.
Okay, so this documentary is called Behind the Curve, yes?
No. Wrong one.
Wrong one? I'm not supposed to watch that one?
You can watch it if you
That's where Google, your buddy Google, will like to send you.
Yeah, yo, Shash. The video in question is in the chat, not on Netflix.
Okay.
All right. I don't know where you got behind the curve from.
Let's see. I'm trying to see.
Yeah. 23 minutes past the hour.
Wait a second. What the fuck am I just watching? Are you guys forgetting that how
You tell me.
thermodynamics works? Okay, bro.
Aerodynamics.
Bro. I thought you guys were smarter than this, man. You saying just because you could see light, the experiment was successful?
Explain.
My explanation is Okay, so why can't you have a set target right there, exact coordinate that this is where the light is pinpointed? You want to know why? Because light does not propagate in a straight line, dummy.
Yeah,
Go
no,
read about the
here's,
duality of night. Go
here's the
read
problem.
about
No,
the
no,
dual nature of
Tijuana,
light.
like,
Go
here's
read
the thing,
about
Tijuana, like,
special thermodynamics.
hey,
Listen,
no,
listen,
no,
listen, listen. I
no,
let you
don't
talk.
talk
I
over
watched
me,
your video for a
right?
little bit.
Well, here's the thing, right? We don't need you to poison the well, right? Had you been listening, right, and actually had you read the document and watched the video, maybe you missed the part in the video, right? We'll grant you that, right? But this is all taken into account, right? They account for supposed refraction. Did you miss that part? Go ahead.
Brother, I can see.
Dude, did you hear what I said or no? Or did you just talk over me while you're on mute?
Okay, tell me what is dual nature of light.
Dude, answer my question. Did you miss
Answer
the
my
part in the
question.
video? No, we're
Yes.
not gonna play like that. You fucking rat. Okay, you can leave. Unless
He
someone
got a
else
new
wants to talk
catch.
to us.
Nah,
He's
hell
too
no.
dumb. He's
He
too
got a new
arrogant.
catch.
Too
He
dumb.
got a new catchphrase from Google, and you might not know about it, so he wants to talk about it.
Yeah. Or whatnot. I don't know. Firecrack at this guy. God damn. Wants to control the conversation and shit. Like, who the fuck? Crazy.
Yeah, he's talking over people horribly.
Yeah, Shash, go cool down. Watch the video. Think about it. Come back another time. You ain't ready for this right now. I know it stirs you emotionally or whatever. Take a chill pill. Think about it.
I
And be
think
gone.
we broke him, you guys. We broke that guy.
Yeah, good job, Boogie. It's all your fault.
Hey man, I'm good
So
at scapegoat as
what
any.
was he saying that was a dual nature of light?
It's literally something Google told him when he was searching, so he wanted to like show us how much he knew about it.
Funny he said that because that's like the theory of light before 1920s, right? So like that's not even the current physics. The dual. Nobody in modern physics talks about the dual nature of light because we have quantum electrodynamics, right? It explains everything about light, and there's no dual nature there. But he's using like the pre 1920s classical theory of light, which was confused about the nature of light.
People
And he was
believe light is
applying
both
it
a
too.
wave and a particle.
Yeah, I think so.
Right, that's the stuff they teach you just before they teach you quantum mechanics is, the final milestone in classical physics prior to the revolution in 1920s was the dual nature of corpuscular and wave nature of light, right? But that's not the modern view at all. Nobody teaches that in the modern view. That's just like you only teach that in high school or college when you want to show where classical physics got stuck in late 1800s and early 1900s, and then you explain why quantum mechanics was necessary to explain everything properly.
I don't know where he came across it. I was just saying that if today people believe
Well, they taught me
light
that in
is
high
both a
school. So.
wave and a particle, then one might consider that a dual nature.
I think it was just misappropriating it in the conversation.
He was just dropping it to confuse us, right? He was just dropping it in there to kind of divert.
Yeah, he wanted to.
Yeah.
It sounded like he was trying to get at the whole refraction thing, but he couldn't pronounce that or something. He wanted to sound more sophisticated, but fucked it up.
And I go back to the days. Back then, I was still a Glober, full disclosure, but people used to come here. Glovers used to come here to this VC that were like 5 levels above that guy. Now we get these like really baby glurs, kind of doing a bonsai charge with a Google. You open the Google page, they look up why Earth globe, and then they charge at us with their swords. Ah, it's a globe. And they don't have the stamina. They don't have the knowledge to withstand even the most basic scrutiny. Right?
No, we're scraping the bottom of the barrel, dude. In fact, we're scraping below the bottom lid of the barrel.
Here's the question, though. Why is it? Is it because there are only few Glovers left? Or they're afraid to come here? Or they got bored? They don't come.
I'm not sure. I mean, Brown Recluse is still here. He's been here for a while. He ain't over. You know, he ain't done yet.
Say it's a combination of factors.
Hey, what was that?
I just said no. I still love you guys.
Oh, there you go. So there's a fourth option, Peter.
Yeah, but no offense to this guy, but I don't think he's one of the top. He's not in the Premier League of Glowers, all right? You know what I'm saying?
Dang, kind of hit me to my core.
Yeah, he's still an apprentice.
Yeah. We can teach him more about the globe than he knows. That's where he's at.
Oh shit, we got Hippo in the house. You back, girl? What are you doing here?
Period.
Ain't your
Okay.
bed-
So
ain't your
without that
bedtime
cat lick,
yet?
wait. We all know, if you know me from like a couple days ago, you know, like I'm really freaking slow and I can't look up nothing for myself. So I decided to ask my helpful friend, ChatGPT. And I have a couple questions for y'all, and like y'all have to answer, okay? So first, flat Earth won't have a core, so earthquakes wouldn't happen. I've been saying this for a while, and like somebody needs to like say something about that, because like I said to that lady, if you cannot explain natural things or earth phenomenons that happen, then your point of lasers and the water being flat does not matter. You have to explain how certain things that are documented and that are true happen on the earth without da 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 da. So someone needs to like get on here and explain that.
Hey, Lots, we got a new nickname for Over Fences now. Apparently she's Cat Lady. Shit.
Oh,
I thought she was nice, but she
gotcha.
just kept muting me and she was so rude. I was trying to, and she was talking about, well, earthquakes don't matter. Yes, they do. If you can't explain how an earthquake happens on flat Earth, then your whole point of flat Earth does not
Okay.
make any sense.
All right, I got you. Okay, so I want you to sit on your table and then have your
No, no,
mom
no, no,
shake
no, no,
the
no, no,
table.
no. Explain how earthquakes will work on flat Earth if flat Earth does
No,
not have a core.
I'm trying to explain to you something. Can
Me
you
sitting
have
on a
a
chair
flat
does not matter
surface?
because I don't have
No, I said a
atonic
table.
plates. Or a
A
table. I
table.
don't have atonic
Can a
plates.
flat surface shake?
Yes, bro.
Okay. All right, what's the next question?
No, you have to explain. You have to explain how it will work on flat Earth.
Yeah, we know that flat surfaces can shake, as you just conceded.
Exactly. So go on more
Okay.
of explaining how atonic plates will move if the Earth was actually flat, not me sitting
Oh
on
no,
a table. I don't have
that's our
atonic
only
plates.
claim.
I don't have a core. I do not have atonic plates. The Earth has a core and atonic plates that moves it so where we can have earthquakes. If you cannot explain to me how flat Earth will have a core and atonic plates and gravity, then your point of flat Earth does not make sense.
Listen, we know that flat surfaces can shake. Flat surface is our only claim.
Okay, then explain to
So
me,
that's it.
how do we have earthquakes if the Earth is actually flat? How do we have earthquakes?
Like how
And
do we
it's
have
been proven
tectonic
that Earth has
plates?
a core. It's been proven that Earth has a core. So don't ask me that dumb question of how we know. It's been documented and it's been proven.
No, we're not asking how we know or how they're
No, y'all ask
occurring.
a lot of questions of how do you know Earth
No,
has a
I'm not
core?
asking
We
you anything.
documented this.
No,
I'm
no,
not
no.
saying that you asked me. From what I've been here, y'all asked me that
I'm not
question.
asking you anything. All I was stating
Okay,
is
and
that
I'm asking you
flat
to explain,
surfaces.
how does Earth work? How does flat Earth work without
I don't have to
atonic plates
explain
or
why it
without
works.
having a
We're
core?
just we're
How
just
does
saying
earthquake work? You're not explaining that.
we're
You're
just
talking about a
saying
table. A table does not have a core, and it does not. Something
okay.
has to be moving for that table to move. If it's not moving, like still water, something has to be moving for still water to move.
Okay, so if for some reason the flat surface is shaking, but I don't know why the flat surface is shaking. Is that flat surface still flat?
Yeah. It
Okay, so
doesn't
I
change
don't
the
have to
shape,
explain.
but you do
Correct. So
have
I
to
don't have to
explain.
explain
But you do.
why the flat surface.
But you
Why
do
do I have to
because
explain why the flat surface
you
is
have to
shaking? Go ahead.
explain how earthquakes work. Like that doesn't like what you're saying does not make sense. Something has to be moving for that surface to move. So explain to me
Okay,
what is moving that surface if flat earth does not have a core?
what moves the earth? I don't know.
What moves the earth? What moves the earth? How cuz we experience multiple earthquakes. I'm live in Florida and they were talking about we experienced an earthquake but we ain't feel
Yeah,
it.
we just had one over here too on the west side.
Exactly.
That's fine.
So if earth is
Yes,
actually
that's
flat,
fine.
how does
It
earthquakes
is.
work? Because flat
It's
earth cannot
occurring on
have
a
a
flat
core.
surface. It is occurring on a okay, well, the earthquakes are occurring on a flat surface. Earthquakes would not change the shape, right? It doesn't That's not something that is exclusive to a curving surface.
I never said it was.
Yes, because I can also sit on a yoga ball and somebody could shake the yoga ball. I can also sit on a flat surface and somebody could shake the flat surface. This isn't exclusive to a curving one.
So what is shaking the flat surface?
No idea.
How exactly? So your point of flat earth does not work. My next question.
Wait, you can't just assert that because we can just check
Yes,
to
I
see if it's
can
curved.
because if you can't
We can
explain
just
how natural phenomenons work, then I cannot argue with you. You can't tell me earthquakes don't happen. You can't tell me tsunamis don't happen. You can't tell me exploding
No, I never said that
what
they don't
exploding
happen. I never
okay, but
said they
I'm
don't
I'm trying
happen.
to tell you if you cannot explain to me how natural phenomenons happen on Earth, if the Earth is flat, then your point of lasers and water being still has nothing to do with anything.
Hang on.
Makes
Like
literally
that
no
guy,
sense.
How about
where's
Hippo,
Hippo?
that guy
Hippo?
at? That
Hippo?
put that in that chat
Hippo?
of him
Listen,
if him on a
Hippo.
boat. That Earth,
Hippo,
that little
dude.
I'm talking. Please don't talk over me. Y'all love to
Oh my
talk over
God,
people. I don't like that.
you've been talking
no.
for a while. Listen,
I've
how
been
about we
talking
just
for a
tell
while.
you?
I'm not done.
Listen, listen. How about
Welcome
we
to
just
flat
tell you
Earth.
that the tectonic plates they kind of move and that makes the earthquake? How about
But
that?
the
Now you
Earth,
have an
flat Earth does not
explanation.
have tectonic plates. It doesn't
How
have
do
a
you know
core
that? You can
What do
have
you mean
because it
you
tectonic
doesn't have a
plates
know?
under a
core.
flat surface.
It doesn't have a core.
Why do you
What
need
the
a
fuck?
core? You can have the tectonic plates under a
No,
flat
no, you
surface.
cannot. You have to have a
Of
core to
course you
have
can.
tectonic plates. They go together.
Well, that's the
What?
explanation. There's
What are
tectonic
you
plates
talking
underneath the
about,
Hold
surface and they
Brad?
on.
move.
Why can
Okay,
flat
you
Earth
can
not have
search
a
that up for
core?
yourself.
Why
Yeah,
couldn't
we
flat
can
Earth
even
have a
give you a
core?
core. Now you have a core, okay?
No,
What's
you
the
can't
problem with
give
that?
me
Of
a core because flat Earth does
course you
not
can.
have one. It is
Yeah, it
How do you
proven.
has as of
know?
Flat Earth
today.
will
It
not
does have
have a
one.
core.
Yeah, but we
Do you
just
need
fixed
me
it.
to read what ChatGPT gave me
We
because
just
No, we
gave you
flat
just
Earth
one.
fixed
cannot
it.
have a
We
core?
fixed. Listen, lady, we fixed it just now.
We gave you
Him
one.
and I, we fixed it. Flat Earth does
Texted
have a
what?
core.
Texted what?
We fixed it. It has a core.
There.
It's still no. It's literally impossible for flat Earth to have a core.
Why? It
Why
does
is
have a
that?
core. We
Be,
just
oh
Why?
my
Because
gosh. Okay,
ChatGPT told
let me
you
read off
that?
what
Is that why?
ChatGPT gave me.
but
Apparently.
Yeah, it's
ChatGPT
just
doesn't know the new model. It needs to be updated. We
You
just
don't
yeah,
fixed
know
it's
it
just a core.
either. You
It
we're
Yeah,
obviously
doesn't.
well,
don't
I
know it
know it
either
because I
because
created.
you just switched. You just switched
Fan and
everything
I
that you knew
just
about flat Earth
introduced
to
a new
say that it
model.
has a core.
We
You
just
don't know it
updated
either.
the
now
model.
You just switch everything
listen.
that you
Models in
believe to tell me
science
that
can
flat
be
Earth has a
updated.
core.
Models can be updated.
You're
We just
outdated.
updated the model.
You're outdated.
Both of you,
You're not
seriously.
listening. You just changed
Oh my
everything that
God,
you believed about flat
this is
Earth to
insane.
tell me that it has a
She's
core.
insane.
So you're outdated.
Yeah, stop spiraling.
Okay,
We
you're gonna
just
have to
fixed our
listen out.
model.
And
You
now I'm
correctly
Peter as
pointed
spiraling.
well.
out, lady.
Yeah, Hippo,
You're gonna have
here's the
to listen,
problem.
both of
You
you out.
correctly pointed out that our model was incorrect because it was missing a core. We fixed the model. We
Okay.
updated it. It's
No, you
new. It has a
cannot.
core now.
You have to change
Okay,
how
both
you
of you,
think.
please. You need to be quiet, both of you. I'm gonna have to
Yeah,
mute the whole
yeah. Take
room.
a breather.
Listen
Let
to me.
somebody else talk.
We're not gonna make a claim that we can't support, okay? But if you want an explanation, we'll just grant you a core and tectonic plates, and that's the discussion is over. Now, if you want to go prove those things, go ahead. I can't prove them. I'm not going to make a claim that that's the case, but you can have that as an explanation. Now, please move on to the next question.
All right, thanks. I'll move on to the next question. Now let's see. What did my lovely ChatGPT give me? Give me a second.
God damn.
It's your fault, 20 cups.
It was pretty intense.
Sorry, I get very like I don't know what the word is, but I get very aggressive when I'm
Intense is the word.
Yeah, you
yeah,
had a
I
lot
don't
more
mean to be like
confidence with the script in front of you this time than last time.
just because I'm reading off of a script or me asking Google does not make you smarter than me. That doesn't make sense. You can
No, I
do your
said it
own
made you more
research. You
confident.
can do your own
Did you hear
research
me? I
and
said it made you sound more confident. I didn't
oh
say
yeah,
anything about
thanks. I know
anybody
because it's
being
right.
smarter than anybody. Why would you say that? That was weird.
That was weird.
Because I feel like that's what you were applying.
Okay. I mean, the fact that you have to read off a script says something, but
Yeah,
go there.
and what you're trying to apply is that I'm dumb for reading off of a script and I can't do my own research. That's what you're trying to.
Yeah, kind of, actually.
Implying that you
Exactly,
might
but
not
you
have
can't
had the
answer. You
time
can't
to
answer
really
my
think and
question.
research
You
these
can't answer my
Okay.
topics.
question about. You can't answer my question about flat Earth having a core.
Why?
We gave
So
you an
here's the thing, right?
answer. Now move on to the next question.
Yeah, here's the thing, Hippo, right? Nobody here is saying that they know everything, right? So
I'm
if you
just
come up with
saying.
something, if you ask, well,
I'm
check this out, right?
not.
If you ask us a question, okay, and we can't answer it, right? Like, are all of a sudden are we dumb?
No, I
Or
never
is it
said
just that
that. But
we're
what you're
answering?
trying to claim is
No,
wrong.
I'm not saying you're implying that. I'm just saying, like, not all questions actually have an answer. Now, in the globe paradigm, they try to explain shit, right? So so as to seem like they got all their bases covered and everything to try and sound not dumb, perhaps. But then when you scrutinize it, like, they actually don't really have much evidence or proof of their explanation. So who's better off? Arguably nobody, right? Just one sounds more sophisticated, right? So when you peer that type of thing, right? Like, you got to parse that out. Just because someone can give you an answer doesn't actually make it true, right? So a lot of people will just abstain and say, I don't have an answer instead, which is equally as valid, arguably more valid, because they're not talking shit. You know what I'm saying? Right? I wanted to ask you, like, where did this whole I mean, we can move on there, but just as like a primer, right? Consider this, right? If ChatGPT is giving you an answer as to why there's earthquakes, and they say there's a core, and they go on into all this stuff, right? If you scrutinize that and ask how they know that, where does
Because
that
it's been
information come
proven.
from? Okay, well, you're saying it's been proven, right? But how is the question? You know what I
By
mean?
people
And we
that
don't have to.
actually. You
Yeah,
want
yeah,
me to answer that?
So look. Well, check this out. Not
That
just
people have been studying that for years and
yeah.
they actually took the time to like dig a
Okay,
big hole in the
right
ground
on.
so where we can estimate the temperature of the core and how we know the earth has a
Here, here,
crust, a
here's the
melting
thing, right?
plate,
So if you want, look, if the room is
solid.
okay with it, if you want to go back to that, I mean, Father Judge is still here,
No,
right? He
I don't
wants
want
to
to go
move
back
on.
to that because
Okay, yeah,
it makes
but
him feel uncomfortable.
my point is to paint a picture for you, right? That these types of questions are absolutely necessary because people come in here and say that they know something because so and so said so, or Joe Blow has credentials. He's got the answer. He must be correct, right? That's more or less the line of reasoning, and that's not sufficient, right? Okay, so on the next topic, right? If you catch yourself saying, "Oh, well, so and so said so," ask yourself, why did they say that? What did they do to prove it? Before you assert it as actually being true, not only to us, but even to yourself. You know what I mean? That's all.
Okay, I wanted to address what Boogie
Go ahead.
Woods said. Okay, so
Boogie.
if that person, can you like go or like can you talk so where like I can understand? Like I can read, but like I understand when you talk. So like can you unmute please and say what you said in chat for all us to
It
hear?
was It was really busy, so that's why I typed it out.
Yeah, I know.
I said, I know these things, I know you really believe it's a sphere, I know there's all these things you're told can't
True.
exist, can't happen if the earth is flat.
But you can't
But
explain to
you
me
but
how it would
you
happen.
haven't you want me to say what I wanted to say or not?
Oh yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
I know you believe these things, and ChatGPT will tell you all these things can't happen if the earth is flat. Okay. May, all I'm saying is you haven't had time to thoroughly think about these things, to thoroughly research these things. You just haven't had the time. I'm not saying you're stupid or anything like that. Now, regardless of these stories that you're told, regardless if you think there is evidence, you haven't had time to examine if there really is evidence for these claims. But regardless of all that, if we can still directly measure the Earth, not to have any drop over distance, not to have any curvature, over and over and over, it doesn't matter what the stories say.
Okay, I just wanted to address something. Just because I haven't done so much research on it does not make me wrong. Like I'm pretty sure y'all have done multiple and a lot of research. And like I said, I'm not trying to go back to this topic, but the fact that you can't explain to me how you done your research for all this time, it makes it seem like y'all haven't done the right research at all.
No,
And I also explained this to one of your friends. If y'all really have done good research, then you would do experiments that people found out why people think the earth is a sphere. You would have done that research and you would have done those experiments and then this proves why. And I haven't heard that and I haven't like you have to do both sides of research when you're debating.
all right,
I
Yeah,
just
all right,
wanted to let
listen.
that be.
Just
Mhm.
because you
one
haven't had time to look at everything and study everything like we have, no, that's not what makes you incorrect. It is the repeated empirical measurements that make you incorrect.
yeah, right on.
I didn't say wait. Who said that? I didn't say y'all didn't know what y'all talking about. Doesn't mean y'all wrong. I'm just saying, like
Yeah,
y'all had more research to do this, and y'all don't. Y'all wouldn't. When I came up with that question, nobody could answer it. That's all I'm
Yeah, but
saying.
okay,
Anyway,
one thing that we're not saying, right, is that, oh, well, because you haven't done your research, that you're automatically wrong, right? We're not saying that either, okay? And going back to what I said earlier, because we don't have an answer to one of your questions, albeit happening to be something that's not exactly relevant, right? But never mind that, right? It's perfectly valid for someone to not have an answer. Contrasting that with someone else that allegedly does have an answer that can't be validated, right? You see the problem. Like sometimes that happens. So what you do, you
it's
move
not.
on to something else that's actually a little bit more pertinent, right?
But I would believe Earth phenomenons, would be a part of why it happens because you have to understand the Earth for why things
Sure.
happen.
Well, here's the thing, right? Like Lance kind of outlined that to you earlier, right? Okay, you have a phenomena. The ground moves from time to time, really fast at varying degrees, all over the place, right?
Mhm.
That's not an exclusive phenomena to a ball or a flat surface. It happens on both, or it can happen on both, so to speak, right? So one side says, "Oh, well, it's happening because of XYZ reasons," right?
Mhm.
Okay, you got to dig into that. What are those reasons? How do they come up with that? Versus another guy says, "Oh, well, the surface actually happens to be measuring flat, and we don't know why it moves. It just does." Right? Like you've reached an impasse at that point.
Well, I would take the person that
Yeah.
actually did something and did the research
Okay.
of why
Okay. Well,
the Earth
this is the
moves.
this check. Okay. Here's one of your problems. Right? You'll take their word for it just because. That's what it sounds like.
No, I take their
Right?
word for
The
it
guys
because they
think
did
you.
the research. And I was
But what
saying
you
if y'all did the research, y'all would know that flat Earth doesn't exist because you don't have a core.
Hang on. This okay. Let's go back to it. All right. What research did they actually do? Because you seem to lap it up, right? Just because they did research, it doesn't mean it's right. Their results are correct, right? You got to dig into it,
Right.
and we ask you to do that for everything that we say too, right?
But I'm
So these
saying
guys
y'all
here,
have
they
done your
allegedly
research
did research. Yeah,
and
yeah, yeah. So
like
check this out, right? So these guys did their research into why the ground moves, and they say, oh well, it moves because X, Y, Z, and we're on a ball, right? You take that as, oh well, they're the smart guys because they did their research. They must be correct, right? Like, do you see the
yeah.
problem? Do you not see a problem with that line of
No, I don't
reasoning?
see the problem because you did your own research and that's why you believe that the Earth was flat.
Oh,
So does that mean
well,
your research was right?
you gotta look into into the actual results of the research.
I
This is the
believe
point.
those
The
people
sheer
because they've been doing that for
okay,
years. They study that for their
okay.
for
So
live for their life. That's what they study.
this yeah. So this is the problem. This is called. I think it almost sounds like a mixture of things, but certainly what stands out for me is this is an appeal to authority or an appeal to credentials. The
What do you
guy's got
mean?
the guy's got
That I believe
research under his belt. He's got credentials. He's got a degree. He's been doing it for a long time. Therefore, he must be correct. That's
yeah, I
basically
would
what your
say.
system boils down to. Okay, this is
I would believe
this is
that person.
illogical. Oh well, this is the point, right? This is illogical, right?
How
You
is
have
it
every right to
illogical?
right. Look, check this out. I'm not saying that it's unreasonable, right? Okay, you have every
You kind of just
to
said that.
no. Check this out. It's different, right? Something being illogical, right, versus being unreasonable. It's not. They're not the same thing. You can reason that okay, you've got a short amount of time to get something done, okay, or to do something. Shit, so and so says something. I'll just go with what they say because fuck it. I have reasons. I'm just gonna trust them. I'll believe them, right? Then you do your thing. You act on their good
It's not just
on their word,
out of
right?
the
No,
blue. It's because they
no, but
did their research
I'm
for
just
over
no. But
years. I don't think
let
you're
me finish.
understanding that point
No,
of
I heard you, Hippo. Let me
them
finish.
learning it.
Hippo, let me finish, right? What I'm highlighting for you is the distinction between the two things. If someone's making a logical argument, okay, versus saying something and you taking them on faith, right? I'm not like you might have your reasons why you'll trust somebody over somebody else, guy number one because he's got credentials, right? You have every right to do that, right? And in under certain circumstances, it might be fairly reasonable to do that. But when you're arguing points, right, in like a rational discussion like this, appealing to that has no place, right?
How?
Because we're arguing the details. We're not arguing why, for example, you might want to lean towards somebody because they
I'm
got
not
credentials.
arguing that. You're arguing that.
No, you said it before, right?
No,
You
but
basically
you were
no,
the
listen.
one that was talking about since they have done their research, does that make them right? I didn't say
I'm,
anything about them being right. I just said
I'm,
that's what ChatGPT told me.
Hippo, you already agreed, right? You'll believe them because they did their research,
Yeah,
quote
and they
unquote.
studied it for years.
Exactly.
Who
This
did?
is
To
what you
test.
call an appeal to
Who
credentials, an
did?
appeal to authority. It's not
Who studied
logical.
what?
That's all I'm highlighting
Who,
to you.
It is logical.
who studied?
So
No,
what
it's
what do
not.
you
Studied what?
mean? How is that? I want to say something. How is that unlogical
What?
for believing a
Who
person that took
studied
the
It's a
what?
time,
logical fallacy, Hippo.
that took years of research, years of tests, and
What did they
that
do? What did
learning
they
that
do?
subject,
What did
going
Hippo.
they
going to
do?
college and learning. They took
What did they
years,
do?
their life to
What
learn
did
that
they
subject.
do?
That's why
What
I
did
believe
they
them.
do? What did they
I
do?
literally just told you. Research and going to
What
college.
did
That's
they
what they
do?
did.
And
Those are
what
all
did that
activities.
include? What did that
Learning,
include?
research,
Like we're learning
learning
about what?
about the planet. What do you mean?
Okay, and
Hippo.
what did they come up with?
They came up with the Earth is a sphere.
For what
How?
reason?
This is the
Okay, see,
point.
this is where we go to that who, what, where, why, and how. Hold up, I gotta go charge
Well,
my.
you don't know. You don't know, do you? You keep on saying people with credentials proved the Earth was a sphere, and then you can't say who did it.
and you
I
don't even know
can.
what they did.
I can.
No, you can't.
I
What?
can though, and when I did, y'all
Okay.
told me I was wrong. Same
Okay.
with
What? Okay.
Acrosthenes or whatever he said. Whatever Acrosthenes, Tyrosthenes,
Okay.
whatever
No,
his
no,
name
it's
is.
Aristocrates,
Okay.
Hippo.
What subject?
Aristocrates.
What
Give me
subject?
1 second.
What
I have to go
subject?
put my phone on the
What
charger.
subject?
It's
What
on
subject at
1%.
university studies the
How am
Earth,
I supposed to know that?
the shape of the Earth? Well, don't make any claims then. Sound like
What
a
do you mean?
dumber.
I never made a claim.
Yes, you
I never
did.
made a
You said
claim. Y'all
people
know I never
people
made a
at
claim. Y'all
university
were the ones
studied
that were
the
talking
Earth.
about ChatGPT. Because
You said
I'm reading
people
off
at
of ChatGPT doesn't
university.
mean
Just stop
ChatGPT is right.
talking. Stop
Hippo,
talking.
you gotta
But
calm
you
down.
said people at university have studied this their whole career, and this is what they came up with. Who did it? What did they study? And what did they come up with?
I told you that the Earth is a sphere. Give me 1 second. I have to go to
Oh my
the
God.
back of my house to go put my iPad on the charger.
While you're there, change your smoke alarm batteries too. Seriously, these people. What's wrong with them?
Lots.
It's like saying people studied the Big Bang, right? Okay. What did they do? I don't know. They just studied the Big Bang and they came up with the Big Bang. Oh yeah, who? I don't know. Some sciencey guys at
Oh, but
universities and things.
oh, but Timbo, yeah, he's been studying his whole life, dude.
Yeah, yeah. Who? I don't know. Some guy at uni.
ChatGPT said so. I think you missed that part. She was literally like running through like some summary of ChatGPT earlier, openly too. Like she's proud of it or some shit.
Yeah, I've heard her speaking to Lats the last few days.
I've been in and out, man. There we go. She's back.
But yeah.
But yeah,
What were we talking about again?
who studies the Earth, the shape of the Earth? Who does that?
Like, you mean a specific person or what the subject is called?
No, well, what subject studies the shape of the Earth?
Give me 1 second. I'm gonna go ask ChatGPT. It says geonostity.
What?
Geonostity.
Can you put that in the chat?
Sure, buddy. Oh, I don't got chat prompts. Somebody took them. I think it was that cat lady that took them away from me.
Can you spell it?
It's called GEODESY.
On Geodesy.
Oh, that's not a. Oh
Yeah, it is.
my.
Oh no, where did my buddy Lats go?
I swear, I thought you were saying geonostity.
That's what I was saying.
Yeah, I thought
Geonostity.
that's what she's.
No,
Geonostity.
it's pronounced. Yeah, never mind.
It's pronounced what?
Geodesy.
Odyssey.
Yeah, I call it geonostity.
There's no N. Why are you saying geonosity?
I'm not saying it with an N in there. What are you talking about?
It sounds like you're saying geonosity. But that could just be me.
Geonostity.
That's what she said.
What's funny?
Oh man.
Can I get my chat perms back? Literally, I
did.
didn't do nothing, and y'all kind of like deleted my message for no reason
Didn't
when
do
I was
nothing.
arguing in chat.
You'll
I
you'll
didn't
have to
do
speak to
anything.
the you'll have to speak to the person that took him away.
I cannot speak to that damn cat lady. Oh my god, I'm not getting them chat perms back ever.
Yeah, she hates over offenses, man.
Cause she was being so rude to me. I didn't even do anything to her.
Yeah, you were. You know what you were doing earlier though? You were jumping
What
in
was
mid
I doing?
conversation.
No, I did not. Don't sit
Yeah,
there
you
and
did.
lie. Cause it was
I'm not lying.
quiet.
Go
It
back.
was quiet, and I asked, "Is this the perfect time for me to talk?" And she asked me, "Was I going to talk about earthquakes?" And she muted me.
Oh, that's
I
true. Yeah,
waited
at
till it
one
was
point,
quiet.
yeah,
I
yeah.
did wait
But
until it
before
was
that,
quiet, and you applaud me. You
that's true.
literally applaud. You literally applaud me for having my mic muted. So what are you talking
Oh,
about? I jumped into the conversation.
that was
I never did
no,
that.
no, no. That was after, right? Because you came in, I
I
unmuted,
just know.
uncovered.
I just gave it because she was the
What
only
I'm
one that
saying,
muted me.
let me finish. I know. I
Did you
remember.
just say did waited?
What?
Did you just say did waited?
What? I said I waited.
No, yeah. Earlier she came
Okay,
in.
even if I did say I did waited or something, whatever we're talking about, and we're not talking about that. We're talking about the cat lady.
Never heard anyone say did wait.
Okay,
Oh
man.
yeah, bad English.
Now you did.
That's
You
true.
heard me.
That's true.
I
At
see it
some point, yeah, you were a little bit more polite there. I unserver muted you, and then
Hold
you
up,
muted
hold
yourself.
up,
You had to medicate.
hold
It's
up.
okay.
Did we just witness an Aussie correcting somebody's English? How? I
Yeah,
mean,
you
only
did.
here,
Now get
only
over
in
it.
this VC, only in
Get
this
over it.
VC.
You did. You
Yeah,
heard it.
yeah, that's true. I mean, but it's just other times, Ippo. I think you got to understand her skin, maybe, because there were times where you came in
She didn't
beforehand.
really have a purpose to mute me though. She was mod abusing.
Okay, well, whatever. You
Argue
duke it out.
because you know I was right. She was mod abusing because she
You
didn't like what I was
duke it
saying.
out with her there.
Ippo, you were asking before, right? You were saying you guys have never shown any studies. Are you interested in looking at any?
Yeah, of course.
Are you gonna understand them?
I might not. I might have to have y'all explain it to me, but yeah, of course I would be interested in looking.
So let's before I waste my time and show you something, right?
Okay.
I'm just gonna.
You're kind of glitching for me. I don't know if it's for other people.
Okay, all right. Am I
Yeah.
clear now?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Yeah.
All right. So if the Earth was a sphere of the size that they tell us, right, over water, there would be a drop over distance of 66 feet at 10 miles, right? So that would mean if you shoot a laser level from your position, the laser after 10 miles would be 66 feet in the air. Right? Do you understand that?
Not really. Because what ChatGPT told me of the drop over the distance is 8 miles. So where do you get 10 from?
What do you mean the drop over distance is 8 miles? What does that mean?
I don't know. That's what ChatGPT told me.
I'm not going to waste time then.
Yeah, let me give you. I'll just give you an image, okay? In the chat, there's a snapshot from some paper that was thrown together. Okay, never mind the math for now, at least. Okay, if you look at the little graph, you see there's some dotted lines and curves and shit like that. See in the chat?
Oh, give me 1 second. Uh-huh.
Okay, what we're talking about here is you see that hashed horizontal line at the top. There's two curves, right? There's like a quarter circle and another,
Longer
curvy
one?
line. Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
What we're talking about here, when we're talking about the lasers, right? Picture you're on top of a ball and you have a laser shooting out directly in front of you, right? The ground is
You mean
curving
like we're
below you.
standing at the X or the Y axis?
You're standing at the top of the curve in the middle, intersecting the Y-axis.
Okay.
Or picture like a little Lego man standing on top of a basketball, right? He's got a little laser in front of him. Okay, the laser is zipping in front, right? See the basketball is going to curve downwards. the distance between the surface of the basketball and the laser is going to increase gradually, right? And then a lot more as the distance goes out further, right?
I'm still
That's
confused
it.
by that. Because if he's standing on the ball, what's moving?
We're not talking about anything moving. We're just talking about taking a laser, turning it on, and having the light
Yeah.
beam zip out right in front of him, right? That's what this little graph tries to depict. What we're talking about here is, given the geometry of the Earth, allegedly, if we were a giant ball, okay, we would be able to measure that distance gradually increase as you go further out from the source of the light or of the laser, right? And that's what that little hashed line, the red hashed line next to the D represents, right? That's the gap between the curved surface and the laser in this example. Okay, that would increase non-linearly as you go out over the x-axis. Follow?
Uh-huh.
That's all. That's what we're talking about.
And so that's supposed to prove that the Earth is flat?
So the D, right? What was it, Timbo? You said 10 miles?
Yeah, but if you want to show her, so I just started driving. I was just thinking if you could show her there was one done over 27 miles.
Okay.
Showed no curvature at all. So therefore,
I don't have it on
whatever those
hand.
people,
Yeah.
therefore
I don't
whatever
have it
those
on.
people study at university is wrong, right?
Yeah. So, but what we're saying here is over the x-axis, right? If you go out from the origin over to the right in this little diagram, 10 miles, let's say, right? Obviously, it's not to scale, but let's say, right? That red line at 10 miles should be, what was it? 66 feet.
66 feet, around about there.
All right. And if you go 20 miles, right? I think it's actually 260 feet. Let me just do that quickly.
I can check
It
that
would
for you.
be, 20 times 20 is 400 squared.
Like 6'7", dude. I'm not joking, by the way. It says 20 miles is about 267 feet.
There you go. Yeah. Okay.
So if you go 27 miles,
27 squared times 8 divided by 12. It's about 486 feet. Okay. So what we should expect is, in reality, right? We'll go out to a body of water, take a laser over the water. You get a guy at the other end, right? 10 miles out, 20 miles out, 27 miles out. He would expect, if we're on a curved surface, that laser would be zipping over his head 486 feet high, or 200 and whatever feet high, or
Okay, so
66
you mean
feet
like,
high, depending on how far he is.
and it
just to
doesn't happen.
clarify, you mean like if I was standing on one side of the river and he was standing on the other side of the river and I flash a flashlight like in
Rather, if you took
his
a laser,
direction, a
yeah,
laser,
kind
yeah,
of,
I
yeah.
mean a laser.
Kinda, yeah. If you're on one side of the lake or the river or whatever, and he's 10 feet up on the other side of the river or the lake, right? You shoot the laser towards him, right? And he's 10 miles out. That laser should be zipping over his head, 66 or 67 feet high, up in the air. And if he's 6 feet tall, then it would be about 60 feet above his head, because he's 6 feet off the ground, right? Already. Follow?
And it doesn't happen.
I get what you're trying to say, but I feel like the way how y'all are trying to say it is like the earth curves. The earth is curved. It's curving,
Earth.
but it's curving
Earth.
slightly. That slight difference is not enough for a laser to do that. So yes, of course, a laser won't do that because that curve that we're standing on is not a huge curve. It's a slight curve. The
He
earth
just gave you the
curves
numbers.
slightly. That's why we see things
Hippo.
as flat.
Yeah. Hippo, check it out, right? how slight is the curve then? Like what? Like we're just going with the geometry that they give us, you know.
Mm-hmm.
If we messed up the math, then we want to know that, right? So can you show us where the math is wrong, please?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. So how about this? I'll give you all the whole paper, scrutinize it, and let me know. Okay. 1 second.
Oh gosh. Give me 1 second. Okay.
There you go. Okay. So the full drop over distance derivation is there for you. Okay.
Ooh, I took geometry this year, man. I'm not too good at it.
Okay. Well, then just go to the last page or the last 2 pages. Skip the
Okay.
full calculus part if it's too over your head, no pun intended.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, what did
We're
you
just
want
doing
me to answer?
the last 2 pages. Show us where the math is wrong in terms of how we're calculating the alleged drop over distance, given the geometry that they provide.
Still a little confused. Like, you're telling me to answer that page, the question on that page?
No, I'm asking you to show me or show us where the error in our calculation is if we're doing it wrong. Now, if you
Okay.
can't, then you can't, and that's okay. Either because you just can't, because you're incapable, or that it's actually not incorrect.
All right. So this is what ChatGPT gave me. Why does it look flat even though the Earth is round? Earth is huge, so its curvature is very gentle. Over short distances like a lake or ocean view, the curve is too small for your eyes to notice. And then it gave it an example. 1 mile, over 1 mile, the drop due to curvature is only about 8 inches, which is hard to see without
Yep,
precise tools.
right on.
Which
8 inches per mile squared. That's exactly what we're using here, right? So over
exactly.
1
So
mile.
I
Yeah.
think the way how y'all have it in y'all head is different.
No, it's spot on. But the example that ChatGPT is giving you is actually just too short of a distance for you to really recognize the gravity of the situation, right? 8 inches over 1 mile, you can't really notice that, right? But if you go over 2 miles, it doesn't go to like from 8 inches to 16 inches, right? You don't just double the drop, right? Because it's
Why wouldn't you?
non-linear. It grows faster than that, right? The calculation would be rather than 16, it would be 8 times 2 squared. So you square the 2, so you get 4. Then you multiply that by 8, you get 32 inches instead of 16, right? Go over 3 miles, you have 3 squared, which is 9, right? Times 8, you get 72 inches. Further and further. See, it's getting. You see the numbers getting really, really big, really fast.
Mm-hmm.
This is we got the number before, right? Timbo was bringing up the 10 miles, right? So we just did 1, 2, and 3. Let's just go to 10. Same math. 10 squared, right? It's 100 times 8 is 800. So that's 800 inches. You divide that by 12, and you get the number of feet. What did we get before? Okay, 100 times 8 is 800 divided by 12, 66 or 67 feet. Exactly what we said before.
Mm-hmm.
Right? You see how we got there?
Yeah.
So the math that ChatGPT just gave you is exactly what we're talking about. But ChatGPT is just too dumb, right? Or it's too shallow-minded to give you the full picture.
Mm-hmm.
Right? It's a
I
robot.
wouldn't,
It's dumb.
Yeah, it's just a
I
program.
wouldn't call it dumb. I wouldn't call it dumb. That don't disrespect my ChatGPT, okay? It helped me through rough times. I'm so for real. It helped me through rough times. Ow!
But you hear my point, okay?
Yeah, I understand your point.
So ChatGPT corroborated what we said, but gave you the impression that it was going against what we said, right? But you didn't recognize it, pointed it out.
Okay, wait. I have an apple right here, and like I'm gonna like put a point there and put a point there, and like okay, I see what you're saying. Wait a little bit because like I put 2 points on like what I would say maybe me standing like on a big like ocean or whatever and whatever. So I put 2 points if uh if I was standing on that side and that side. And like if I was pointing a laser, like it would go up. Okay, so wait, I see what you're saying. Hold on.
Here's a
Ow.
good visual for you. Okay, picture a basketball and 2 little Lego men. Okay, put them both
Okay.
on top of the basketball. All right, like right next to each other. Then take a ruler and lay it on top of their heads.
Wait.
All right,
Wait. Okay, hold up.
or a toothpick or whatever. Okay, you'll see that ruler is pretty much level.
Mhm.
Now, if you leave one of those Lego men on the top of the basketball, and you take the other one, you kind of walk them down along the side of the basketball a little bit.
Okay.
Okay, just a bit. But you keep the ruler on their heads. You'll see that the ruler slants down a bit,
Mhm.
right? Notice how much the ruler slants down compared to how far you moved one of the Lego men. If you moved him over like 1 centimeter, let's say, that first centimeter gave you however much of a ruler angle drop that you got. Okay. Now, if you move that Lego man over another centimeter, you'll notice that the ruler angles even further, right? But notice that the change in that ruler angle from the second time is bigger than the first time.
Well,
And
obviously,
you
because
do
I
it
moved
again
it.
and again and again, and the ruler will keep dropping down faster and faster.
Okay, so this is supposed to prove that.
It's just an illustration of what we're talking about when we mention that when we talk about drop over distance over a curving surface that is it's nonlinear. Right? The change is nonlinear. Right? This is just an illustration of that. That's all. So scale that up to the size in question, and yeah, over a certain distance, like you might not even notice it. It could be argued that it's just not there at all. Is our point? But it's told to you that it's there, but you just don't see it. But we're trying to see it. We're trying to find it. So over 10 miles, according to their math, this is what we should expect. And we don't get it. Like if you're told, okay, the basketball is whatever, 6 inches in radius, 12-inch diameter basketball, blah blah blah. Here's the geometry of the basketball. You could calculate in advance. Oh, if I move the Lego man over 1 centimeter, I will get X drop. Right, the distance between the height of their heads, right? It'll be such and such a distance. You could do that. Now that geometry applies to any scale. It's just the math. Just the numbers are different. So we apply that to our context and it doesn't show up. So either the math is wrong or the math is fine, but it just does not apply to the context that we're talking about. So we ask the question, if the math is wrong, we want to know. And if it's not, it means the context is wrong. I.e., we're not on a ball that you could actually perform these calculations on.
Alright, dude. I'm gonna go ask my second chat GBT friend. It was on my Apple account. But I see your point. I can't lie. I just did the little diagram with that. I have like an apple and like I have like two, like this one small uh tomato and like lemon. I just used my hairbrush. And like what you were saying, like I was following along and it was correct, so I guess whatever. But it's like I gotta explain to GPT.
Now, I'll say this though,
Why
I
don't,
appreciate you actually testing it out for yourself hands on. That's actually pretty cool. Good stuff.
why don't you ask ChatGPT how you feel?
How I feel.
Yeah.
What do you mean?
Yeah, exactly. Ask it for everything else. Ask it if you're hungry
Why?
at the moment. Hey, ChatGPT, am I hungry?
No. ChatGPT just said no. Alright. So I asked ChatGPT, why does the earth look flat when you measure it when you measure it drop over distance? Alright. Dude, so it gave me like 4, 5. Okay, it gave me 5 reasons. Okay, perfect.
Big.
Sorry.
Yeah, to be fair, bro, I'm not so sure if the question you asked it was all that coherent. Did you read back the question the question that you asked it again, please?
I said, why does the earth look Dude, come on, man. Oh, happy birthday!
Yeah, you're hot micing, by the way.
I'm so sorry. That's my brother. Okay, yes, big brother that I love so much. Out of my conversation, please. Anyways, why does the earth, I asked, why does the earth look flat when you measure it drop over distance?
No, that's not the question. The question
What
would
question
be
did I ask?
why does the Earth measure no drop over distance? Right?
No drop over
When it
distance?
Yeah, when people go out and they try to find the drop over distance, right? It doesn't actually exist. But it should if we're on a ball.
My brother says you sound like a robot. Okay, so why?
Why am I even bothering?
Okay, what was the question I was supposed to ask? I can't even hear you.
Does anybody else want to try?
Dude, okay, I'm very sorry. Like, I just need a question so I can actually.
The question that you asked it before, okay, it was incoherent. The question that you want to ask it is along the lines of, if you actually want to actually bother asking it, but if you do, okay, it's along the lines of, if we're on a ball with a specific radius, where over distance we would expect a drop over distance, right? Why is it that we measure 0 drop over distance?
Please stop. Sorry. Again. Okay, now he's leaving. Okay. Can you dumb that down? You were just talking about if we're on a ball or something, dude.
Yeah, because we're on a ball.
I'm literally not trying to even be funny. Can you dumb that down?
one last time, right?
Can I
If we're
just
on
ask?
one last time, right?
Okay.
If we're on a ball, right, where there should be drop over distance measured, why do we not measure any?
Thanks. All right. So ChatGPT says it does measure drop over distance, but whether you see it depends on where you're measuring. Okay, then it gives me 5 reasons again. So I'm gonna say first reason: the drop is real, but it's small per mile. On a spherical Earth, the surface curves downward roughly 8 inches per mile.
Squared.
What? Can I just send this to y'all?
But you know, no one's gonna take you seriously if you begin your sentence with ChatGPT says. Like,
I
you know that,
don't
right?
care. I don't care.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, like, no one's gonna take you seriously.
I don't
That's what.
care.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
mean,
we're entertaining
yeah.
it. Just, to kill dead air,
Okay. So, it gives like a thing: 1 mile, 8 drop; 5 miles, 17 feet drop; 10 miles, 60 feet drop. Okay, and then the second reason it says levels isn't straight in space; it follows the curve. Okay, people often
Tell me
measure.
how that makes sense. If you're shooting a laser over water, tell me how that makes any sense at all.
If you're shooting a laser over water, it's gonna stay the same. It's not gonna go up, cause like I said before, and like ChatGPT also said, the curve, it's a very gentle, small curve, so you wouldn't be able to know the distance unless you're really far away.
How
Oh my
far is
God.
enough?
Oh
Like
my
I
God.
mean,
When the
from the Pacific Ocean to the Atlantic Ocean, you wouldn't be able to see each other. That's what I mean.
Yeah.
Why do you
Why?
sound so fucking retarded?
Yeah. Why such a far distance? We already showed you.
Because that far
You can get.
distance, that means you're
Yeah.
on one side of the earth, and then
But
like the
that
person's
was
on
the
the
question.
other kind of underside of the earth. So that's
Remember
where that big
the
curve, where you see that big curve
but
at.
Hey,
That's
but do
like
you
that
understand
that's
how
like the
how
picture.
wasn't
how
the question.
how tall
But
60
that's like
foot
the
is?
picture, because if you
Are we gonna use basketball hoops in this case? A
Yeah,
basketball hoop
she just reset.
is 10 feet, right? That's the height of a basketball hoop, 10 feet. Now you put 6 of those on top of each other. That's how much curvature you're missing. The laser should be 6 basketball hoops up in the air above your head. It's not.
You know
It
why? Because that is such a
That's a
small
6-story
measurement. You're
building.
measuring that to the Earth. Do you know how big the Earth is? This is
I
why we have
do.
different oceans. This
Oh
is
my
like
god.
dude, if you just take a picture of like if you
She
like
just
search a
she just
picture
did a
of like
360
wait, let me
reset.
talk. Wait, I'm gonna
No.
like explain to
It's
y'all
like
of how
talking
I
to a
understand it.
retarded person. Stop
I'm
it.
not retarded. I'm not retarded. My IQ
Why
is not
don't you
low.
understand?
I'm not retarded.
Dude,
I think you don't
you
understand it
have to
because that's a very small thing compared to the Earth.
you have to stack 6 basketball hoops on top of each other. The laser should be up there. It's not. When we shoot it 1 foot over the water, it ends up 1 foot over the water on the other side
Okay, so
because
can you
water
show me
doesn't
that?
curve.
Can you
It
show me that
doesn't
experiment?
curve.
Can you show
This
me
is
that
so
experiment?
frustrating. This is so
Yeah.
frustrating.
Then show
I
show me
can't
that
deal with this.
experiment. Please show me that.
Yeah.
Glad you
Someone do,
asked.
please.
All
I
right,
could
like
still,
I was
man, make
saying.
either one of your arguments better than you're doing right now. Like either one of you, bro. This is mind numbing.
Okay, mind
Either
blowing for
one
you.
of you. Wait,
Dumb
hey,
it down a little bit through.
Ippo, can you be quiet for a sec? Hey, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just saying, Tourist. Yeah, we're trying to dumb it down a little bit.
You're coming down
Like,
doesn't make sense to yourself.
oh yeah, it makes complete sense.
Well, that's
No,
what
it
I'm
doesn't.
saying.
If
Not
I'm
now.
telling, this is why we have different oceans.
Oh my God, shut her up.
Like I'm so
Someone shut it the fuck up.
Look, Ippo, I agree with you, right? But like, genuinely, you cannot trust AI to do the thinking for you. It's gonna atrophy your brain.
Yeah, I can because y'all people that research all of this stuff, they couldn't even answer me why flat Earth doesn't have a core and why earthquakes work. You can do all the
God, you
research
just
that you can.
reset again.
How did I just reset again?
Ippo, here's the problem, right? Not 5-10 minutes ago, you already acknowledged, right, when I pointed out to you that what ChatGPT gave you in terms of like the math, right? It was exactly what we were saying, but it had a bit of a weird twist in its explanation to it, and it went right over your head, right? You agreed that we're using the same
Doesn't
math.
surprise me at all.
Of course not, right? Like, here's the thing, Apple, you want this to be true. It sounds.
No, it is true.
Yeah, but is it actually? And then how do you
I'm
know?
trying to explain to y'all how I see what y'all are trying to tell me. I'm saying
But you're doing
that
a poor job.
That you're
no,
delusional.
I'm not doing a poor job. Y'all wouldn't even let me explain what I was trying to say. This is why
Why
we
do you
have
sound so
this is why we
delusional?
have so many oceans. I'm saying obviously when you look at the earth from like a picture of NASA or anything, you see the curves. You see that it's going like it's a circle. You see it. I'm saying if you're on one side of the ocean and the other person's on the other side of the ocean, of course when you point a laser, it's not gonna even go up like wait, would it go up? I don't even know. But I'm saying,
Oh my
but
God.
basically, can you let me explain? Instead of saying, "Oh my God,
Someone
Jesus!"
shut her up.
Oh God, I can't.
Look, okay, wait.
I
What I'm
can't.
saying, what I'm saying is like that's like that curve that y'all are trying to place in y'all head. But if you're
Ippo,
standing
I'm
on
being
one
so
side
for
of the
real. Like, you can't just say I
can you
don't know,
like just
and
like
then
shut up, please? Thank you. Anyways, like I was saying, I don't mean to tell you to shut up, but I wasn't done talking, and I'll let y'all talk over me. Like I
I
was
didn't mean
saying,
to tell you to shut up, but I'm going to tell you to shut up.
and I'm not going to. Thank you. You look like that little animal, whatever.
Thank you,
Look,
whoever did that. Thank you so
look,
much.
I've had enough, okay, Ippo? I've had enough.
Yeah.
You don't understand, and even all the other Globers in here are feeling embarrassed right now. You need to understand the geometry thing, okay? If you can't get that, then there is no point in moving on with this discussion. Okay, I'm gonna
it's just
unmute you now, but
look
please.
beyond that on a baser level. Like, you need to stop using ChatGPT, bro. Like, and at least have the decency to not say that you're using it. To at least like click on the source that it's citing and then read that source, right? Like, because I mean it so seriously. No one's gonna take you seriously if you just say that like the lying machine told me so.
There are some things like if you understand them, no explanation is needed. If you don't understand it, no explanation is possible. Okay, I think we reached an impasse here. I'm gonna
Are you
unmute you now.
Scandinavian by any chance?
Yeah, I'm from Sweden.
Oh, that's cool.
Thanks. So like, can I try to explain a little bit better? And like I literally have like a diagram now. Like I have an apple right in front of me. So every class, grab your apples. Okay. So what I was basically explaining, let's say I'm gonna make another dot. So let's say this is the Atlantic Ocean and this is the Pacific Ocean, right? I
You're
don't
not
know
fair.
how far they're away from each other, but they're pretty far. Or just think of two oceans that are really far from each other. I don't know which ones are far. They're far. But okay, ready? So this is the Atlantic Ocean and this is the Pacific Ocean, right? If you look at the apple's like we're gonna think of the apple of the world. The apple's like huge, and like that's like one side of the earth, and that's the other. So that's like a really huge curve. But if I put, let's say, inside of the apple where the green part is, let's say that's a little lake, right? You see how like I'm literally like I don't know like who to send this to, but I'm gonna take a picture and I'm gonna send it to y'all. Literally, if it's a very small thing, Like I put 2 dots like right by the stem. It's a very small little distance. Obviously, it looks flat, and when you do the laser, it's gonna go kind of straight instead of up. But if you were to go on one side, like if your friend was going to go to the Pacific side of the ocean, and you were going to the Atlantic, and you do the little laser trick thing
I'm
of
losing
the
fucking brain
courses,
cells.
I think you already lost
Losing.
them.
I will never get those brain cells back.
Okay. Well, reset your life, and then you can get your brain cells back.
Everyone
So,
is being so fucking courteous right now. This is crazy.
Cortez, you're talking over me. Thank you. So, if your friend was on the Pacific side and you were on the Atlantic side and you do the little laser trick, then it's gonna go up because it's a very huge distance. But like I
Okay,
said,
we just
from the stem,
we just gave you the distance. Over 10 miles, it should be 66 feet in the air.
dude, I'm gonna show you my diagram.
I don't care about your diagram.
Why do you not care
Definitely.
about it?
Is the diagram an
Obviously,
apple?
understand.
you did your research, so why? That's kind of rude because I wouldn't say I don't care about your diagram if you did it yourself,
You can't
and it's
call
proving me something.
what you're doing research.
Yeah, it is. What? How
Because
do
you're
you think people?
denying.
How do you think people
You're
find out that the Earth
denying
is
that
flat?
over.
It's doing their own
You're
experiment.
denying. Yeah, you're denying that over 10 miles, it should be 6. The laser should be 66 feet
I
in the
never
air.
denied anything. I just said I was talking about my apple.
You said I put 2 points, and between those 2 points, because it's a small area now, the laser would go straight.
Where's my toothpicks?
That's what you said, right?
I didn't say that.
Why are you even wasting your time with it, bro? We both know.
Yeah.
Look,
Because I'm
Ippo.
driving and I got a
As a
little bit of
globe
time,
tard,
but
I'm like you, right? Ippo, I believe in the round Earth, just like you. Could I try to at least explain what these guys are trying to say? Because it's painful that you're not understanding it. Like,
Yeah, let's get some
Yeah, go
Globion
ahead,
global.
dude.
so they're taking the size of the Earth as a number, and then they're saying, oh, okay, so how much curvature should we see over, say, 10 miles? Right? And they're saying it's X amount of feet. Do you understand that, right? As a concept.
Yeah, I say yeah. Why just got quiet? Oh, junks. I need blue.
because everyone knows that you don't understand that.
I do understand.
So why are you finding it so difficult then?
Finding it so difficult because I'm trying to tell you how I understand it.
The thing is that this always is the point where it becomes the refraction quagmire. So this is at least like something different.
Don't confuse her even more, dude. Making it worse. I thought you were here to fix it.
Oh.
Yeah. Dude, you missed it earlier. She couldn't pronounce geodesy properly. You think she's gonna be able to spell that or pronounce it?
I kind of did spell it to you, but okay. I just been mispronounced it.
Yeah.
Genosis.
That's a hard one, bro. If you're gonna say that off the top of your head right now, spell Pharaoh.
I don't know how to spell that.
No, not you. The other guy. The guy's,
What was the word?
Spelling bee. That's right. You can't, bro.
I didn't hear the word.
Pharaoh.
Pharaoh?
Like an Egyptian king.
Was it like Phaero or something like that?
Yeah, there's an H on the end of it.
Oh.
Or no,
Well,
yeah, Pharoh, yeah. Right.
I think I made these too big.
Yeah, I'm just pushing buttons here. But yeah, Turris, I was gonna say before you missed the first hour. All right.
It's been an hour of this.
Probably more.
No, what? Nah. Well done, Ippo.
I mean, there is killing dead air, bro. Killing dead air, but we're making progress.
Alright, I have done my diagram. Now let me show y'all.
Yeah, your MS Paint.
Ready to go?
MS Paint? No, I did it on an Apple. What are you talking about?
Shit.
Alright, dang it. Gotta make this circle smaller. Okay, who should I send it to? Because I don't have chat terms.
I got you. I got you.
Alright, dude.
Hold on. Hold on.
Don't post anything stupid.
All right, you should be good to go.
Oh, I got chat terms now?
Yeah, you're good.
Yay! Okay.
Yeah. Use it wisely. Don't post anything that's against TOS.
Yeah,
I never did. I never did.
Yeah, and don't post any picture of your hair. All right, it's okay.
Don't be mad because
No
my hair
personal
is
pictures.
lusciously and long. And it's not against TOS, so I'm just saying.
Yeah, but we don't want to see it.
You don't want to see it. It's okay.
That's right.
Look at my apple.
Hippo, I thought you said you're gonna put a diagram. Is this a diagram?
No, I didn't say that. I said I am doing a project.
Who did anybody hear her say she got a diagram?
Yep.
For a
Of
project?
course they're gonna agree with you because all y'all are meat writers. Y'all are ride or
Hippo,
die meat writers for each other.
Hippo, how about this, right? You see the two YouTube things at the top, right? Can you go to one of them and listen back about 2 minutes?
No, I don't have YouTube.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
I don't have YouTube.
What? That doesn't make
Yeah.
any sense. You can open up a browser and go to the YouTube link.
My YouTube is blocked.
What the fuck? Shit, you got bigger problems than I thought.
Anyways, so we all can see like my apple. I might have called it a diagram, but I didn't mean to. So we all can see the apple, right? And we can see that like that
We
one
don't
point
give
is
a
right
fuck.
there.
Lady, we don't give a fuck. Just zip it. Alright? There's no way
Dylan,
that we
nobody
can.
was talking to you. My God.
No one is talking to you, lady. You've been talking for at
Okay.
least half
I'm
an
just
hour
gonna turn
without
you
saying it.
down because like
No, okay. No. Hippo, there's no muting people in here, okay? Mod or no mod, don't do that. We gotta handle it.
I can't mute somebody for being rude to me.
You can turn them down, but
That's
it
what I
causes
did.
problems. Yeah, okay. I thought you were just gonna turn them off completely. We don't do that, right? It causes problems.
If you mute him, I'll kick you out.
What?
Yeah.
I literally just said I turned him down.
Down, that's okay. Okay. Anyways, he's off now. All right? We got that covered. Anyway, carry on. You got this.
All right. So, like I was saying, if we take a look at I think that's the right side. If you take a look at the right side, right? Let's say that's the Pacific, and let's take a look at the left side. Let's say that's Atlantic, right? If you were obviously to stand on both sides of those, and point a laser, the laser is going to go up because of that curve. You know what I'm saying? Like that curve. Obviously, y'all see that curve as a very small distance, and I'm trying to explain that's not what that is. But you see the two middle ones, like that's for example of I'm saying maybe like a mini ocean or a lake or a pool or like something like that. Obviously, if the distance is very closer, you're not going to get that curve that you're expecting because it's not a big curve. It's a very slight, gentle curve. But if you were standing on one side of if you were standing on one side of the planet and your friend was standing on the other side, it's the bigger curve that you're trying to look at or what you're trying to explain to me.
Hippo, I have an idea. Right? How about we let Cat Lady explain it to you?
Oh, please don't let Cat Lady explain it to me. I don't want to hear her voice. I'm literally gonna leave and I will become a flat earther. I don't want to hear her voice. She was so rude to me. So nasty, so mean. I don't talk to
Yeah, but
real or
you-
nasty people.
It's because you were talking about earthquakes and shit.
Because that
Now
has
it's
something to do with it.
yeah, but we already went over that, and it's over, right? So we can move on.
No, I
Actually,
can't
talking
move
about
on. I hold
here's the thing:
grudges. No.
we're talking. But here, watch this, right? We're talking about something that's actually relevant, right? You're doing your
That
work
earthquake
here.
was irrelevant.
Nah, kind of, but this is a lot more direct, right? This is the
Okay.
type of stuff that's very much
I would say
appreciated,
that.
right? So I think it would be a very productive conversation. Cat lady,
Nope.
are you there?
Nope.
Are you there, cat lady? First the cat lady.
Nope. I would tell you I would leave this call. I would leave this whole server. No, I don't want to talk to her. I'm there. I
All right, we
hold
got you, cat.
grudges.
You think that's a threat in
I
All right, we
didn't
got
person?
say
you,
it
cat
was a
lady in
threat.
here now.
I said what I was going to do.
Then do it.
All right, cat lady, you
I'm
got one
losing my
job.
patience. Yeah, go ahead.
Actually, I don't even have to do that. I can just turn her down.
No, you can't. I just
That's
told
not
you what
against
happened.
that's not against TOS. I said I can turn her down. Not
You
off.
turn
I
her
said
down.
down.
If you turn her down, I'll kick you straight away.
Can I
Yeah,
walk away?
you can leave. Yeah,
Okay. I won't get
All right,
kicked for that. Thanks.
we just don't mute or turn down mods. That's all.
I've done that multiple times. Sorry.
Yeah,
I didn't know
well,
that was the rule
you're
yet.
lucky you didn't get caught. You're lucky it didn't cause problems.
Please don't make me talk to this lady. I don't want to talk to her, bro.
I haven't even been in here for a while. Is she still triggered because I didn't want to talk about earthquakes?
No, I'm triggered because you were kind of mean at me. And like you're
Well,
a
you
grown
have to admit,
female.
like, listen, it's only
No,
fair
but
that we
you're a
hold you.
grown.
Can I? I'm gonna. Do
Like
you want
you're
to hear
old.
what I have to say to you, or are you just
Yeah,
gonna
go
talk
ahead.
over me? Okay,
You
it's
bitch
only
thank you.
fair that we hold you to the same standards as we would to a man in here making the same kind of claims. Like, you shouldn't get any kind of like special pass because you're a woman, right? You'd want us to treat you as you're intelligent, right? And capable of engaging in this conversation.
But you didn't do that though.
Well, but you didn't say anything intelligent, so we're
But
not
I
going to
did.
engage on. No, you really didn't.
I did.
But did you bring any proof of Earth curvature, or are you just going to talk about things that don't have anything to do with Earth curvature?
I talked about earthquakes and like then your friends
Okay,
prove me
earthquakes have
wrong.
nothing to do with Earth curvature, right? Okay, next.
No, not next. It does have something to do with it.
Okay, just because
If you
you
look at
have
the bigger
no
picture,
ability to suss out this argument doesn't mean it's a valid argument that we need to address.
well, your friends did address it and they couldn't answer me. At least they took the time to actually think about what I was saying instead of saying
Have you
cutting
brought
off
anything
because
valuable
you
to
don't
the
think. Yeah, I
conversation?
kind of did. I did when you weren't
Okay,
here
hey,
and when
20
we weren't
cups. What
interrupting
kind
me.
of valuable thing did she bring to the conversation about the nature of the surface of the Earth?
Well, yeah.
The
There was that
nature of
one.
the surface of the earth. What the
Yeah,
fuck you
yeah.
saying?
Ippo, you remember that part when we were talking about the 8-inch per mile squared drop, right? And you were following along, and then you asked ChatGPT, right? And it said, no, we're wrong, right? It's actually 8 inches per mile squared. And then we talked about it. It's like, oh shit, you were talking the same thing. Remember that part? Yeah,
Yeah.
that part. That was probably the most productive thing in the entire
You remember that
conversation.
part where I
Did you
proved
get
you
her to
wrong
discuss that,
because
or she just
flat
talk
Earth
over
doesn't
everybody?
have a core. Flat Earth doesn't have a core, and it wouldn't have earthquakes. Do you remember that?
Does she just talk nonstop like this?
Yeah, when she's triggered because you're here,
Yeah.
you know.
Well, why is she so
I'm very,
triggered? It
I'm
shouldn't be an
triggered
emotional
because you were very
conversation, right?
rude and mean and very
Oh, get
nasty
over it.
towards
It's
me.
the internet. You need a thicker
No.
skin. Yeah, you do. You need a thicker
No.
Yo,
skin if
hold on.
it's the
I
internet.
like that argument. I've
No.
never heard that one before. That like
Now I'm
But you
gonna
remember
move
the
on
part?
to moderate.
Watch
unless
this.
they wouldn't have earthquakes. Hold
Watch this. Watch this. But you remember when we were talking about, over 10 miles, it would be 66 feet. Over 20 miles, it would be 200 and something feet. 27 miles, it would be whatever it was, 400 and something, whatever. Remember all those numbers and shit? And you're like, yeah,
Mm-hmm.
okay. You checked the math and we did it together and all that. And then
Yep.
2 minutes later, you kind of reset and said, oh, well, it's not far enough, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah. See, that was like actually like okay, right? It was kind of dumb, but it was like actually relevant.
It kind
So
of
maybe
wasn't
you were,
dumb.
well, it kind of was, right? Because we explained to
It's
you
not
that
relevant.
we're only like what 5-6 feet off the ground, over a body of water, I should say.
right? And when you have something zipping over that should be zipping over your head, 66 feet, 200 and something feet, 400 and something feet above your head, right? And you don't actually like witness that in reality, that there's a problem, right? Remember all that?
Mm-hmm. And that's why I
Yeah,
gave you
that.
my little apple diagram so you can understand how I'm
Yeah,
seeing it.
yeah. Well, the thing is, right? You're drawing, or you're
No, my
depicting, right?
apple.
Yeah, not drawing. My apologies. Right? You're taking the apple and you're taking two like toothpicks and putting them on like opposite sides of the apple, right? And arguing that like that's significant enough because
No,
they're like
I'm not arguing
antipolar to
that's
each other.
significant enough. I'm arguing what you're kind of trying to say, and like I'm trying to show you from a
We get that.
outsider perspective of how it
We
would
get
look.
that, right?
And I
We
was
get
trying to
that, but
explain to
we get
you
that. No,
if you were
we
to
get
look
that, but
at a picture, you really don't get
we
that.
yeah,
No,
yeah,
you
we
don't.
do get
Guys,
it,
I
right?
feel
Hey,
like
20
this
Cubs,
conversation is not
would we
very productive.
tolerate this if she was a man? I'm just saying.
Yeah,
Yeah.
maybe.
Well, you don't have to get jealous of
No.
another woman,
Yeah,
but
because
anyways.
I
The
mean,
thing,
come on, she's not really
yeah,
engaging in any kind of like good faith or anything, and
you
she
know,
just
like,
kind of
For
talks over everybody.
you.
Certainly,
yeah,
there's
She
well,
somebody
talked over
here
me.
who
I'm
has
so
something intelligent
confused.
to say, right? There's got to be somebody in the
Now
room
she just
who
jumps in
has
here
something
and then calls
intelligent to
me out of
say.
my name and
at
call
this
me
point,
Okay,
at
unintelligent.
yep,
this
it's
point,
not you. You aren't the one with something intelligent to say. So we're gonna give you a
yeah,
break for just a second and see if there's anybody else, and then we can come back to you.
yeah,
Okay.
definitely. Earlier,
How long have
you
you
were
been
doing dead
entertaining
air.
this?
Well,
Seriously.
it's been about dead air for about an
Is
hour and
it?
a half.
Yeah, was it? Is it quiet in here? I was gonna ask.
It was, yeah. So we're just shooting the
Yeah.
shit.
Yeah, I mean, if she thinks earthquakes prove the globe is an intelligent comment, then there's only so much we can do with that, right?
Well,
I don't know.
I mean, she doesn't seem alone there. I think Dylan was kind of backing her up on that before
Oh,
too.
is Dylan still in here? We talked to him the other day. Dylan 9679.
Dylan C, yeah.
Because there's okay, there's two Dylans in right now. Plus there's a third Dylan. Okay. Well,
Yeah,
Dylan
there's
C
the
is pretty
Matrix.
cool.
There's Matrix Dylan, and then there's like the
Right,
guy,
right. Then
the
there's the
Dylan
other
who
green
fumbled.
Dylan.
Yeah, there's the Dylan that fumbled on grade 7 algebra the other day.
Okay,
Yeah,
regular Dylan.
Yeah, that's regular Dylan. Yeah.
Well, I had a pretty good conversation with Dylan C yesterday. Dylan, do you have any
Yeah,
new questions that you came back with after that?
I brought up a few things in the chat so far, but
Has it been addressed, or do you have anything that you have like additional questions on?
seems like some of the stuff has already been addressed. One of the things was the was earthquakes, but it was sort of an aside from what was already being talked about. It seemed like seismic studies seem to indicate, that these P waves and S waves are being detected in different parts of the globe, and I don't see how those measurements would be made. Those same observations would be made on a flat Earth. You wouldn't
Yeah.
have like shadow zones.
Okay, so you think that we couldn't have seismic waves travel over the Earth if the Earth was not a globe?
No, it's not that you wouldn't. What I would expect to see is not a shadow zone, and
What does that mean, shadow zone? I'm not familiar with that term in this context.
so I posted an image
I saw the
way
image with the core, right? Which obviously that's a claim that we can't prove, right?
right. So you have P waves and S waves. I think the S waves are transverse waves, and the P waves are longitudinal waves. I might have that backwards, but the transverse waves don't propagate through liquids. So
Okay,
the
but there's ground underneath the seas, right?
there's ground underneath the seas. Yeah, the seas are relatively compared to these waves. They propagate through
So,
underneath the oceans. Yeah.
so let me try to summarize it so we don't get like too off into the weeds. So your contention is that these waves can only travel through the center of a spherical Earth.
No, it's
Is that
what we would
essentially it?
observe if we had if we had seismic sensors set up on a flat Earth, you would expect to see vibrations from an earthquake be
What
detected
part of what
at these
and
different
everything that's
sensors.
going on nowadays was
Okay, sorry, he was being rude. Go ahead.
You would expect to see on a flat Earth these waves being detected, radially outward from the epicenter of an earthquake, and without these shadow zones.
Why do you know? Okay, let me ask you this. Okay, for one, we don't measure the Earth as spherical. So saying things can't happen on a flat Earth is irrelevant because we already measured the Earth is flat. But that aside, how do you know what to expect on a flat Earth and how it would be different? And why would motion of the surface have anything to do with the measurement of the surface?
It's the way these waves are propagating, right? So
Okay, but what if
the
there's some another
congregation.
mechanism at maybe your assumptions are incorrect and there's another mechanism that's responsible for this? I'm just saying, like, if the Earth measures flat, it doesn't matter what happens because what's happening is on a flat Earth.
Right. So
The
that
same way the
argument is
sun,
right.
like we talked about the sun and the celestial bodies, right?
Right. You kind of throw away all these other observations, like anything but measurement of curvature based on that argument just isn't
Well,
even
right.
worth.
That's the only thing. That's what this is 24/7 flat Earth, right? Not 24/7 seismic activity or things in the sky, right? We just measure it flat. And so that's how we know that everything that happens is happening to and above a flat Earth.
Right. So it
It's
seems like
also
we should be able to address different issues like independently, and that
look,
was
it's
one issue that was brought up, and yeah, I'm not seeing how there's a lot of different observations that outside of these measurements specifically seem relevant to me as evidence for the globe, like
But are
when
any
we
of them
first.
surface curvature? I mean, that is the
that doesn't
fundamental
that doesn't
property
seem
of a sphere, right?
right. So it
So how
seems
can
like
we
we
have a
it seems
sphere
like
without that doesn't curve regardless of seismic activity?
I've brought up measurement focused observations before, like with the geodetic surveying, but you the the claim there is that it's just baked in math. So um, yeah, there it seems like other evidence is relevant to me, so that was why I was bringing that up. But if only measurements of curvature apply, then you know
Well, that makes
that's
sense, doesn't
different.
it? If we're just trying to determine the nature of the surface, why would we ignore that?
Seems like there are measurements of curvature, but
Okay, so who's taken these measurements? Hey, did you guys already discuss this earlier?
I don't have any fresh measurements of curvature today.
Okay,
No.
what do you mean? What do you mean fresh?
Well, I brought some things up before, but they were shot down. So
Okay,
based
well,
on the
I
quality
guess,
of the measurements.
yeah, I mean, I guess I think it's fair that in this, in 2026, that we should have, with all of our lasers and our advanced optics, that we should have a laser test that shows drop over distance. It seems really easy, right? If we can shoot a laser over a body of water, we should see the deviation, right? I
Right.
think that's fair to ask for that.
It seems like this other evidence is valid to me.
It's
Do you guys don't?
circumstantial though, right? And you're also formulating it on the opinion that these things cannot happen on a flat earth and therefore the earth isn't flat, and that's logically fallacious, right?
I don't think so. I think that observations like the celestial sphere, things like that, are relevant,
Well, that's just
and
how you, yeah, but that doesn't have anything to do with the nature of the surface of the Earth, right?
if it's impossible to have those observations on
What?
a flat Earth, it's
But
just
it's not, because we measured the Earth
geometrical.
as flat, so how can that be impossible?
It's just spatial reasoning. If we make these observations, is it possible to infer
I'm
the
sorry,
shape of the Earth?
the celestial sphere disproves the Earth can be flat? You realize we don't even know that that's how it appears to us. We cannot tell the actual nature of the sky above us, right? And it doesn't change the nature of the ground we stand on.
Like I said, I think that those observations are relevant. If they're not being entertained here as part of the debate, then
Well, if you have a tent,
it's a
right,
different issue.
the base of the tent is flat. It doesn't matter what's going on above it. We're measuring the floor of the tent, not the tent that goes above it, because what happens above doesn't have anything to do with the floor. And it doesn't change it. I don't see how it's relevant.
It's if you don't see how it's relevant, then that's how you
Well,
feel.
it's not a feeling, Dylan. I mean, like, if you need to measure your floor, do you start looking at the ceiling and trying to determine where the lights are and what does the ceiling do in this area, and then say, oh, well, the floor must be just like the ceiling? It's just not logical.
I don't think that's a reasonable analogy in this case, but
The celestial sphere is the ceiling, right? And you don't know what it is, or how it's exactly laid out. We don't know what the celestial bodies are, or where they are, or how big they are. So why would we look to something like that when we can just simply go to the surface and measure it?
well, would you just entertain the concept for the sake of argument for a moment? Like, you do acknowledge that we observe a celestial sphere, right?
Yeah, that's what we observe. That doesn't mean that's what it is, right? It doesn't mean it's spherical.
It's just a matter
Do you know how
of
retarded that statement you just said sounds?
it's just a matter
I have no
of
idea what he said, but he's
well,
not a master debater, so um no, I mean, why would I entertain something that has nothing to do with what we're talking about here?
well, then that's a pretty short conversation.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's very reasonable to expect measurements of the surface and not looking at the sky. You can have a celestial sphere above a flat earth because that's what we measure, right?
Right, but when I've brought up like geodetic surveying, which is
security
people that
system
are
takes control of Squidward's house and begins a
Okay, geodetic surveying is a reference ellipsoid. Why did they need a reference ellipsoid if the earth measures flat or measures curved?
because curvature is not what they're trying to measure. Most people are not trying to prove the shape of the earth with their measurements, and
But
geodetic
but
surveying
nothing, but no
surveyors
civil
are not out
engineering,
there trying.
no buildings, no civil engineering, no railroads, no bridges, nothing is ever accounting for surface curvature.
There's an interesting little mini documentary about how they accounted for Earth's curvature with CERN,
You realize,
and
okay, well, you realize they measure the earth is flat and then they apply a reference ellipsoid. And that in actual
that's not what they're
real
doing.
engineering, they are never ever accounting for surface curvature. Ever.
I think you're wrong about that.
Okay, well, if you can bring evidence that they are in an actual real world example, I'd love to see that because I have never seen that.
why do you think they're applying a reference ellipsoid after they're
They just
measuring it
bake that
flat?
in after the fact. They're not actually using that for anything practical.
So they're
Just show us evidence
what are they
of some
doing
kind of
to
major
reference?
construction project. I wanna see, like, a bridge, railroads, large
Well, let's
extremely
just
large
stay on that
building,
one
something.
point.
Show me something that they accounted for curvature to build it.
Right, but let's stay on the surveying point before we move on. When you say that they're measuring the Earth flat and then applying a reference ellipsoid to it, but there's no practical reason for them to do that,
Yep,
like
that's
that's what
right.
doesn't make sense.
Yep.
What are they applying this
Because they
reference
believe
ellipsoid
that the
to?
Earth must be a sphere, but they're not actually using that to build anything.
Well, they're making maps, right? They're making accurate elevation maps that can be used
Okay,
in later in other
elevation
projects.
maps are based an elevation is set against what?
Well, they're referencing like some
Sea level.
sea level, they're
Sea
using
level,
some.
right. Yeah.
So they want to make flat elevation maps. Why would they be applying a reference ellipsoid in order to
I'll be right
create
back, you
flat
guys.
elevation?
Hold on.
Because actually what they're doing is correcting for the curvature that they do measure. When you look it up, that's what their documentation says that they're doing. That's why they're doing it. It's not to fake a
You
globe. It's because when
can
they
you
measure the curvature, they use the known curvature in order to cancel that part out of their measurement because they're interested in producing flat elevation maps.
can you repeat what you said before that sentence?
The reason they're using a reference ellipsoid or any reference geometry for the sphere is in order to correct their measurements of
So
elevation.
what? Okay, so they take measurements and then they correct them to a sphere.
No, they correct them to flat.
What? Well, they don't add flat in after the measurements. They add a sphere in after the measurements.
No, they're when they make their measurements, there could be refraction involved, and so they have to correct for the refraction because that's not
Okay,
an
can you
accurate
can? All right,
that's
so what
making their
in?
measurement less accurate, right? If there's refraction involved with their measurement, they have to correct for that, right? And in the same way,
Okay,
when they
so
take an
just
observation
stop
of a
there.
height, they want to correct for the curvature.
All right,
That's what
so
they're
stop
doing.
there. All right, so can you show me? Because you're talking about spherical excess, right?
Yeah,
Yeah. So can you show me? So you need a triangle for that, right? So 3 points. Yeah.
that is one way that spherical excess is measured is with these triangles where the internal angles add up to higher than 180.
Okay. So can you show me what you're referencing with this and how much spherical excess there was?
I don't have a specific measurement available right now, but on ArcGIS, you can look up a whole bunch of measurements that they make, and you can look up
But
the
what are you?
methods of
But what are you referencing though?
just geodetic surveying as a whole,
Yeah.
the
Okay.
practice
So
of it.
you're claiming they measure a spherical excess, or they get a spherical excess after they correct for the globe?
No, I'm saying that when they take their measurements, let's say they're taking a site from point A to point B, they're
Yep.
measuring an angle of light into their theodolites.
Yep.
They're calculating what the height is of the second point. There's going to be errors in that measurement based on refraction, so they have to account for that. They use standard they use different means to try to
Okay.
correct for that as an error. And in the same way, they use a reference ellipsoid in order to correct those calculations, those
Yeah. So
measurements.
you're saying the actual measurements that they get are not spherical excess. You only get spherical excess when you add in a globe, right?
No, you guys keep repeating
What are
that
you
as if they're
talking about
adding that.
then? Can you
I'm saying
let's
they
have a look
measure the
at
curvature and then
dude.
they use the reference curvature to remove the curvature that they measured
Okay, now
because
you're
they're not
just saying
interested in.
things, right?
No,
Now
because
you're just saying things
that's what
because
it says when you
so
look it up.
in order for this
It's a
conversation to go
correction.
any further, you need to present an actual measurement and then a correction. So can you do that?
I could try to pull up a reference for you
Otherwise,
guys.
we're just talking, right? Saying,
It's
well, you
something
could
we've
do
gone over
this and you
before,
could
but
do
you want
that,
to.
Yeah, I mean, Dylan, there's an issue,
You're
right? If you're using a reference, right, to basically correct any other measurements that you do afterwards, the big question becomes, where the hell did the reference come from? Maybe you already explained it and I missed it, but that needs to be sussed out, right?
that's not really as a relevant part of this part of the conversation. The question was, do we ever measure curvature?
Integral.
And if you look
No,
up
it
the
is
method,
integral.
Put it in the chat,
the
dude.
method
Just put it in the chat.
is
Yeah,
I'll
Dylan, it's integral, right? Because the gold standard, right? The
no.
reference, the template, right? The template, right? To which you're comparing every other measurement, right? To determine what excess, with respect to that reference that you might be getting in your measurement, right? That comparison is what's giving you, oh, well, that little bit of excess, oh, it's refraction or whatnot, right? But how do you know that, right? You only know that in terms of based on what the reference is telling you. But if you don't know what the actual reference itself actually came from, right? If it's actually accurately describing the curvature, supposedly, to say that that little bit of extra is refraction, like you can't actually make that statement confidently.
You have to assume a certain amount of refraction. You can make measurements of
No, you don't get
atmospheric
it, dude.
conditions
You
in
don't get
order
it.
to
No,
try
you don't.
and predict what the
No, bro, you
refraction
don't get
is.
it. You don't get it, right? You
I
assume,
get it better than
yeah,
you.
dude, check it out. You assume whatever excess that you get in a measurement, right, with respect to a reference, okay, is refraction, okay? But where did the
No, I
reference come
understand there's going to be some error involved, but they're trying to get the most
there's always,
accurate measurement that they
but
can get.
but I get that, but this is the problem, right? To parse out how much of it this so-called error is actually refraction as opposed to the ground curving away. You can't do that unless you have a template or a reference to tell you how much of that is the ground. But if that template or that reference doesn't actually give you what the ground is curving, how much of the ground actually is curving, because you just assume it is, it doesn't tell you shit. For all you know, the whole thing is just refracted. Go ahead, Fences. Or whoever was
Oh
jumping
no,
in.
it's all right. We just have a guy in the side chat making claims that he can't back up, so I was not really
I don't
listening.
even think you understand the claims, actually.
Wait,
No,
one
I
sec.
read your I
One
read
sec.
that. Did y'all read
What
that?
does
That was
fixed?
hilarious.
Yeah, what
Dylan,
does fixed
sorry,
spacing mean?
stop, dude. Stop. Hey, Dylan, while these guys are talking, can you post your information in the chat? I just want to look at it. Go ahead.
Yeah,
Sorry.
you got to give me a second to find a reference for you.
Okay. No worries, man.
How come there's so many Dylans in here?
Okay, so while he's doing that, over/fences, do you know what fixed spacing means?
I'm just gonna read what you posted first for the room. So since some of these
So
people
you don't
didn't
know what it
see it,
means. Got it.
I'm gonna read it first. You're really impatient and emotional for some reason. Okay, so his premise one: if the Earth is flat, then the sun does not have fixed spacing in the sky. 2, the sun has fixed spacing in the sky. C, the Earth is not flat. So
No, that's
I
modus
asked
tollens.
you, in the side chat to tell me what the sun is, where the sun is, and how far away the sun is.
None of that sounds like a rejection to any of the premises,
No,
so that's not
I just,
irrelevant.
how can you make claims about the sun when you don't know its size, its distance, or its
How
composition?
can you reject the conclusion if you don't reject any of the premises?
Until you can provide some empirical evidence about the sun, this is not even worth
So
entertaining.
which premise do you reject?
I reject that you know anything about what the sun is, where the
That's
sun is,
not
or
one
what
of the
size the sun
premises.
is. No, we're not playing this game. Are you going to
Okay,
provide
so
evidence for any
okay,
of your
so
claims about the sun? Are you?
all right,
Or no, are
So
you
to
just
be
going to
clear,
talk in circles?
all right, so to be
Okay,
clear,
does someone
so
else want to talk to this guy?
okay,
Because
so to
I
be
Yeah,
really
clear,
I'll talk
Yeah.
to him.
Let's
Yeah,
check
okay,
it out.
cool. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, because I have no tolerance for people like this. Go
Yeah.
ahead.
Just pretend I'm dumb. What's fixed spacing?
don't know why it took so long to unmute. Yeah, so fixed spacing refers to the spacing of the sun over equal periods of time. So every 10 minutes, right, the sun will cover a certain amount of space in the sky, right? And we can describe that in degrees, for example. And many people will say
Yeah.
that it should cross about 15 degrees per hour.
Yeah. Okay, so link that to the Earth being curved.
Okay, so are you rejecting premise one?
No, I'm just seeing how you get from premise 1 to premise 2.
It's modus tollens. So the form is if P, then Q, not Q, therefore not P.
Yeah,
Yeah,
okay, but
yeah.
how do the two link together though?
Yeah,
Not
I just
only that,
described
how can we
exactly how
be?
they link together.
Yeah, well, here's the
Okay,
thing,
go
dude.
ahead.
Just to be clear, right? We're scrutinizing the first one. Right? We haven't rejected it or accepted it yet. Why are you bitching about that?
Wait, what does
Yeah.
it mean to scrutinize
Just
if
have
not to reject it?
Okay, just
We're
have a
not
conversation.
rejecting it,
Just
dude.
have
We're
a
asking questions about it so we can actually be able to determine whether we're going to reject it or accept it.
Oh yeah, you're
Right?
asking what it means,
We're
right?
not
So
even.
he
We're not.
asked
We're
what
not even.
fixed spacing is, right? And then I
Yeah.
explained what it
So
is.
Timbo's digging
So
it. Yeah. So
so
Timbo's
now you
digging
understand
further
what
into
fixed
it.
spacing
Right?
is, right?
I don't think
He's
he
digging
understands that
further
the
into it.
sun's position is apparent either.
yeah.
Yeah. So we're
So
digging into it there, but you're
Yeah.
immediately
Okay, so
jumping
let
to asking us
all
whether
right.
or not
So
we're
let's
rejecting it or accepting it. We haven't even got there yet, dude. Go ahead.
okay, so what don't you
all right.
understand about premise one at this point?
Okay, just listen, dude. How do you link? Okay, if P1 and P2 are correct, link them together and how P1 shows P2.
What? That's not how a formal argument works. P2 is not entailed from P1, right? They're just two separate statements, and if both of the statements are true, then the conclusion must be true. Like, how do you guys
Okay,
not
go
understand
ahead
this?
then. Explain it. Explain it.
Explain how modus tollens works?
No, but explain. I don't give a fuck about modus tollens. How do you get to the second one from the first one?
Okay, all right. So I'm not trying to be like a dick or anything, but I think you might be confused about what a formal argument is, so please entertain what
I
I'm about to
don't
explain for
really
a second.
care.
Okay,
I don't
wait.
care
Just
about all this philosophy,
I
right?
only
So,
have
so
good
your
faith
first
intentions here.
claim
Look,
is just listen, dude. Your first claim is the sun has fixed space in the sky, therefore the Earth is flat. Therefore the Earth is round. You're a retard. That's retarded. So explain how the first one gets to the second one.
no, it's the opposite. It's if the sun, or no, it's if the Earth is flat, then the sun cannot have fixed spacing, right?
Okay, so
Got something in my mouth.
I think a
okay,
very
so
charitable interpretation of what
okay,
he's asking for
explain
is
that.
for a syllogistic justification of P1.
Wait, so he is rejecting P1 because they said they weren't rejecting it earlier.
Are
What
you
the
guys
fuck?
fucking retarded? Are you
Yeah,
guys
he's
fucking
fucking stupid.
retards?
Yeah, he is
No.
fucking
Do you
stupid.
actually speak
Dude,
to people like this in real life?
yeah, bro.
I've spoken to many people and they don't typically have these problems, but I don't have a problem
Yeah,
with you being
here's the
confused. I'm
thing,
happy
right?
to
So
explain anything.
watch this. So when
I'm
people
not
are asking you,
confused, right? The argument is, just hang on. The argument is you're linking two arguments together to come up with one conclusion.
Oh, wait. Listen, here, I'll ask it like this. Maybe this will clear it up for you. Are you just asking why P1 is true?
Yeah, we're scrutinizing it, dude. I already told you this.
Okay. So let me just be clear. When I was asking earlier if you reject P1, right? That's the same as you saying you're not convinced it's true.
I
So you
haven't
are
rejected
rejecting
it.
P1.
I haven't rejected it yet.
Yeah,
Right?
that
I want to
was
know. I want to
How the hell
know
do
okay.
you reason
why.
that?
I want to know
Okay, look.
how. I want to know how you're getting to your end result from those two.
Okay, so you're wondering why premise 1 is a true statement, to be clear.
Now just answer it, dude. How do you
I
get
don't
from
know
the
what you're asking. Like you're just
okay?
like talking in a confused way.
Okay, so the sun holds, what do you call it? Space, right? Say it again.
Fixed spacing. Like how many
No,
degrees
the
per
sun
hour it
holds
travels.
fixed spacing. So therefore the Earth's a globe?
Not just that. It's if the Earth is flat requires that the sun does not have fixed spacing,
Okay,
then
so
the
why?
observation
Okay,
that
so
fixed.
why is that? Why is that true?
Why is it true that a flat Earth requires non-fixed spacing?
Yeah.
Yeah, sure. So this is just going to come down to some pretty basic geometry. So if the sun is traveling above a flat plane, then it's traveling in a way in which its vertical height is not changing in respect to the ground. If it was, then there's certain issues that would come up. But before I continue, do you accept that the vertical
Hang on,
height
wait.
of the
No,
sun
I
is not
don't. I
changing over
don't.
the course of
I'm
the
just
day?
trying to. I'm just trying to have a conversation with you, dude. I don't care about what you're doing. All right. So your
What?
claim
Are you
is
okay?
your claim is if the Earth was flat, the sun would continue around in a circle at the same elevation. Is that what you're saying?
No.
Yes, that's what you're saying, bro.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Okay,
What I'm
repeat
saying,
what you just said then.
what I'm saying is there are certain geometric impossibilities for the sun on a flat Earth, given some basic observations. And that
Okay,
leaves,
well, like over Fence has said, how far away is the sun, and
yeah,
what is the sun?
yeah, so that's not really relevant because it's not really the distance that
Well, it
matters, it's
is
how it
because
moves that matters.
you're claiming that on a flat Earth, the
Mhm.
sun would always be at the same elevation.
No, I said that if it's not at the same elevation, then there's some reductios, right? Now maybe you'd bite the bullet on those
Okay,
reductios,
so
but we could explore that.
how do you get the elevation of the sun then?
Well, I never claimed that you get the elevation of the sun, although I actually do think one could get the elevation of the sun on a flat Earth, but
Okay,
that's
how do
just
you
not
do
relevant
that?
here.
Okay, so
Well,
what flat Earth
I
are
could
you
answer
talking
this.
about then?
I'll answer
Is it-
this, but only if it's acknowledged that this is not relevant. But I'll answer it if you want.
Of course
So
it's relevant.
how do you get the elevation of the sun on a flat Earth?
You acknowledge it's relevant, right? Before I answer.
I don't really
Oh my
care, dude. I'm not doing your philosophical bullshit. Just
It's
answer the
not
question.
philosophical bullshit. It's
This guy's
just
a
like a point of
sophist.
clarity. But anyways, percentage, calm down. So if you're just curious, right, the answer is through parallax trigonometry. So you can make observations at two different points of a flat surface, right? And you aim both of those points at the target, which in this case is the sun, and form a triangle
Okay,
from this. And through this,
the
you could use
sun
parallax trigonometry to determine the position of the sun.
okay? Is the sun in the position that the sun looks like it's in?
What do you mean by that?
Well, is the sun actually where it is? How do you know where the sun is?
I don't really get what you're asking.
He's asking, is angular position equal to apparent position equal to actual position?
He's telling you that even in the globe, in your retarded globe paradigm, the sun isn't where it's in. It's in an apparent position. Do you
Oh,
understand
wait.
that?
Wait. Are you just asking if the light from the sun is significantly reflect?
We're telling
You're
you
an
the sun
absolute
is
you're an
apparent.
absolute retard.
Are you just
dude.
asking if
Yeah,
the
he
light
really
from
is.
the sun is
No,
significantly
he said
refracted? Yes
is
or no?
does the sun
Even
have
in
an
the
apparent
globe
position or an
paradigm, you
actual
cannot
position?
figure it out.
about?
Yeah, but over the fences, what you're confused about is
No,
that
I'm not
if
confused
he's
about
asking,
anything. You're
wait,
just
why are you
avoiding
interrupting?
answering any of the questions we've
Why
asked
are
you. Are
you
you gonna
okay? So you don't
Okay,
want the answer, do
splendid.
you?
All right. So no, I'm not. Does the sun have an actual position or an apparent position? And then tell us how we determine anything about the sun in order to make any claims about it. Go ahead, and if you don't answer that, we're just going to leave you on mute.
Okay, so then the answer would be I don't know because I haven't gotten to the bottom
Okay,
of
well
what the
then it
question is
doesn't really
seeking.
matter. Then you can't make claims about
Well,
what the sun
no,
should or
but the
should not.
reason
No,
that
no,
I say I don't know
I'm
is
talking
because I
now, and you're
don't
gonna shut
understand the
up.
question.
So anyway, you can't make claims about what the sun should or should not
Why is
do
it
over
so
a flat Earth.
angry?
Oh, shut up. God, you people are pathetic. Anyway, you can't make claims about what the sun should or should not do over a flat Earth when you don't know anything about the sun. You don't even know whether the position is actual or apparent. So how can you make any of these claims? Additionally, it doesn't really matter what the sun does because the surface of the Earth measures flat. And that's what all this is about avoiding for y'all. And if someone else wants to talk to these pathetic debate bros, you may go ahead. I'm done.
It's just retarded. Like, I know they go, oh, but it's illogical. It's so stupid. Like, it's because they say one thing is true and then another's true, that both of them together are true. It's so fucking stupid.
Well,
Okay,
the
so
the
I'm
real
just going to
problem
respond in
is that they've got
chronological
assumptions
order.
baked in. They've got assumptions baked
So
into
the reason
these premises, right? So
the reason I
before, when I was
said,
asking you,
bruh, this guy's
don't
just
talk
like
over
talking
me, dude.
over.
Yeah, don't talk over me, right? When we're scrutinizing the premises, right? He's asking, are we rejecting it? No, we don't know any of the details yet. That's why we're asking questions, right? Baked into these premises, like the first one, right? There are some underlying assumptions. For example, like Fences was trying to point out, right? If you got an object in 3D space flying above you, right? Then maybe you can apply standard kind of like, trigonometric or geometric, analysis on it and shit. But you have to assume it's an actual object in 3D space, right? Shit like that, we got to parse out. You know what I mean? There's nothing wrong with asking these questions. It's just these guys don't like, to receive that because they know they actually probably can't even answer it, right? They don't like to know that they're assuming shit. They think they got it all pat down.
Okay, so we're going to have to go back chronologically because this guy interrupted me emotionally. So, over the fences, the reason I said I don't know what the answer is to the question is simply because I didn't understand what the...
Yeah, you're not going to fucking talk to me like that. You fucking rat. Kick rocks.
Yeah, I mean this is their MO,
So they need to prove the measurement of 15 degrees per hour too. Because 15 degrees per hour would mean that you're in the center of a sphere.
Is this just me or is this guy like fucking rambling at the mouth? Like he's just fucking motor mouth, bro.
Yeah, that's what they
It's
do.
just stupid, man. It doesn't make sense. So 15 degrees per hour means that you're in the middle of the ball, the center of the ball. So where's that measured?
Hey, Splendid, if you can answer Timbo's question, the side chat will unmute you.
We could ask him if it's 15 degrees over Sweden right now when it circles above us here, 24 hours.
Oh, I guess he's hushed. You can give him one chance to answer. He's not going to answer. He's just going to go spew. But Splendid,
Or maybe-
why don't you answer Timbo where the 15 degrees per hour is measured?
Maybe it only works over the equator.
Okay.
Yeah,
Timbo.
I'll just answer this new question while letting you get away with all the other retarded stuff. So the answer is simply by looking up at the sky during the day, pretty much no matter where you are. And then after like an hour on your timer and having charted the position of the sun at the start of the experiment, at the end of the hour, you chart the position again, form a triangle, and you get an angle at the end.
Okay, does that happen throughout the whole day?
Mm-hmm. Within reason, of course.
Within reason. So it doesn't.
No, it does. Within reason.
Parse out what you mean by within reason.
Okay.
Yeah, sure. So it just means that what you're going to get is a number that's technically very, very slightly different from 15. It'll be like 15.01 at some points, 15. or sorry, 14.99.
Can you show
but
this?
it's within tolerances of reason.
You're just making
Can you
guesses
back
now.
up your
Stop
claim?
it. Yeah, back it up.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have image perms, but I could put it in your DMs if you want. So.
You're saying shit, but you can't back it up.
I literally just offered the fucking empirics, you moron. This is why flat earthers are
Yeah,
embarrassing,
go for
because
it.
you just say shit. Yeah,
Go
sure.
for it.
You seem more good faith than that other moron, so...
Wouldn't
let me
it
just
be
message
that
you
the
directly.
sun just makes a full revolution in a day, which is 360
Okay.
degrees, divided by 1 day, which is 24 hours, 50 degrees per
you
hour?
guys talk about?
So
Yeah,
we're
dude, what
gonna copy
empirics are you talking about?
this.
You're just talking
What's
about
your
the
name,
math.
Timbo?
You actually have the
So,
data.
did you get the image there?
Who we talked to? Timbo?
So, like, hopefully that visual, by the way, kind of explains, like, the distinction between the fixed and the variable spacing. With the variable spacing, there should be an exponential decline in the change of position of the sun as it gets further and further away. But when we actually look at the sun using a welding filter, you know, like how welders work with really bright lights, if you put that in front of a camera, you could just see the sun in its tiny little ball form. You can actually see that when you check over equal amounts of time where the sun is, it forms fixed spacing. You could see those red lines have been lined up on every position of the sun, and the space between those lines is equal. So, and that's just something that you'd expect on the globe model. And I claim that it's unexpected on the flat Earth model, and I'm happy to explain why.
Wait, in that
Sorry,
second image, isn't it just different days?
I was asking for the measurements. Yeah, sorry, go ahead, man.
No, that's just in the same day.
That's in the same day.
Yeah, over 1 day,
so
as the sun is moving, right? When you just take a snapshot every certain amount of time, right? Equal amounts of time every time, you just get those positions.
Yeah, so where's the measurements of 15 degrees per hour throughout the day?
Dude, you understand that the
Where are they?
entire sky encompasses 180 degrees of vision, right? And it takes roughly an amount of hours that would be 180 divided by 15 for it to cross that time, right?
Are you in the center of the Earth?
No, clearly not.
So your 180 degrees above you is not 180 degrees of the Earth, right?
Of course it is. What does being at the center of the Earth have to do with getting 15 degrees per hour? Are you saying something like, oh, the Earth is so gargantuanly massive that it's actually affecting the expected calculated result?
Okay, so get a protractor and put it on top of a ball.
Yeah, listen, I know the vague intuition you're having, but let me explain why it's completely useless. Because the Earth is utterly minuscule in the globe model.
Okay, it's
right?
because you don't have a a measurement of 15 degrees per hour. That's what the problem is.
Why are you doing this? Okay, so anyways, as I was saying,
okay, so
the
you
Earth
don't
is
have
utterly
a
minuscule.
right?
The Earth is utterly minuscule compared to the sphere that you'd form by the distance. Retards. Okay, I don't know why I was muted, but anyways, as I was explaining, the actual size of the Earth
don't have a
is
measurement,
utterly
right?
minuscule. No, I'll give you a measurement right now, right? So we
Okay,
could
how big's
actually
the Earth?
calculate. We could actually calculate the difference in the size of the Earth of the distance between the Earth and the Sun. It's not even 1%
how big is
of
it?
1% of that distance. You jack. Do you understand that?
Okay, it's because you don't have measurements now. You're getting angry.
Wait, but do you agree with that or not?
That's why initially I
having- are
asked
you-
him for proof of any of his claims about the sun's size, distance, or composition, and he avoided it because this is what he has to rely on, is more claims.
I don't know what that non sequitur was. This girl's like still butthurt from earlier. But anyways, do you agree,
Aw, poor
Timbo?
baby.
Do you agree, Timbo, that indeed the size of the Earth is minuscule compared to the proposed distance between the Earth and the Sun on the globe model?
I guess we're not
Yes or
getting
no?
measurements.
Proposed, right? So no measurements.
Yeah, just the proposed, like the model. Nothing saying like, oh, this is just actually what it is. Like, I just want you to acknowledge that, yes, according to the proposed model, the distance is vast compared to the size of the Earth.
Yeah, proposed.
Okay, cool. And so if the actual size of the Earth is not even 1%
What actual?
of 1%.
Where'd you get the actual? Sorry, where'd you get the actual size from?
of the Earth? Oh, I mean,
Yeah.
we could talk about that, but that's not relevant yet, right? First, we
No, it
have
is.
to.
You just
No, it's not,
framed it
because we're
because
appraising
you're
whether or
about
not the hypothesis
no, you're
affects a
about
certain
you're about to
observation.
use it in you're about to use it in your argument.
No, you're just confused.
Okay, you
So look,
weren't about
I'm
to use
talking
the
about what
size of the Earth in the
observation is.
argument.
No,
Okay, keep going then.
we're talking about what observation is expected on what hypothesis. So what we're saying is conditional on different sizes of the Earth. How does that actually affect results? Not what size is the Earth. It's how would Earth size actually affect certain variables. So please track. Okay, so if the actual size of
if the Earth was a ball with the size that they tell us, then over a 10-mile distance there should be 66 feet of drop, right?
this is just like a derail. Anyways, so
No, it's not a
given-
derail because we're talking about Earth, right?
Wait,
We're
I want to
talking
stick
about
on the point you brought up
curvature,
before about
and
not
then
being in the center of the Earth.
you have to use the Earth being a ball as part of your argument.
Are you abandoning the center of the Earth thing? Because
No,
I
because
wouldn't
it would
finish
be
with that.
true, right? That would be true, what I said, because if you put a
No.
protractor on top of a ball, then you're not getting 180 degrees of the ball. You're just
Yeah,
getting
not if-
180 degrees.
Yeah, not
Hello,
if
don't talk over the top of me. So you'd get 180 degrees of everything above you, which would not be 180 degrees of the ball. So you're just coming up with an equation of 15 degrees per hour, because if you divide it by 24, you get 360 degrees. It's
That's actually incorrect.
No. Okay, it's incorrect. All right.
Yeah, so we could actually just model this for you.
Okay, what
So
did I say that was incorrect?
That you would actually not get something that's 99% accurate to 15 degrees. So
He didn't say that.
Sorry,
Suppose
what did
that-
I say? What did I say that was wrong? What did I say that was wrong?
that we wouldn't get something that measures 99% accurately to 15 degrees.
I didn't say that.
That's not what
so
he
we
said.
would.
What
Can
the
you repeat
fuck,
back,
dude?
Splendid? Can you just repeat back to him what he said? Because you don't seem to be listening very well.
Okay, so go ahead and tell me what he
Repeat it.
said
Tell him
that's
back.
distinct.
Repeat it back to him because you didn't hear what he said at all. Because your response had nothing to do with what he said.
It had everything to do with it because
No,
he's
try
saying,
it again. Repeat back what he said because
I'm
that's
already
not what
doing
you're
that.
saying.
Are you still butthurt from earlier? Jesus Christ. Anyways,
You know
so-
what? I know your techniques, and
Okay.
I'm not bothered
Okay,
by you
so she
types
doesn't
of
want-
people
so
because
she
you
doesn't
are.
want me to answer.
No, I'm just letting you know that you're not
I'm
new.
only not answering because she won't let me. So
Okay, well, you can cry about it
Yeah.
some more, but we're not new to this. We know the techniques. So you're not going to get us upset. And when you say, oh, you're so hurt, blah, 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 it doesn't really have any impact. So try to focus and answer the question. So I asked you to repeat back to us what Timbo said.
all right, so as I was
Do your
already,
best.
All right, so as I was again already answering before she decided to get really brave, you're basically making the critique that
This
my
guy's such a mess.
calculation of there being an expected 15 degrees per hour should only be
Yeah.
expected if I was at the center of the Earth, right? And you're saying that given that the Earth has some sort of three-dimensional volume, right? If I'm on the surface of that sphere, I should no longer expect that 15 degrees per hour if the Earth is rotating, correct?
When did you add in Earth rotating?
Well, that's the hypothesis that you were disputing, that the Earth rotating would expect 15 degrees per hour.
No, I didn't say that.
Then
Didn't say
I don't even
anything
know
about the Earth
what you thought
rotating.
you were engaging with.
I
Sorry to break
said
it to you.
I said put a protractor on the top of a ball, right?
And
So are you
measuring
getting
what?
100? Are you getting 100 above you? Are you getting 180 degrees of the ball, or just 180 degrees above you?
Of the ball? What? We're talking about tracking
You
the
are an
degrees of
absolute
travel of
retard.
the
He still doesn't
sun.
get it. He doesn't get it.
Dude, we're talking about tracking the degrees of
I've
travel
got to
of the
go. I've got
sun. How
more
did you
important
lose?
All
things
right.
to do.
Yeah, he
Someone
doesn't
else is talking.
understand.
This guy
No
doesn't
one-
even know what the fucking argument is.
Yeah, it's really obvious that Splendid doesn't understand the question whatsoever. This is
I
like
can try to
he
explain
came
to
in
what
here.
you guys are asking.
here with his- he
There's two
okay. Well,
cockatoos
Shane,
on the
maybe
bull
you
now.
can. Maybe someone else can repeat back what Timbo was saying because Splendid can't deviate from his script.
Let me see if I'm Glober here, Splendid. So what I think you're asking, or what the Timbo's asking, I'm not exactly sure. But if you are on a ball, 180 degrees view, looking over top of yourself, you're going to have more than that because of the sphere itself.
Exactly.
So
Yeah.
it won't be 180 degrees and I don't know what it is offhand, but it's going to be a little bit more than that. So that's what Timbo's asking. From my understanding, is that correct, Timbo? Oh, Timbo's gone.
Yeah, he had to run, but
That
yes,
has
essentially
that
that's
has
it.
nothing to do with the original premise. The original premise speaks of the sun having fixed spacing through the sky. So what we're measuring is how many degrees per hour the sun travels. And he was saying that being on the surface of the sphere rather than the center means that you'd expect a different amount of degrees of travel. And now he's trying to retcon his view and say that he was saying something completely irrelevant.
You still don't get it.
So Splendid. What he's doing is he's trying to understand your premises. So he's trying to understand them individually, right? So in any syllogistic argument, each one of the words means something. So in order for other people to be able to accept them or deny them, each one needs to be explained. Each phrase going together, the entire sentence needs to be explained. You can't just sidestep it and say, because someone's asking a question about a word, that it's no longer that they've now rejected the premise. That's not how it works.
That
Like in a
never
logical
happened.
argument, you have to be able to
That never
describe those
happened. I don't think
elements.
you were paying attention. That never happened.
No, I've been here the whole time. Like I'm on your side. I'm trying to explain to you where the
Yeah,
disconnect is
What did you
occurring.
not what do you think I did not explain that was in
So
premise 1 or premise 2?
for instance, when they say, like very early in the conversation, when they were asking you a question about the sun, right? And how you can say where the sun is. Rather than addressing that, you said, so you're rejecting it. No, they're asking you to address that. Now, it doesn't mean that you have to give them an answer that they will like. It just means that you have to at least try to give an address of what you're talking about. Right?
Okay, so I really feel bad for getting on your case, but you actually don't understand the argument from what you said.
Bro.
It actually is completely irrelevant what the height of the sun is, whether or not
No, they
say
didn't
it has
ask you the
something called apparent position. It doesn't matter what the size of the sun is because the premise merely speaks of whether the sun has fixed spacing in the sky, meaning if we observe that the sun travels a certain amount on measurement per hour, right? So all that other stuff is actually completely irrelevant. You do understand that, right?
I think
how
you're
about this?
conflating two things. You don't even realize it, Splendid.
Yeah.
What Timbo
Yeah,
was asking you
exactly.
about.
Wait, I want his response.
Let's like grant
I want Shane's
that,
response.
that you believe that,
Yeah, go
that
ahead.
the sun is moving 15 degrees per hour, or like around the Earth, right? 15 degrees, one solar day, 15 degrees per hour, 360 degrees in 24 hours. Okay, Timbo was saying you're applying this 15 degrees per hour during the daytime when the sun is moving in your field of view. You're saying that it's moving 15 degrees per hour in that, like it doesn't make sense that you're saying it's 15 degrees per hour around the whole entire Earth, and then in one point on the ball, it's also 15 degrees per hour during the daytime as the sun's over, like from sunrise to sunset. You understand? Those two things don't jive. You have to show how they jive.
And sun doesn't even move in his paradigm. It's Earth.
Yeah,
So
so
that's
it seems
regardless.
like
That's
it seems
irrelevant
like
because of
you're
relativity.
look, I'm not even trying to be a dick, but you're just completely not understanding the argument. The argument doesn't even seek to claim anything about the sun's true nature or anything. All it's saying is if we're observing a inconsistent amount of degrees per hour per minute, whatever measurement you'd like to make, that the Earth is flat. That's all.
Splendid. That would have been the explanation, is to say, there's a point of light in the sky that we're going to measure that point of light. The nature of that point of light is not what we're trying to describe. So that would have been the answer to the question that they had earlier. Now, would
I already
they
gave that
accept it or
answer.
not?
I already
But
said
you
that.
didn't. You didn't,
Yes,
man.
I did, dude.
Okay.
I
All
literally
right.
said this is all irrelevant to premise 1. What are you talking about?
That's not how you answer that type of objection. You
Wait,
have
so
to
it's
give some type
false.
of.
It's false to say that that's not relevant to premise 1. That's a false statement. Really?
No, you have to answer the question in some way. You can't just say, "Well, that's false," and it doesn't matter to the conversation.
Yeah, they're
Because the
asking these
person asked the
questions.
question.
Yeah, they're asking these
Though.
questions. Yeah, they're asking these questions, and I'm saying, don't worry, that's not relevant to premise 1 because it makes claims about no such things. What else is there to say? Like, what are you
All
talking
dogs are
about?
cats. All like what are you saying, man? Like all four-legged animals are cats.
Shane, can I
All
ask you a
four-legged animals
question?
are dogs.
Can I ask you a
Yeah,
question,
go
Shane?
for it, man.
Are you a flat earther or a globe earther?
No, I'm a glober, man.
Okay,
And I have
trying
a
to help
degree
you
in
because you're
philosophy.
so arrogant.
I'm not
you got
even
your head up your
joking when I say you are the dumbest glober I've ever seen in my life. Like, no
This
offense.
guy's so dumb.
Dude,
You're
I have
like
a
actually
degree in
brain dead.
philosophy. And I have
You do not have any training in philosophy. I'm sorry to break it to you. Okay.
Here's
Okay,
the thing,
buddy.
right? Here's one thing that we can grant you. Okay, theoretically, okay, if I go back over your premises, okay, if we dig into that, right, there are going to be layers and layers and layers of conditional statements in there. Okay, at the surface level, if we grant you that structurally and logically it seems it holds, right? If we can move forward from there and ask you to actually provide the real world justification and evidence for each of the underlying assumptions, then we can actually make some progress, right? Because at this point, it's just, mental masturbation. Here's my model. It seems to check out, yada, 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 right? Okay, cool.
It's actually the opposite.
Fine. Let's move forward and let's scrutinize everything, right?
No,
So
it's the
that's where the
opposite.
problem. Now this is where the problems arose. Okay, when we started asking you
Bruh, I just said it's the opposite. Why are you still going off this
No, I
false
don't
assumption?
care what you're saying, dude. No, here's the problem, because this is where we need to move
What the fuck?
forward to. We need to move forward in this direction, bro. Right? When we were scrutinizing it initially, right, we were jumping right to, okay, let's basically prove all the underlying assumptions, right? But you just wanted to like showcase your intellectual superiority or something, right? And being able to provide a sound, structured, well-structured, argument or something, right? That's the entire thing at this point has been about, you fucking, standing on stage. Here's my argument. Look at me. Look at me. Great. Fine. It looks good, dude. Okay. Now we can analyze the underlying details and actually see if it applies to reality. Okay.
All right, so I'm going to say the same thing that I
Cool with
said
that?
before. It's the
No,
opposite.
you're
I'm
gonna
not
address what I
saying
said.
my
You're
model
gonna address what I
checks
said,
out.
dude.
The conclusion of the argument was actually that the Earth is
But
not flat. You understand that
no,
it's the opposite?
that's your conclusion,
Mm-hmm.
right? We gotta scrutinize the details to arrive at an actual realization of whether or not that conclusion is true.
Really? That's what I've been trying to get to. I'd love to do that.
No,
Yeah, thanks. Let's do
okay,
that.
well, okay. So that's why we're asking for these details, dude. Right?
Okay,
That's
so
why when you're asked what's the size of the sun, what's the size of the Earth, blah blah blah. Right? It's important to know that whether or not it even fits to know whether or not even it fits in your framework.
Yeah,
Right?
that's
Because
false.
no, it's true, dude. Because if the sun is such and such a distance away, and if it's this big, and if it's an actual object in space, and if the Earth is a giant ball, blah blah blah. If it's rotating, if it's blah, all this stuff. Okay. If those are true, then what you're saying seems to hold. You follow? So we have
I do
to
not
suss that out,
accept.
dude.
I do not accept that premise 1 or premise 2 rests on any of those facts.
Can you run through quickly your P1, P2, and your conclusion?
Yeah, sure. So I'll just read it off again. It seems like someone deleted my messages, like they took away my text perms. So it's premise 1, and this is in the form of modus tollens. Premise 1: if the Earth is flat, then the sun does not have fixed spacing in the sky. Premise 2: the sun has fixed spacing in the sky. Conclusion: the Earth is not. That's the argument. And of course, I'm happy to defend premise 1 and premise 2 if they're rejected. So
And this is why we need to scrutinize it, right? Because you assume, again, for example, that the sun is an actual three-dimensional object floating around in space, right?
which one of the premises said it's a three-dimensional object?
What do you mean? It's baked into the first one, dude, right? Because your geometry.
Premise 1 does not say it's a three-dimensional object. Like the sun can be a 2D object, it could be a theoretical object, and it would still be the same.
The geometry that it supposes, right? Everything that you're talking about, where like you have an object, for example, that's rotating, right? Whether it's two-dimensional or three-dimensional, it's an object, right? Right? That has to hold.
No.
Right?
Unless by object you mean some.
Earlier in your
unless
conversation, it was implied It was implied when you were talking about, the sun would be, fixed. When you guys were talking about the sun being a specific height above the surface, right? That implies that it's a thing at a certain distance at any given moment.
No,
in
when I
time.
was saying that, it's because I was
Yes
forced
or
to
no?
entertain like some unrelated question when I was being asked, how do you calculate the height of the sun? And I said, can we acknowledge this is irrelevant before I answer? They wouldn't acknowledge that, but I decided to answer it for their curiosity anyway. But it's actually not related to premise one, and I'll
Okay, so
explain
maybe
why.
that part.
So
Yeah.
the reason why,
Maybe that.
is because premise one is actually not making a claim on any natural fact of the sun other than when we measure it, it has fixed spacing. And that's merely what it's saying, right? It doesn't actually require anything further. And if you just think that premise one is false, then just say that, and then I could talk about what my defense for premise one would be. But
I think
this other
false.
stuff is tech.
No, but it's
Okay,
uncertain though.
finally.
This is the point. It's uncertain unless you assume a certain nature of the sun. If you think it's an object that when it moves, it abides by, from the observer standpoint, certain geometrical relationships and all this stuff, right? You have to assume that. That's all I'm getting at.
Yeah, the only thing that's being said about the sun is that it moves at a consistent rate. And
Yeah,
the
but you're
other
drawing
thing
your
that's being said is
conclusion.
that it has
You're
to
drawing
move
your
at an
conclusion by
inconsistent
that.
rate if
Yeah, but
it's
you're
on a flat
drawing
Earth.
your conclusion from that, right? Baking in the assumption that it abides by certain geometric relationships that would be the case if you had, for example, two objects in 3D space. So you have to assume it's an object in 3D space.
That's actually
Period.
not an assumption that's required, but I may, if I wanted to defend why the premise is true, speak something to that relation. But I mean, that's actually not an entailment from premise one, to be clear.
Well, then check this out. Then let's parse it out, right? If the sun is just is not an object, but it's something that we witness, some unknown phenomena, right? That abides by unknown rules, right? You can't draw that conclusion because you don't know.
What?
Right?
Wait, the conclusion of premise one or premise two?
The first one, premise one.
Oh.
All this stuff about fixed
Well, here's how
spacing versus variable spacing, all this stuff, right? That assumes objects in 3D space and observe, and from an observer-centric point of view. Yes, it does.
Premise one does not say anything about
I
objects
didn't
being
say.
3D space.
I did not.
Can I say
You're
something
right.
real quick?
Hang on. You're right. It does not say that explicitly. I'm saying it implies that. It assumes that in the argument. You have to assume that's true for that thing to hold. That's all I'm getting at, dude.
That would just also be false because it's actually a conditional statement. Like literally at the front of the sentence, it starts with the word if, right? So what it's
That's
actually
sloppy.
describing.
What?
What it's actually
Hold on, you're right. Yeah, it's a dude. The whole thing, of course, it's a conditional, but baked into that entire statement, when you parse it out, it's layered upon other conditions that you're not actually articulating because you don't have to in your argument because you just assume it's true.
Okay, you're gonna have to
listen.
let me
The
talk
conditional
for like a whole
phrasing
minute.
of premise
I'm
one
gonna be
is
able to explain
sloppy.
this to you.
You can
Hold up,
you can talk,
Splendid.
dude.
Let me tell you.
You
Let
can
me
talk.
tell you. The
Talk
conditional
fucking shit.
state, like phrasing of P1, is sloppy. You should not have an if-then statement in your premise. You're basically saying this is what your premise one actually is. Your premise one is actually on a flat Earth. There is variable spacing. The sun's travel is variably spaced. That's what you're saying. But you phrase it in an if-then statement and with a negative that there is no the fixed spacing if the Earth is flat or whatever. It's sloppy. All right, you're making the positive claim that on a flat Earth there's variable spacing. So I deny that premise and I ask you to substantiate your positive claim right there. Give the burden of proof.
Yeah, your statement should be assertive rather than conditional like that for it to be actually formally.
What? You're also saying the same thing.
That's another point. I mean, you can laugh all you want, dude.
Wait, no,
right?
look,
the
I'm not.
reality is
Look,
there must be variable spacing of the sun. Go.
Look, I just want to reply to the sloppy thing. Okay, like, do you guys?
It's conditional.
Do you?
Right?
Okay.
What's the problem?
Okay. Listen. When you say sloppy, right? Is that meant to be saying something like
poorly worded?
Oh, poorly worded, as in like it's not communicating accurately. If P then Q.
No, poorly worded, as in it's unnecessarily verbose and could cause confusion.
and redundantly.
A
Oh.
simpler way of saying it would be
Okay.
getting rid of the if-then statement and simply saying the
Oh, no,
sun's
no, no,
movement
no.
on a
If
flat
it's
Earth
not,
is
no,
variable,
no, 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 no,
variable
no,
in
no, no,
space.
no, no, no. Okay, so you don't
It
know
must
anything
be.
about. Okay, so you don't know anything about anything. No, it will be an invalid form
say
if
it.
it's not an if-then statement, right? So here's the fact, right?
No, because the
form
argument
is
is
modus.
for the P1 to the
Do you
to
know what
conclusion.
modus
You don't have
tollens
modus
is?
tollens in one premise.
What, dude? You are so
You
confused.
don't have
You're
modus
just
tollens
completely
in one
lost.
premise.
This guy
Modus
doesn't know
tollens
anything
is,
about any of this stuff.
you're lost.
I'll talk to 20K ups, but this guy's just like too lost. He's just a waste of time.
Here's the thing: percentage is highlighting something correct, dude.
Dude,
Your check this out. Your P and Q statements, okay, technically should just be assertions. Then when you wrap those in a conditional, then you have your if P then Q. You don't need an if inside your P because then you have two ifs. Technically speaking, right? I'm just speaking for someone who actually like writes software for a living. Okay, you can't have redundant statements like that because the compiler fucks up. Okay, I'm just saying, right? And it
Okay.
applies here. Technically, percentage is correct. Now it's
Okay.
a little bit redundant.
No,
but
he doesn't know what he's just like completely confused.
No, he's got a point, but that's
No,
a
he
little
doesn't.
bit.
You're just
No,
like
no. Check this out. If you write it all out,
bro, holy shit.
verbatim. If you write it all out verbatim, you'll read off more or less what you wrote, right? But when you set it up where your P variable is blah, right? Then you set that up next to a Q variable, which is blah, wrapped up in your entire formalized structure. Then you read it out like that. But the P and the Q by themselves should just be the assertions. It's a pedantic point. Okay, I'll grant you that, but it's not incorrect. So I can appreciate.
Nothing that was said was correct.
No,
This is all just like
true.
okay.
It is true.
Just let me speak for a minute. You
Look,
spoke for like 2 minutes. Okay, I'm asking for half that time. Do I not get even half that time?
You need to understand this.
Okay, I guess I don't even get any time.
We should just move on. Okay, if you want to actually use your time.
No. We're not moving on from that. No.
Wisely, we should parse out the details that I was outlining or highlighting before. Okay,
I cannot move on with like some of the craziest things I've ever heard in my life. Just like complete and utter confusion. I do not believe that you do programming for a living. Okay, but anyways,
you're retarded.
That's fine. So,
All right.
anyways, let me just explain the confusion here. So,
All right.
when someone gives an argument in the form of modus tollens, the argument is only going to match that form if you use a conditional statement that starts with if. If you do not use a statement that starts with if, you are not even writing modus tollens. And I'm just going to say this very basic
I agree with
thing.
you. I agree with you. But the
modus
if-then
tollens
statement can't be a negative.
What do you mean can't be a negative? What do you think that even means?
Modus tollens is if P then Q, not Q, therefore not P, right?
Okay.
What you're saying is if P, then not Q. Q, therefore P.
And that's modus tollens.
No, you have it backwards, bro.
That's modus tollens.
The premise one a negative.
Dude, oh my God, you're so confused.
Again, modus tollens if P.
Okay, so let me explain
Q,
this to you.
Q,
You're just
P.
completely lost. Why would you ever speak about philosophy if you're like such a low tier? Look, modus tollens is merely a form that contains a conditional statement followed by the negation of the consequent, which gives you the negation of the substitute, okay? And if that's the form, right, not Q is just the opposite of Q. So it doesn't matter if it's Q or not Q in premise one. It's still modus tollens, and that's identical in form to every modus tollens. I actually could have just wrote in the lettering Q instead of not Q. I actually wrote not Q just to help your brain sort of connect the lettering to the formal axioms, right? But maybe you're just confused on something that basic. But no, you don't know anything about formal logic. Please stop saying embarrassing things. This is cringy.
Like I said, let's move on to scrutinizing your first premise.
Okay, so you reject premise one. All right, here's the defense for premise one.
Why are you saying? No, hang on, dude. Why do you keep saying that? No one's rejecting anything. Do you know what scrutinize means, dude?
Yeah, it means you think that there's something wrong with it.
No, not necessarily. Now you're fucking here. Holy shit, dude. The fuck is that? We don't know enough able to say there's anything right or wrong with it.
That's not
Right?
scrutinizing then. That's just you saying you're not
What?
sure what it's about.
Asking questions, digging into the details is not scrutinizing? What does
No.
scrutinizing mean, dude?
Means
What is it?
with criticism.
Right. Someone gets
Is
it.
it with
Jesus
critique?
Christ. I felt like I
Is
was
it
in
with
La La
critique?
Land.
Absolutely. Well, hang on. Well, by asking questions, we got to open the door before we get in there, before we can maybe start criticizing it, right? There's nothing to critique yet, except for the fact that that has already been noted that there are underlying assumptions, right?
If by
Fair?
assumptions you mean truths that are what you would
Assumed to be.
call non-contingent, that's false.
I didn't say that. If you're, you
Okay.
have to assume. If you're going to assume the distance of the sun, assume the size of the Earth, you're going to assume the size of the sun, et cetera, those just have to be noted and highlighted.
That's just
right?
not assumed. Like, no matter what the size of
Not
the sun
assumed,
is,
dude.
premise one can be true.
Repeat that?
No matter what the size of the sun is, premise one can be true. It doesn't require a specific size of the sun.
Well, would your thing apply if the sun was local,
Yeah.
for example? Okay, and the same size that it is purported to be?
Yeah.
Okay, how do you draw that conclusion?
So you're just asking why it would be true if those were the facts in place?
This is what I mean, dude. Like, we need to understand all these things before we can move forward.
Yeah, but I'm just trying to
Well,
understand your
how
question.
about this?
Are you
Earlier
asking
you were
how premise
I'm
one would be true if that was the scenario that we were observing?
How could it be? Yeah.
Okay, finally. So yeah, now that you know that none of those things are
Finally,
requirements for premise one, but you're
you're
just
actually
asking
ready
what
to
the
move
defense
forward.
of premise one being true is, right? It's going to look like this. So
Yeah,
essentially,
go ahead.
any movement of the sun that is significantly deviated from fixed spacing will entail a non-linear movement. Okay? If we have a non-linear movement of the sun, then that would match virtually every flat Earth model that does not involve the sun going through the ground.
I
Okay?
have no idea what you just said, dude. Hold on. Okay, what do
I
you mean
can
by
break it down.
Wait. Okay. Let's talk about this. Non-linear movement. Are you talking about angular displacement or like an actual physical displacement?
Angular.
Angular.
I'm assuming by displacement you just mean like where it is at a certain period of time.
Yeah, it was at one point at some point in time, and it changed points at a different point in time.
Right. Okay, we're on
Right?
the same page.
Yeah. Okay. But you're talking about angular change, right? Okay. So what you were highlighting before, right, in the examples, right? You had a bunch of street lights, right? We can see them at different distances. The angular change is non-uniform.
Right.
Okay. But one characteristic about that is that these lights are actual physical objects in 3D space, right? So if you're
That
going to
happens
project
to be a
that,
characteristic of those lights, I suppose.
exactly, right? So if you're going to apply that same rationale, right, to the sun, you're going to also have to assign an object in 3D space.
What?
This is my point.
Just because something that is an object in 3D space can exude that property, it doesn't mean something requires that property.
What?
Just because there is an object that occupies 3D space also has a non-fixed spacing, it does not mean that an object requires being in 3D space to have the property of non-fixed spacing.
Perfect. So then, how do you think? How are you able to build your argument on this thing and actually draw a contrast between the two?
draw a contrast between two what?
How can you say that? Oh well, the sun would have to be moving in a non-fixed spacing, right, over time, unless you're going to assume that it's an object in 3D space, because you're comparing it with something that is an object in 3D
Oh,
space.
it doesn't have to be 3D space. Like, here, I'll just like give you the spoiler, so to speak, of what would be compatible, right? So if you're just wondering how to do a conceptual analysis on the possibilities here, just imagine that the sky above is actually like a 2D sheet of paper, right? And the sun is also some sort of
I don't want to
2D.
assume that. That's my point. You're asking me to assume something.
No, I'm just giving you an example of why the 3D space thing is not a requirement. Okay, so
Okay, so it's
assume
just
that
well, fine.
all
So
of these.
it's a projection, right? So two-dimensional projection sheet of paper, right? So now you have an image projected on that sheet of paper, so to speak, right? But that
Doesn't
actually
have
has
to be projected onto, but
whatever,
sure, that's
right?
fine too.
Somehow it's manifested on that plane, right?
Uh-huh.
But now you're immediately invoking, right?
I think it would have been
an
better if
act.
you just let me explain it. But
No, but hold on, I got you. But it applies to what I was saying before, that you were trying to like shut down, saying it's not relevant. But it is relevant, because now we actually have a physical distance between us and that thing and that plane, right? So
what?
immediately, again, you're invoking Euclidean geometry that you don't know applies.
No, wait, hold on. Just one step at a time. Right
Go ahead.
now, I'm just establishing that whether or not you think the sun is 3D is completely irrelevant to my first premise. Because notice that whether or not you think it's a 3D object or a 2D object, it's compatible with premise 1. Because we would still be able to say that what is more expected on the hypothesis of a flat Earth is the sun having a non-fixed spacing.
What?
Okay, let me go slower this time.
Oh yeah,
So
slow it down.
earlier you said that premise 1 assumes that the sun is a 3D object, correct?
At least in the heliocentric model, right? My assumption is what you're talking about is basically wrapping around the entire heliocentric view.
Wait, do you still hold
That
the
was
view
my
that premise 1 assumes that the Earth is a sphere? Like, can premise 1 be true and can premise 1 be true and the sun not be a 3D object?
I don't see how.
Okay, and I'm
You're
showing you
gonna have
how.
to support that. You're gonna have to support that. Go ahead.
Okay, and now I'm showing you how. Okay, so I could just start by saying there's no contradiction with the statement the sun is not a 3D object, and premise 1, which is if the Earth is flat, then the sun has non-fixed spacing in the sky. There's just no contradiction between those two statements. So that's the technical point. And then the conceptual point, if you're just trying to understand like how to sort of conceive of that, is just to imagine that the sky is actually some sort of 2D entity of some sort, and the sun being some sub-entity of that 2D entity.
But if it's a 2D entity, how the hell do you see it from both sides of a ball, dude?
Tony Cups, did he just say that if the Earth is flat, the sun must have non-fixed spacing in the sky? Did I hear that correctly?
Yeah,
Yeah, where does he get that from?
that's the whole point. We're trying to dig
Yeah,
into
he's
that.
just making
And
shit up and like hoping
he's
it
just
sticks.
waffling at the mouth, because at the same, it almost sounds like he's saying, okay, well, the sky is a 2D plane, right? What he's saying still holds, but never mind the fact that the ground would also have to be planar, so he could actually see the sky from everywhere.
Yeah, he's making all sorts of assumptions, and that's why he's unwilling to answer those initial questions that we asked him, because he has his script and he just has to stay on script. It's like
Yeah, you can
way above his
you can
head at this
you
point.
can hear him fucking tinkering away on the fly,
Yeah.
man.
Yeah. These debate bros are so cringe. And by the way, Shane, I appreciated you trying to work with him, you know, but I don't think this one can be helped.
Look, I'm not offering
Oh,
you
a
a
massive
discounted rate
dick.
for my psychiatric clinic. I'm willing to see any flat earth patients if you use the coupon I am retarded to my clinic. Thank you.
These
Shit,
people.
Timbo's back.
Yeah, no, I was listening on YouTube.
Damn. You want to have another stab at it? We actually got into the
not
weeds
at all, man.
from this one.
I was at home. I was cooking with my daughter and listening to you guys, and I'm nice and relaxed now. So I don't need to talk to it. I don't need to talk to people that actually don't make any sense. Imagine him having a conversation like that. Like, if he came to my work and had a conversation like that, he'd get the shit beaten out of him. Imagine all these construction guys hanging around, plumbers and builders and chippies and plasterers and stuff like that, and this guy comes in and goes, premise this, premise that. They go, what the fuck you on, man? You don't make any sense.
Speaking of, I was wrong in terms of like the premise one for modus tollens. It can have a negative, I guess.
But I did hear what you said, and like it would make more sense to have it as a positive, right?
Yeah, that's the standard, is to have it as a positive. But apparently, there's something called double negation, where they basically like have the negative statement in the first premise, and then do a double negation, and state that it's positive in second premise.
Yeah,
it's
but
still
in
a little sloppy to me, but apparently it's a thing. So,
but in that statement, right, he's saying that on a flat Earth, I don't know what flat Earth he's using, but the sun would not move at 15 degrees per hour. Like, okay, he's got to prove that.
Yeah. That's what Twenty Cups was pushing back on, and then
this is what I was getting at, right?
He's deafened, by the way. He's deafened, so he's.
That's okay. That's okay, right? If you have like a bird or something fly on top of your head, you look up. Okay, it's 90 degrees above you. Okay, a second later,
shits on your face.
It shits on your face first, and then a second later, it moves. A couple meters. Well, that angle is going to shift. Significant, right? And then if it's flying at the same speed or whatever, another second later, it's going to move further out. Well, that angle difference is going to be smaller than the first angle difference, right? That's fine, right? Especially as the bird approaches the horizon, it's still moving at a constant speed, but it doesn't look like it's, getting that much of an angle shift from your vantage point. Even though it's getting further, it's just getting smaller and smaller. Looks like it's more or less at the same spot, right? That's what that's what that whole thing kind of like, pinpoints. There's nothing wrong with that, but in this context, you actually have a physical object, right? And you're just drawing things out, like in using Euclidean geometry. It's fine. His problem, he has to assume that the sun is an actual object that operates and abides by those types of geometric relationships. Period. Now, if it's not, then he's like, conjuring up an entire different worldview. Like we got a fucking sheet of paper playing our type of sky where things operate, like a fucking, like we're watching a giant TV or something. I mean,
and the sun is always at the same elevation, right?
I mean, I wouldn't know. I wouldn't put past the possibility that there's some fucking weird projection shit going on up there. But the problem in his argument there was that it flies in stark contrast with the worldview that supposedly he upholds. So for him to pinpoint and say, "Oh, it has to work this way," right? Well, in his worldview, well, yeah. Now, if he doesn't uphold that worldview, that's another story. But I thought he was defending balls in space type of argument.
No, he's what it seemed like he was defending was a correct argument, right? Like that's all he wanted to defend. Well, this is what do they call it?
Exactly.
Shane, right? You've got a degree in philosophy. It's like a correct statement. Is that what they call it? Like, yeah, but they call it something else. I don't know. I don't deal with any of this technical stuff.
It's an academic endeavor at best, right? It's just armchair
all
method
as I was simply asking at the start is how does that one make the other one true, right? And it doesn't. Even if it is a properly formed argument, the details of the argument don't make the second one true. Even
So
if
it's
the
not
first
proper.
one is true.
Well, the measurements rips that whole argument to shreds from the very start anyway.
Yep.
Yeah. That's the bigger problem, right? Even if we do have a 15-degree, per hour shift or angular shift of the sun, but the ground measures flat, I mean, then we just open up a whole new can of worms. Shit, we operate in something where this type of phenomenon happens and the ground is flat. Yeah, it's not like,
And 20 cups, how would we measure 15%? Because obviously with perspective, that angle would change.
You mean
Yeah, and it
15%?
doesn't. 15 degrees.
Yeah, sorry.
No,
Yeah.
it's just an apparent shift, right? You stand in one spot, get your protractor out, right? Get your watch out.
Right, but since it's only an apparent location, we know the sun only has an apparent location. So it will
Right.
appear in a different location. It's observer dependent.
Yeah, it
How do we
doesn't actually
determine that it
happen.
is? Yeah.
Yeah. It doesn't happen
Yeah.
at sunrise and it doesn't happen at sunset either. So it's only when the sun's the mid hours of the day, like between 11 and 3, like those hours.
Right.
Really?
Yeah,
Okay.
it does not.
So
15
it's not
degrees per hour.
uniform. Okay,
That's why
okay. So it's
that's
not
why I was asking him to show me the measurements.
right. Yeah, that would have been very very handy. Right?
Yeah, we could
Even
get
if
into the luminosity differences too,
that's a good one too. Matrix was really good with that one. But yeah, and he was trying to weasel in there that it's within reason, right? Like there's always a little bit of an error, and that's fine, right? But when you analyze the error, right? If the error is random, right? It's plus half a degree or plus 0.01 and minus 0.1 and plus and it's just random like that. That's fine, right? You can attribute that to measurement error or timing, imprecision in your timing or whatnot. But if the error actually follows a certain pattern, right, that can be very significant, right? If it tapers off, towards the if the error is really minuscule when the sun is above you, but it gets gradually larger and larger as it approaches the horizon or comes up from the horizon, right? You got more like a curvy plot if you plot it out rather than just a bunch of dots anywhere. Maybe I'm not articulating that properly, but you know what I mean? There can be patterns to that may suggest something different. And then it can be attributed, light refracting and all that stuff. But those are explanations, right? But may or may not hold. But yeah, this constant or this uniform 15 degrees per hour thing. Same thing with the stars, right? With navigation and shit. Polaris and whatever. 1 degree per 69 miles and shit? Same thing.
Yeah, it's not measured, it's just assumed.
I think Peter was in here at some point arguing that sporadically they've done these measurements and it holds. I hadn't seen it because I brought up who's ever done the whole stretch, right? And measured it the whole way. And it was pointed out we don't need to do that because at various latitudes sporadically throughout time and across the world, more or less at all latitudes that has been tested, but that I don't know.
And you could do it too, right? So you've got a landmass, right? You can you head all the way down the US and just go every 69 miles, just measure it, see if it's 1 degree different in the sky. No one's ever done it. It's just the math of the globe.
Yeah, I wonder what the largest stretch would have been, where they would have taken consecutive angle measurements. Like maybe someone did like a 500-mile trek or something like that, and then took 8 or 9 data points or something like that. You know, who knows? Anyway, but yeah, you were on point there to ask about that. You can do it, so fuck it. You know what's really weird though is he's still here. Deafened. It's kind of weird, bro.
They have all the resources in the world, and they can't figure out how to measure curvature. That just can't make sense to these people, can it?
What was that, dude? I missed the first half.
I said they have all the resources in the world, and they can't seem to measure curvature. How can that make sense to anybody?
Directly, yeah, that's right. You would think, eh?
Yeah, it'd be a lot easier than censoring flat Earth.
To me, it's just such a weird way to argue. It's so foreign to me.
Well,
What those guys do.
it's really, really dishonest. And they come in, they're like midwits that think that they found some people dumber than them, and they have their premise or their premises. Sorry, it's late. But anyway, they can't deviate from that script,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah. Are you
So
rejecting it?
yeah, exactly. And they have to ask you if you agree, try to get you to agree on things. And and they slip little things in along the way, like saying, the flat earth model and this and that, So, and
Yeah.
then they just steamroll past it. And when you say, hey, hold up, you said this and this and this, and this isn't our claim, and you're straw manning us, or we need to agree to that before we move forward, they won't do it. They just reset. So you never ever get anywhere with these people because it's just a tactic.
It's like a
They're not
cult.
not here in good faith.
Yeah, their whole argument is you're not seeing what you're seeing. Crazy.
Yeah, I don't know. I just think that of all the people that come through these rooms, they are the absolute bottom of the barrel. They're just the worst people. They really are.
Thanks.
Shane, is that what you put in the side chat? Is that what he said, or did you clean that up?
It's what he said. I just added an agreed upon identifiable light to his first one, but it's everything else is basically the same. Yeah, it's all the same.
It's basically the same, or it's the same?
I think it's the same. I didn't get it before it got deleted, so I just kind of tried to get it from what he said when he repeated it. I don't know if I
Okay.
captured all of it.
All right.
There's one thing that I would like to maybe try and clean up for my own understanding there. In a modus tollens, right? Classic one, right? Men are mortal. Joe Blow is a man, therefore Joe is mortal. Right? That's it. That's the one like everyone always hears it at first. I think. Right? There was no conditions in that statement. I didn't say if, then, whatnot. Right? My understanding is that structure is the actual technical definition, or technically correct structure of that type of argument. So when people come in and start adding conditions, like, is that just a variation of the argument, or is it something different, or is it actually a malformed structure? Because I want to get that right. It seems like people come in here with conditionals, if then, that I'm not sure is correct, or it might actually be. Is anyone privy to any of that type of thing? It's pedantic and academic or whatever, but
I'm not much help to you, mate, in that situation.
okay.
Yeah, you should ask ChatGPT.
The if then doesn't have to be there, but I mean the then's kind of assumed because you do have a conclusion, so it's kind of the then. But it's not wrong to have an if then. It's not invalid of an argument structure. It does make you do that math that I don't remember who was doing it because I wasn't really paying attention to the names lighting up. But just the listener instantly hears that not and then thinks of it as like a double negative.
Well, it might. Yeah, I saw that.
Structure.
Like, it might be. Yeah, if there's a negative inside the statement, right, and then you wrap around that in parentheses with a not outside of it. Yeah, it's a double negative, of course, in the end.
Yeah,
Right.
but it keeps the argument still. So when I say validity, I just mean structure. The argument's still valid to have a
Okay.
not in it, but it makes you think that it's not. That's not valid. Valid because it has the not, right? Because it feels like a double negative, which we're just
Right.
it's ingrained in us not to do double negatives, and
unless you write software, dude.
yeah.
Fuck, man. No, I think it might be important to address that whole conditional statement thing, wrapping things around, in ifs and all that, because I hear conversations in these rooms where someone makes a statement, but they prefix it with an if, right? Just to create a climate of this is a an uncertainty, right? I don't know if the argument holds, but if it did hold, there would be some sort of particular output, right? But immediately when they start with the word if, it's shot down because it's like what I mean? Like if someone says, oh, well, if the earth is flat, then XYZ, right? Instead of addressing the supposed conclusion, the entire argument is hand waved because, oh, we know it's flat, or if it's a ball, then XYZ conclusion. Oh, the argument's hand waved because, oh, well, we know it's flat. You know what I mean? Like, and I think it's because of that sort of if clause or statement that kind of opens that door for it to just be hand waved. Because, oh, well, this guy doesn't know what he's talking about because he's asking or he's stating something with an if. So, fuck him. Let's not even, address what he's saying. And I don't know if that's necessarily the right route to take. All because, the trigger word if comes into play, right? Right? Over fences, you know what I'm talking about. When someone comes in and says the word we, it's like, oh, right? Same thing.
Yeah. Well, you understand that you can the way they structure this, it could be anything, right? If the earth was flat, the ice cream shop would not sell vanilla. The ice cream shop sells vanilla, therefore the earth is not flat. I mean, it's just like they just
Exactly.
make stuff up,
Yeah.
And they're like, yeah, well, you have to agree to all this. And you're like, no,
Right.
I'm not agreeing to this.
Yeah. Of
And then
course.
they just try to get off in the weeds. It's just tactics,
Yeah, but what's I think that's important in that is so the conclusion is stupid, right? but we wouldn't necessarily hand wave or outright not address that statement, no matter how stupid it is, simply because it opened up with the word if. Right?
Well, that's
Or
correct, but his basic premise was that, these things have to happen this way on a flat
yeah,
earth, and we're supposed to follow that to his conclusion.
yeah,
And, we are going to get caught on that initial statement. And that's why he was
yeah,
unwilling to address the valid questions we had that go along with that, right?
yeah. And it's addressed as a package as a whole. You know
Right.
what I mean? As
Yeah.
opposed to if the Earth is flat, then maybe XYZ. Oh well, the Earth is flat, so fuck whatever XYZ was. You know,
Right.
it's a very very different answer. You know what I mean? That's all. That's all I was getting at.
Yeah, I just imagine these guys like in their back rooms, formulating this stuff and thinking they really came up with something smart. And then they come in here and we ask them, very reasonable questions and they freak out like you saw. So, but he's still here deafened, which is really weird. I bet he's listening on YouTube.
There you go.
Yeah.
But it's one thing for someone who has, you know, honorable intent to provide these kind of, this kind of structure, right? But it becomes apparent immediately what their intent is. And so you never get anywhere with ones like that. Unfortunately.
Is this still about flat Earth?
It is now.
Oh shoot! My fault. Wait, I'll mute myself.
Go for it, man.
Do you guys believe in the flat Earth?
Of course.
Yeah, open up.
Oh,
Reality,
Hell
man.
no.
no, I just
go
I'm
outside.
open-minded. What about the whole that mission to the moon not too long ago?
What about it?
I mean they have I think one of my buddies down in Florida recorded the video of the rocket that went up in space.
You can still go in a rocket on a flat Earth, right?
I guess. Then they have cameras on there though.
Yeah, but you can see people taking off in rockets. Where they're going is where they're going.
Oh, this is fascinating. Okay, hold on.
Cut out. Sorry.
What do you guys think about the sun and the moon? How does that work?
Yes, the sun's nice and warm, makes things grow. We wouldn't have life on Earth without having the sun. So yeah, I love the sun.
Are you in Australia?
Yeah, man.
Bro, how are you not falling off the earth then, bro? You're upside down.
Because we live on land.
I don't know, bro. I thought y'all were in the bottom of the world. Don't you guys fall off or something?
I'm probably at the same latitude south as you are north.
Huh?
40 degrees. Whereabouts are you?
Somewhere around there. I think I'm in the 50s, 51, 52.
Yeah,
somewhere
so same shit, right?
Fascinating.
So Australia's not at the bottom.
Yeah, that's New Zealand.
They're not much further down than we are. Just over there.
Is it true New Zealand has in the southern parts coniferous trees and snow and all that?
Coniferous trees? You mean trees that lose their leaves?
That don't lose their leaves, a
we've got
Christmas tree.
Okay. Pine trees? No, it's
Yeah, yeah.
mostly eucalypts. So we have all eucalyptus trees are evergreens. So all over Australia, all over New Zealand, we have eucalyptus forests, and they're green all year round.
You believe that the Tasmanian tiger, or whatever, is still out there?
Yeah.
Probably,
I
probably.
badass
There's a
animal.
big, vast wilderness, right? That people untouched wilderness in Tasmania where
On
people
God,
have
nigga.
not been.
What the fuck is a
Can
Tasmanian?
I use that? Can I use
Dude,
that
it's like
word
a
too?
wolf or like a coyote,
Wait.
but it's marsupial with less fur, and some stripes. That's the best way to put it.
What the? Okay.
It's like a
'Cause I'm thinking
coyote,
this. I'm thinking
shorter
this.
hair, and a marsupial, so it's got like a pouch.
Oh,
It's supposed to
like
be
that?
extinct.
Oh,
Supposed to be
like that?
extinct.
In the chat? Like that?
It's extinct, but it's a very sad way how it went out.
Where?
Well, I hope it's not extinct. I'm optimistic. Right?
37
No,
minutes past.
no, it doesn't look. It doesn't look like that. That's a Tassie devil. They still exist.
Yeah.
Oh shit, they're real?
Tasmanian tiger.
Yeah, yeah. Of course they're real. Yeah, man. Look up a Tassie devil and then go into images.
Oh shit. I thought it was just a fucking cartoon.
Bro, I used to have a plushie, like little fluffy toy of a Tasmanian devil, dude. Those things are badass. Like,
oh shit.
if
Looks
I
like a
remember
rat.
right. Yeah.
Yeah, it's vicious too, man.
They bite. All right, I was just fascinated on your take. I'm gonna get going, but y'all have a good night, guys. Peace.
Is the Earth a globe?
And in my opinion, yeah. I'm sorry,
Evidence that
guys.
they show you that it's a globe.
Yes. What? I'm gonna get going. I love y'all.
Okay. See you, dude. Take it easy. Godspeed.
Isn't it kind of weird that everybody says they don't trust the government, but they fight for the death for NASA, an intelligence agency?
Yeah, I know. So weird. They say, but they also say I don't trust the government, but I don't think they're lying about space.
Right. It's the only thing they
Yeah.
trust.
Yeah, that's the only thing they're telling the truth about. This place where we can't go.
Yeah.
All right, I'll be on YouTube. Peace out.
Take it easy, dude. I'm gonna bow out too. It's getting late. See you guys tomorrow.
Negor.
Hello. I presented my surveying stuff in the chat earlier, but then somebody took my chat permissions, and then you guys were talking to somebody else. Basically, the stuff I showed basically confirms the method for removing curvature. So the surveyors do measure curvature. They just use the reference ellipsoid to remove it or correct for it.
Is anyone here?
I'm barely awake, but yeah, what's up, man?
Shane, why is there
Yeah.
like over 10 people on a call just sitting here with their microphones muted?
Yeah. I kind of fell asleep in this while listening to them going back and forth with somebody else. But I think it's like they're kind of. I mean, they always keep the room open. They've been open. I think they're like the third or fourth of like the longest running channels in politics.
That's
So
crazy.
there's
Yeah.
always somebody here.
Good stuff. But I think the Earth is flat.
Not to me. I'm
Okay.
an odd man out here.
Oh, you're like the one globe earther in the group here.
Yeah, I think there's a few in here.
Yeah,
I
I'm a
think there's
Glober.
at least another 2 or 3 in here. Yeah, Dylan's one. I think Tristan is, but I'm not sure, and I think there may be one other.
Okay. Oh, I'm a flat earther, so yeah. Yikes.
Yeah.
Actually, no, I'm like not entirely sold. I'm not a flat or globe earther. I'm like very like in the middle because I think there's good points on both sides. But who knows? Yeah. So what do you want to talk about? If you want to talk about anything.
I'm open to whatever, man. I mean, I'm primarily in here. Well, multiple reasons, but main one is I'm just gathering information for an experiment on a laser test that I am proposing based on the conversations that have occurred in here and other places.
Oh, like what do you mean?
I'll show you. Here is I'm going to drop into the chat a link to the experiment. But the general idea is that you have a laser that is sent out from in one direction, and it is level at its point of origin. And then you fly a drone that only moves forward when it has the laser and it's centered on it. And as the drone moves, it takes ground measurements along the whole path.
Yeah, you lost me.
Oh, there's pretty pictures in there too, man. But yeah, the general idea is, I mean, I'm sure you've heard of like the 3 points experiment, right? Like like 3 poles in a lake or 3 poles in a river or canal or whatever,
Something
like
like
that
that.
type of stuff. It's sort of like that, but instead of just having 3 points, and you would use tens of thousands of points, so you get the entire run. And I'm trying to approach it with like the ideal is that there would be 2 observers, 2 people involved in the experiment. One would be somebody who has a globe premise, and one would be somebody who has the flat Earth premise, and they both come to it with whatever their their I can't think too much of my words right now. They both come to it with the things that they would disagree about or things that would be critiquable, so that then they could hopefully have a decent experiment, and whatever the results are, publish the data. So I'm planning on doing the experiment itself unless it falls apart for some reason. But I'm also trying to make it so that others could do it pretty inexpensively and be able to produce their data as well. Or most likely, once I do this experiment a few times, I'll probably just make the stuff available to whoever wants it.
Oh, sweet. Nice. Are you do you play any games by chance?
Not too much anymore.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious about that. Is there like this I feel like adults like have like a maturity complex, or they're like, I can't play any games anymore. I'm too old. Like, is that what it is, or is it something else?
Nah, it's more of like I'd still play a game like drop of a hat, man. But I think it's more of just like where I put my time. It's if I feel like I need to like kind of check out, or like kind of get away from things or something, then yeah, I might play some games for a while. But it's not like I don't really seek it anymore. but it doesn't have anything to do with. I don't think it's childish or anything like that. I don't think that there's a maturity to it. I think later in life I'll probably get back into it. I think it's more of just it doesn't enter my mind as one of my preferred activities.
Okay. Do you so like what do you do when you're kind of relaxing? Are you just like just highly productive, or you kind of watching movies, or maybe singing a song, or like how does that look like?
Yeah, man. When I'm not being productive, it would be I fly fish. I have conversations with friends. That's the majority of it. Dinners, lunches, things like that. It's a lot of conversations, man.
Yeah. Okay. And you enjoy that? You enjoy like going out to dinner with like some random people?
Yeah, I mean sometimes it's taxing, right? Because you sometimes you meet people who really make you think, and sometimes you have just kind of surface level conversations with others. Usually it's a little more taxing to me because I kind of I don't know, I kind of drive conversations to deeper thought. So but yeah,
Okay.
it's enjoyable.
I have so you're a grown adult, right? How old are you? About
I'm in my 40s, man.
40s. Okay, so you're well experienced. Sweet. Okay. I have a bit of a dilemma going on, right? So I'm about to become a senior in high school, and I'm considering dropping out. Is that the move, or is that not the move?
I mean, it just depends on what your goals are, man, or what you see yourself doing. I mean, I will say that like uh, high school is weird because high school you're still like learning how to learn. You're really not going to learn anything in high school. You're just learning how to learn. It's later in life and later, like if you go to college or something, that's where you learn, where you actually like gain new information because you're able to critically think. In high school you're kind of forced into don't think, just take this information and regurgitate it onto a piece of paper, right? Or answer these questions on a quiz. But then like college and beyond is more of you evaluating every situation with the way that you've learned how to bring the information in. So that if you feel like that's what's missing, then wait it out, right? But if you feel like you're already or doing pretty well at critical thinking, or you feel like you're doing all right, you know, you could do okay by just by doing multiple things. I mean, it doesn't have to be a trades job, but I think that's where most people would want to try to push you. But I mean, you could do just about anything you wanted. It just
Yeah.
you're gonna be limited, right? Because the biggest things with like you know, the biggest thing is like if you're going to work for someone, the likelihood of them choosing you over someone else who just has a diploma or has a degree is going to be bigger, right? If you have those things, they're gonna get the job, and you're not gonna get that job. But if you're thinking of like working for yourself or trying to work in some entrepreneurial capacity, and you might be okay. But I mean, I will say that like college, the people, the interactions, and the camaraderie that's wrapped around that is just it's unparalleled, man. There's just nothing like it. Like you can walk into a room, and if there's another person that went to that same college or had that same type of experience, you instantly have a connection that you can leverage. And also, it's just an easy way. It's just like going to the same high school or something. Like 20
So
years later, you'll be like, hey, we
yeah,
went to high school together. Hey man, what you up to? How whereas if you don't have that connection, it's kind of like, who are you? What can you do for me? Is the way
yeah,
people approach stuff.
no, definitely, yeah. Um, I just yeah, I would say I don't need the knowledge. I don't need the extra school. I don't, you know, kind of need that route. I would say it's not even just that, right? Like it's the question is, do I want to make myself wake up at 7 in the morning for a whole like for another year, right? Or I guess like 180 days, because like maybe half a year, whatever, right? Like most of the year, do I want to make myself wake up every morning at 7 o'clock, right? And like I've told a lot of like older people that, and they'll kind of say, okay, well that's gonna be what you do in like a real job. You're gonna like have to wake up early in the morning, right? And I guess that's true, but there's at least like an option not to, right? Versus like, senior year you have to. Like there's no like, and right, and I don't need the knowledge. Like I don't care about the credits. Like, I'll just be going for the diploma, right? And like I don't care for the whatever, right? And so that kind of thing is just like, do I want to go? Do I want to go, right? And I never really wanted to go to school in the first place. I never really been like much of a school kind of a guy. So that's kind of another part, right? And then you brought up like the college thing. You said, there's like a huge sense of camaraderie. Like I had my pops kind of tells me that a lot. He's like the camaraderie's unmatched, right? Like there's a lot, maybe like a lot of parties and stuff, but I mean, there's parties anywhere, right? And then also, like, am I really gonna go to like college for 4 years to have like a few extra friends? You know what I mean? So it's kind of just things like that. That's kind of the way I see it. Like obviously, I know that's like
It's a
maybe not
difference,
the
man.
best way to see it. So.
Like people. I mean, people will say stuff to you that when you're young they don't mean much because it's like easy to make friends when you're young, right? It's easy to just like, hey, we're two people in the same space. We're forced to be by each other, by school or bus rides or whatever the hell else it would be, right? Um, but when you're an adult, man, everybody's just looking down, man. Like, you've got to find. There's got to be some other connection, but it's not about the parties. It's just about the experience. Not the. I like you don't have to go to school to party. Like you can go. You do need to be like on a campus, in order to have that. Like online school, I don't really understand. Like you're going to get knowledge, but you're going to get none of the other benefits. Um, but man, and I understand, dude, like, 17, 18, whatever, like it's a big part of your life, the 180 days. But dude, if that 180 days cost you 20, 30 years of your life just trying to make some money so you can retire, then that sucks, man. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah, I have I can't, I'm not really going to say the career path, but I definitely do have a career path. I'm either going to go down the military route or a different career path that's going to make a lot of money, but it's going to be a very, very dangerous job. So both of my career routes are going to be super dangerous. So I don't really expect to live like to an old age, right? Is that a solid mindset, or is that like a bad mindset?
I don't know, man. I don't know. I think people want to live a long time, but they don't expect to, right? And some expect to. But so I don't know. Mean, hopefully you're not like suicidal or something. I can't help you with that. I mean, that would be something else. But if you're going at it just thinking, hey, the choices you're going to make are putting you into risky situations, then, you know, I don't know, man. That's the choices you make.
Yeah, it's
But
more
what
like
happens if you
this
don't
second
die in
option.
those situations, man? What happens if you live? What happens if you live and you have a kid and you do all the things that people do?
Yeah, I'm definitely not suicidal. It's definitely the second option. Both of my career options are looking like they're just going to be very high risk. But yeah, I don't want that life. I don't want to like have a kid. I don't have any interest in having children, having a wife, like settling down, moving out to like a city or even moving out to like a rural area like Alaska or something. Like I don't want that. I want a constantly eventful like life, right? And I'm not talking about like constant parties every weekend. I mean like a real eventful life, right? Like life. I want to go like I want to be in history, right? I don't want to be like I want to be like the end goal realistically is to be in the history books, right? But like realistically, that's not happening, right? That happens to one in like a million people. So I got to look at other options, right? Because I don't want to be like an average Joe, right? That's just like going to the bar and like going to the club every once in a while, and like working, and like going out like that's not what I want to do. And I know that's like, that's probably what you did. That's probably what most people did, but I don't know. Maybe that'll change. Maybe I'll settle into an old guy, but who knows?
I get it, man. I mean, like that. Yeah, I mean, I have the same kind of feeling, and I've always had the same kind of feeling. Like I want to make an impact, right? But man, like having some money makes impact so much easier to do.
Let's get the money part out of the way. Let's assume that I make I somehow get $100,000, right? Like then what would you do next?
Yeah, $100,000, dude. I'd spend that in 4 months.
Let's say it's a million. Let's say that. Let's say I got $1 million. And you're in my shoes. You had no high school diploma. You're like 30. You have no wife, and you have like an apartment, and you have no job, and you have no kids. Like what would you do in that case with $1 million sitting in barrels?
So you got like $7,000 a month to live on for.
Let's say like it just it appeared out of like a bottle, like just you randomly walked into your apartment, and you found like 1,000,000 barrels, or like $1 million in a few barrels, right? Like, and you have no wife, no kids, nothing, and you just have like a trashy apartment, and you really talk to your parents as much. Like, what would you do in that case?
And I was young.
And you were like 23.
Dude, I would educate and exercise. That would be my life.
With the $1 million you just spend on education and exercising?
Yeah.
Towards what? So like you're educating yourself for all this stuff, but like when do you stop educating yourself? When do you use that knowledge, right?
Yeah, well, I mean, you'll be forced to when the money runs out.
Okay.
Man, to be healthy and well educated, does that sound bad to you?
That doesn't sound bad, but that sounds like the bare minimum. That sounds like the absolute bare minimum.
But also, I mean, the problem is just like money's relative too. But in the conversation, like $1 million sounds like a lot to a 17-year-old, but $1 million sounds a lot to maybe certain people in certain state. But yeah, I understand what you're saying though, man. Like if you had a bunch of money, what would you throw it toward? And it would be those things, man. Because I have my life and those around me has proven that educated, healthy people remain educated and healthy and don't usually end up on the streets unless they've got some mental issue.
Yeah, definitely. I don't know, dude. I don't know. I think that's the absolute bare minimum. I think that like just putting money aside, right? Like, or like let's say you have $1 million, you get like, again, you get the point, but just like you somehow get like $2,000 every like once a week, right? But stuff like that. So I don't know. I just like I'm just like what I start exercising a bunch and like eat healthy and like pursue education. Like even then, like what I'm like I'm 70 and it's like, oh, what'd you do? And it's like, oh, I just I was rich for a bit and I just I stayed fit. I'm healthy and I get to live another few more years and I'm educated. And people will say like, oh, that's cool, and that's it, right? Like nobody cares because it's like everybody does that, right? Or at least the majority of people do, right? So it's like people just don't care. Like people don't care about the story, right? Versus you say like, oh, I did all this crazy stuff, right? Like I'm the most wanted criminal in the world, and like all this stuff. Like that sounds a lot cooler than like the first option, right?
It doesn't sound cool to me to be the most wanted criminal in the world. It sounds cool to me to like I've impacted lives. I've changed my piece of the world that I can touch.
Well, yeah, I don't know. Who knows? Guess I'm just rambling on life here. But
And it's a time when you should be doing it, man. Like you don't have kids. You don't have any like I assume you don't have any like real responsibilities in life. Now's the time to mess up, but be ready to when the time comes, do what it takes to, feed yourself and whoever else needs to be fed around you. Friends, family, whatever it is that matters to you.
yeah, I mean, yeah, I don't know. I'm just not much of a family man, so I guess that's kind of a big thing too. But who knows? Do you got any other words of advice?
No, man. I mean, other than the other thing that I would say to you, man, is that whatever you're gonna do, you're gonna do it. And it doesn't really matter what someone says. You're just looking for someone to confirm it. And if you can't find anybody to confirm it, then you're gonna do it with some type of angst as opposed to doing it with meaning. So just figure out what it is you actually are gonna do, not why you're gonna do it. Just figure out what you're gonna do, man.
Did you have this level of ambition when you were like 17, 18?
No. And I probably wouldn't have listened to a damn word of somebody talking to me the way I'm talking to you. I probably wouldn't have heard it, man.
But I guess what I mean is like when you were 17 and 18, did like settling down with like a wife and like a few kids and like a nice house in a nice area like sounds appealing for the rest of your life?
No, no,
It didn't
man. I
sound
mean,
appealing.
no. I mean, dude, I mean, most of my life, I've lived in like I've lived in 3 different countries. I've lived in both coasts. I've lived in the middle of the place of the state of the U.S.
What country have you been to?
Travel a lot,
Country you
man.
live in?
What's that? What's that, man?
Hello? Yeah, you said you lived
Jumped
in
in and
3
interrupted
countries.
there.
What countries?
So I've lived in France. I've lived in the United States. I've lived a little bit in Australia.
Really? You lived in Australia? That's sick. I live in Australia too. Whereabouts?
In Melbourne, St. Kilda.
Did you travel in Australia?
Not a whole lot, man. That's what kind of sucked. Is you know how it is, man. People live down there; they don't move much.
Yeah, that's true.
How
should have come to WA. I would have given you a kiss.
How far is that from Sydney?
WA?
No, wherever the guy lived in Australia.
Melbourne, just like below Sydney.
It's below Sydney.
It's in Victoria, I think.
I don't know much.
Right?
I don't know much about Australia. I only know like where Sydney and Queensland is, and that's it.
Yeah, it's just south.
Just south. Okay.
Yeah, south of Sydney.
Yeah, it's
Boring
if I
road
want to move
between.
to. Oh, go ahead. Like Poland, or Hungary, or Japan. Like those sounds like the dream. That sounds like the dream places to move.
You reckon they're always hungry in Hungary?
Ah, good one.
I know, right?
Oh yeah, but I just like the politics. You know, I'm pretty on the right. I'm pretty right wing, so I'm always looking for like, you know, the more conservative countries that aren't like Afghanistan. Yeah, I don't know. Or are you Shane? Has like a 40-year-old? Do you lean pretty left? Or...
What's that? What was your last part?
Oh, Shane, I said as like a 40-year-old, do you lean pretty left or not?
I'm pretty much centrist, man.
You're pretty centrist.
Yeah, I mean the politics doesn't, other than for, it doesn't affect me too much. I mean, I vote and all that stuff. I get involved, but it's not something that's going to change my day-to-day life by who's in office or whatever.
So you're just kind of neutral on Trump.
Yeah, I guess you could say that. I wouldn't say I'm neutral, but I'm not passionate and to a point where I would want to, have an argument with somebody over their politics versus mine. Your politics are yours, man. You can have them.
Yeah, sweet. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, but shoot, I don't really know what to tell you.
Yeah, but now what happened here? Okay. And now we've
There's like a
taken over
whole
the
other.
flat Earth conversation.
Yeah, there's like a whole other conversation in Snake Chat happening.
Yeah, they do that, man.
I don't know, man, but you seem like a very chill guy. You seem like you're just letting the world like kind of coast by.
Let that flat Earth coast right by.
Ooh, are you a flat earther? Shame on the. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. What would you say to like a cube earther? Or someone who thinks it's a cube.
No, I don't think it's a cube, man.
You don't think it's a cube? Alright, well, see you guys.
Yo.
You guys are pathetic. You guys are grown men believing in childish conspiracies. You're pathetic. Pathetic.
Flat Earth judge, debate me. Judge, debate me right now. Come, try to bake me. You can't. I will bake you. Hi, bro. Fuck, man.
Hello? Everybody is muted.
Hello.
Well, maybe the military will help him grow up a little bit.
Well, it didn't help for Hitler. You know what I mean?
Fair enough. So we do have a few new people in the room. I just want to welcome. Let's see. Oh, he disappeared. Kine, if you have any questions, feel free to unmute. And Amara.
Cryptic promised he down. Swag boy, do you want to continue trying to defend the globe? All right, so Swag boy says that light travels approximately in straight lines in animation.
Oh, we nearly shot that missile down with the latest system, but it just wiggled away at the last second. Damn that heat from that rocket. Oof.
Flat Earth 101, huh?
Hey, what's up, AI? How are you?
Horrible.
Why?
I tuned into Flat Earth 101. I had to hear about gas pressure.
Did you have to hear? Did you have to hear about it? What did you hear about
Oh
it that
yeah.
you didn't like?
I just don't like it at all. It's kind of like my ex-girlfriend. I used to like her. Now I hate her.
Gotcha.
What I didn't like is that Necros was asked a direct question by Jesse, and Necros didn't answer.
I didn't hear any question. I'm sorry.
But he said if I have a container and I add gas to it and then I put it on a scale and it weighs more, what made it weigh more?
Who knows the pressurized gas that is inside? But that doesn't mean that the gas inside have weight. What you have there is already pressurized gas that is sealed inside the container. So if you change that sealed steel container and put a balloon, rubber balloon, it
I
will
don't care about the balloon.
weight
Don't
less.
care about the balloon. Don't care about the balloon.
So yeah, it's
Right,
the
but
pressurized
when you
element
put it
is
in a balloon, now it has buoyancy greater than its surroundings, right?
yeah, exactly.
Right, that's equivalent. That's
Business.
equivalent to weighing an anvil on a scale or putting it in mercury and weighing it. Of course, it's going to weigh different because it's in a different buoyant medium.
Exactly.
But that doesn't mean that the anvil doesn't have weight. So your logic is horrible. If I take the gas and I freeze it, so it's no longer free, it's now liquid.
Yeah.
Or solid, and I put it in the
not...
same container, then weigh it. Is it going to weigh different?
Sure, it will weigh different because those different.
How do you know that?
Have...
No, don't care. Question is, how do you know that?
It's already done. What I know is about the measurement that we
Well, wait,
can
whoa,
do.
whoa, whoa. So you're saying that there's a test out there where they take a container, let's just call it a what do they call these things? A gas tank, right, of a certain size and dimension. It weighs a certain amount. Let's say it weighs 10 pounds or 10 kilograms, whatever. So you put a gas into it, then you put it on the scale, and it now weighs 15 kilograms. Then you freeze the gas and put it in the container. How much is it going to weigh when they put it on the scale?
Oh no, I'm sorry. It was a misunderstanding. I was thinking that you were talking about something else. No, I don't know.
Now, if we take the gas and we thaw it till it's a liquid and we put it back on the scale, how much will the container with the gas itself?
Maybe the container will with the same with the gas inside, or if you freeze
Yeah. How
the
come?
container
Right.
what's inside,
Right. So how
maybe
come?
the scale will
Right.
won't change.
Right. So the answer is you don't know. All right. How come?
No, I don't know.
How come when I fill?
I can't hear you. I don't know if it's just me.
It takes more energy for me to lift it off the ground.
I couldn't hear anything from the first part.
Oh, sorry. My thing was cycling. When I when I get a container and then I fill it with gas, how come it's harder for me to lift it off the ground? I have to use more muscles, more to lift it.
When you fill container with gas, if the gas is pressurized inside, so there is huge amount of gas, yeah, it will make a big change or a big difference. But most of the inside of that gas will just turn to liquid or something else, like when you have, like with the propane gas. So yeah, that I don't know, because there is some matter inside that will just change that. But with the gas, the problem is that inside that container the gas is confined. The gas is not freely moving. So if you let that gas freely moving, it will change everything.
Who cares? Nobody said, yeah, but you're not being asked about it. You're talking about a situation that's not the situation you're being asked about. It's kind of irrelevant.
Yeah, but it is a complete different situation. So when you are measuring the weight of those confined gases, it's completely different from having those gases moving freely. Yeah,
Well,
good luck
dude,
catching them.
that's like trying to weigh your friend while he's jumping upwards.
Yeah,
right? That would be silly,
true.
right?
That's true. But your friend can stay still.
Right. So the only thing you've actually said effectively
without
is that.
confining your.
Right. Right. Same situation. So
No,
basically
it's
saying.
not the same situation.
Yeah, it is.
With all those things, your friend, a piece of metal, a piece of wood, a gallon of water, gallon of milk. Those things you don't need to confine them.
Why not?
They are not moving every direction all the time, every time.
What if you put them in a swimming pool?
You can.
Right. So if you put a jug in a swimming pool and half of it's filled with air and half of it's filled with milk, in order to get the accurate weight of the milk, you'd have to tie it down, wouldn't you? So basically, all you're saying is it's not wise to try to weigh something that's in motion, right?
Yeah, you're confining that thing. Yeah.
Right.
It's not its attribute. Its attribute is not a still thing. So that thing by attribute it is
Right.
all
So
the time
what's the
moving material.
right? What's the attribute? Correct. So what's the attribute that matters in all of these scenarios? There's only one.
What's the attribute that matters on all these scenarios? I think I would say temperature.
No. No. Temperature causes this attribute. So temperature is
The
second
energy.
order.
The energy.
Maybe, but more specific type of energy.